Part 2. Chapter 19. Margarita. Follow me, reader. Who ever told you there is no such thing in the world as real, true, everlasting love? May the liar have his despicable tongue cut out. Follow me, my reader, and only me, and I'll show you that kind of love. No, the master was mistaken that night in the hospital when, just after midnight, he told Ivan bitterly that she had forgotten him. That could never be. Of course she hadn't forgotten him. First, let me tell you the secret the master didn't want to tell Ivan. His beloved's name was Margarita Nikolaevna. Everything the master said about her to the poor poet was absolutely true. His description of his beloved was accurate. She was beautiful and intelligent. And one more thing, it can be said with assurance that many women would have given anything to trade places with Margarita Nikolaevna. The childless 30-year-old Margarita was married to an outstanding specialist who had made an extremely important discovery of national significance. Her husband was young, handsome, kind, honest, and adored his wife. Margarita Nikolaevna and her husband occupied the entire upper floor of a beautiful house in a garden on one of the small streets near the Arbat. An enchanting spot. Anyone who wishes to can take a look at the garden and see for himself. Let him ask me, and I'll give him the address and show him the way. The house is still standing to this very day. Margarita Nikolaevna had plenty of money. Margarita Nikolaevna could buy anything that took her fancy. Her husband's circle of friends included some interesting people. Margarita Nikolaevna never touched a Primus stove. Margarita Nikolaevna was ignorant of the horrors of life in a communal apartment. In a word, was she happy? Not for a minute. She hadn't been happy since marrying at age 19 and going to live in her husband's house. Gods, my gods, what did this woman want? What did this woman want whose eyes always burned with an incomprehensible fire? This witch, with a slight squint in one eye, who adorned herself with mimosa in springtime, what did she want? I do not know. I have no idea. Evidently, she spoke the truth when she said it was the master she needed, and not the Gothic-style house, the private garden, or the money. She loved him. She was telling the truth. Even I, a truthful narrator, but a detached observer nonetheless, feel my heart contract when I think of what Margarita went through the next day when she came to the master's house and found that he was no longer there. Fortunately, she had not as yet had a talk with her husband, who had not come home when he was supposed to. She did everything she could to find out what had happened to the master, and, of course, had no success whatsoever. She then went back to her house and resumed her former life. But as soon as the dirty snow disappeared from the sidewalks and pavements, as soon as the damp, restless wind of spring tugged at the furtuchka, Margarita Nikolaevna began to feel even more miserable than she had during the winter. She often cried in secret, long and bitter tears. She didn't know whether the man she loved was alive or dead, and as the despairing days passed, the thought came to her more and more, especially at twilight, that she was tied to a dead man. She should either forget him or die herself. It was really impossible to go on with the life she was living. Impossible. Forget him, no matter what it cost. Forget him. But he could not be forgotten. That was the trouble. Yes, I made the very same mistake, Margarita would say as she sat by the stove and stared at the fire, which had been lit in memory of the fire that burned when he was writing Pontius Pilate. Why did I leave him that night? Why? I must have been crazy. I came back the next day, just as I said I would. But it was already too late. Yes, like poor Levi Matvey, I came back too late. All of this was absurd, of course, since how would her staying with the master that night have made things any different? Could she really have saved him? Nonsense, we would have exclaimed, but not in front of a woman who has been driven to despair. Margarita Nikolaevna lived in this kind of torment throughout the winter and into the spring. On that same day, when there was all the commotion caused by the black magician's appearance in Moscow, on Friday, when Berlioz's uncle was sent packing back to Kiev, when the bookkeeper was arrested, and when many other grotesque and baffling things took place, Margarita woke up around noontime in her bedroom, which had a bay window looking out on the tower of the house. Upon awakening, Margarita did not burst into tears as she often did, because she woke up with a premonition that on that day something was finally going to happen. Once she sensed this premonition, she nurtured it, wanting it to take root in her soul and fearing that it would leave her. "I believe," Margarita whispered solemnly. "I believe. Something's going to happen. It can't help but happen, because why, in fact, have I been made to suffer for life? I admit that I've cheated and lied and lived a secret life hidden from everyone, but even that doesn't deserve such cruel punishment. Something is bound to happen, because nothing lasts forever. And besides, the dream I had was prophetic. I swear it was." This is what Margarita Nikolaevna whispered to herself as she gazed at the crimson shades suffused with sunlight, nervously got dressed, and combed her short, curly hair before the triple mirror of her vanity table. Margarita's dream that night had truly been unusual. The fact was that she had not dreamed about the master during that whole agonizing winter. At night he would leave her, and it was only during the daytime that she suffered. But now she had dreamed about him. Margarita had dreamed about an unfamiliar locale, a bleak and dismal place under an overcast early spring sky. Beneath a cover of patchy clouds there was a flock of noiseless rooks. A rough bridge crossed a turbid, swollen stream. Dismal, scrubby, half-bare trees. A lone aspen, and beyond that, amidst trees and past a vegetable garden, was a log hut that could have been an outside kitchen, a bathhouse, or the devil knows what. The whole setting was so dead and dismal that it made you want to hang yourself on the aspen by the bridge. Not a breath of wind, not a cloud moving, not a living soul. A hellish place for a living being. And then, imagine, the door of the log hut opened, and there he was, quite far away but clearly visible. He looked tattered, and you couldn't tell what he was wearing. His hair was disheveled, he was unshaven, his eyes looked pained and anxious. He was beckoning to her with his hand, calling to her. Choking in the dead air, Margarita started running to him over the furrowed ground, and then she woke up. The dream can mean only one of two things, Margarita Nikolaevna reflected. If he's dead and was beckoning to me, that means he's come for me and I shall die soon. That's very good, because my suffering will then end. Or if he's alive, then the dream can only mean that he's reminding me of his existence. He wants to tell me that we'll see each other again. Yes, we'll see each other very soon. Still excited, Margarita got dressed and tried to convince herself that in essence everything was turning out well, and that one had to know how to seize such opportunities and take advantage of them. Her husband had gone away on a business trip for 3 whole days. She had 3 whole days to herself, and nobody could stop her from thinking and daydreaming about whatever she pleased. She had the whole apartment to herself, 5 rooms on the upper floor of a private house that would be the envy of thousands of Muscovites. However, despite having the run of the house for 3 whole days, Margarita chose far from the best spot in that luxurious apartment. After drinking some tea, she went off to the dark, windowless room where the luggage was kept, and where there were 2 large bureaus filled with various old odds and ends. She squatted down in front of the first bureau and opened the bottom drawer. from beneath a pile of silk scraps, she took out the one possession she valued most in life, an old brown leather album which contained a photograph of the master, a savings book with 10,000 deposited in his name, dried rose petals pressed in tissue paper, and part of a typewritten manuscript that was singed at the bottom. Returning to her bedroom with these treasures, Margarita Nikolaevna set the picture against her triple mirror and sat in front of it for an hour or so, holding the fire-damaged manuscript on her knees as she leafed through and reread what, after the fire, had neither a beginning nor an end. The darkness that had come in from the Mediterranean covered the city so detested by the procurator. The hanging bridges which connected the temple with the fearsome Antonia Tower had disappeared, and an abyss descended from the sky, covering the winged gods above the hippodrome, the Hasmonean palace and its embrasures, the bazaars, the caravansaries, alleys and pools. Yerushalayim, the great city, vanished as if it had never existed. Margarita wanted to read more, but there was nothing more except the charred and tattered fringe. Wiping away her tears, Margarita Nikolaevna put down the manuscript and leaned her elbows on the vanity table. She sat there in front of the mirror for a long time, not taking her eyes off the master's picture. Then her tears dried. Margarita put all the things together neatly, and minutes later they were back in their hiding place beneath the silk rags, and the lock on the door to the dark room locked shut. Margarita Nikolaevna was putting her coat on in the front hall, getting ready to go out for a walk. The beautiful Natasha, her maid, asked her what she wanted for dinner, and when she said she didn't care, for amusement Natasha began a casual conversation with her mistress, and started relating God knows what, something about a magician at the theatre yesterday who had performed astounding tricks, handing out free bottles of imported perfume and stockings, and then how, after the show, when everyone was out on the street, abracadabra, they were all naked. Margarita Nikolaevna collapsed on the chair beneath the hall mirror and burst out laughing. "Natasha, shame on you," said Margarita. "A girl like you who knows how to read. People in lines make up the devil knows what, and here you go repeating it." Natasha blushed a deep red, and protested heatedly that nothing was made up, and that she herself had been in a food store on the Arbat today, and had seen a woman come in wearing shoes, but when she went to pay the cashier, her shoes disappeared off her feet, and she was left standing in her stockings. Her eyes popped, there was a hole in her heel, and the shoes were the magic ones she had gotten at the show. "And she left, just like that?" "Just like that," cried Natasha, blushing even deeper because she wasn't being believed. "And last night, Margarita Nikolaevna, the police picked up about 100 people. Women who had been at the show were running down Tverskaya in nothing but their drawers." "Well, naturally you got all this from Darya," said Margarita Nikolaevna. "I've known for a long time that she's a terrible liar." The amusing conversation ended in a pleasant surprise for Natasha. Margarita Nikolaevna went into her bedroom and came out with a pair of stockings and a bottle of cologne. Saying that she wanted to do a trick too, she gave them to Natasha and asked only one thing in return, that she not run down Tverskaya in just her stockings, and that she not listen to Darya. Mistress and maid then kissed and parted. Settling back against the soft, comfortable seat of the trolleybus, Margarita rode along the Arbat, thinking about her own affairs and eavesdropping on the hushed conversation of the two men sitting in front of her. They were whispering some sort of gibberish to each other, turning around now and then in fear of being overheard. The robust, beefy fellow with sharp, pig-like eyes sitting by the window was softly telling the little man next to him that they had had to cover the coffin with a black cloth. "Impossible," the little one whispered in astonishment. "That's preposterous. So what did Zheldibun do?" Along with the steady drone of the bus came words from the window. Criminal investigation, scandal, complete bafflement. Margarita Nikolaevna managed to make some sense out of these disconnected bits of conversation. They were whispering about how the head of some corpse, whose they didn't say, had been stolen out of its coffin that very morning. And that was why the man named Geldiben was in such a state. The two men whispering also seemed to have some connection with the vandalized corpse. "Will we have time to buy flowers?" worried the little one. "Didn't you say the cremation was at 2?" In the end, Margarita Nikolaevna got fed up listening to the mysterious prattle about a stolen head, and she was glad when it was time for her to get off. Minutes later, Margarita Nikolaevna was sitting on one of the benches beneath the Kremlin wall, having positioned herself so that she had view of the manege. Margarita squinted in the bright sunlight, recalled her dream of the previous night, and recalled that exactly 1 year before, on the same day and at the same time, she had been sitting with him on this same bench. And her black bag was lying beside her on the bench just as it had then. Although he wasn't with her now, Margarita Nikolaevna was talking to him in her thoughts. "If you've been exiled, why haven't you let me know? People do manage to let others know. Have you fallen out of love with me?" "No, somehow I can't believe that. That means you were exiled and died. Then I beg you, release me, give me the freedom to live and breathe." Margarita Nikolaevna answered for him. "You are free. Am I stopping you?" Then she protested. "What kind of an answer is that? No, make me forget you, then I'll be free." People walked past Margarita Nikolaevna. A man gave the well-dressed woman a sidelong glance, attracted by her beauty and the fact that she was alone. He coughed and sat down at the end of the bench where Margarita Nikolaevna was sitting, and after gathering up his courage said, "Decidedly beautiful weather today." But Margarita gave him such a glowering look that he got up and left. "That's what I mean," said Margarita in her head to the man who possessed her. "Why, really, did I chase that man away? I'm bored, and there was nothing wrong with that Lovelace, except perhaps for his stupid decidedly. Why am I sitting here alone beneath the wall like an owl? Why am I cut off from life?" She became totally sad and depressed. But suddenly, that morning's wave of expectation and excitement hit her in the chest. Yes, something is going to happen. The wave hit her again, and then she realized it was a wave of sound. The beating of drums and the blaring of trumpets, slightly off-key, could be heard with ever-increasing clarity through the din of the city. Leading the procession that was passing the park railing was a mounted policeman, followed by 3 men on foot. Next came the musicians on a slow-moving truck. After that, a brand-new open hearse carrying a wreath-covered coffin and 4 people, 3 men and a woman, each of whom was standing on a corner of the platform. Even from a distance, Margarita could tell that the faces of those standing in the hearse accompanying the deceased on his last journey looked strangely perplexed. This was especially true of the woman standing in the left rear corner of the vehicle. Her plump cheeks seemed to be bursting with some kind of juicy secret, and there was an ambiguous sparkle in her puffy little eyes. It seemed as if she couldn't contain herself, and was about to wink at the deceased and say, "Have you ever seen anything like it? A real mystery." Similarly perplexed faces could be seen on the 300 or so mourners walking slowly behind the hearse. Margarita watched the procession as it passed, listening to the fading sounds of the mournful bass drum beating out its ever-constant boom, boom, boom. What an odd funeral, she thought, and how depressing that boom is. Ah, really, I'd sell my soul to the devil if I could only find out if he's still alive or not. Who, I wonder, are those amazed-looking people burying? "Mikhail Alexandrovich Berlioz," said a somewhat nasal, masculine voice beside her. the chairman of Masolit." Surprised, Margarita Nikolaevna turned and saw a man at the other end of the bench who must have sat down noiselessly when she was preoccupied with the procession and presumably had asked her last question out loud, without knowing it. Meanwhile, the procession had come to a halt, probably because of the traffic lights up ahead. "Yes," the stranger continued, "their mood is amazing. They're taking someone to be buried, and all they can think about is what happened to his head." "What head?" asked Margarita, peering at her unexpected neighbor, who turned out to be a short man with fiery red hair and a fang, who was wearing a starched shirt, a fine striped suit, patent leather shoes, and a bowler hat. His tie was flashy, but the most astonishing thing of all was that sticking out of his breast pocket, where most men carry a handkerchief or a pen, there was a well-gnawed chicken bone. "Well, you see," the redhead explained, "this morning at Griboyedov, the dead man's head was removed from his coffin." "But how can that be?" Margarita asked involuntarily, recalling the whispers she had overheard on the bus. "The devil knows how," the redhead replied casually. "But if you ask me, it might be worth asking Behemoth about that. A terribly clever theft it was, too, caused an unbelievable scandal. And what's more, no one knows who would need the head or why." However preoccupied Margarita Nikolaevna was with her own concerns, she was nonetheless struck by the stranger's bizarre chatter. "But wait a minute," she blurted out. "Which Berlioz? Was it the one in today's paper who—" "Precisely so. Precisely so." "So, does that mean that the mourners are writers?" asked Margarita, suddenly baring her teeth. "Yes, naturally." "And do you know who they are by sight?" "Every last one," replied the redhead. "Tell me," said Margarita, her voice becoming hollow, "is the critic Latunsky among them by any chance?" "How could he not be?" answered the redhead. "There he is, over there, 4th row from the end." "The blonde one?" asked Margarita, squinting. "Ash blonde. See? He's got his eyes raised up to heaven." "The one who looks like a Catholic priest?" "That's him." Studying Latunsky, Margarita asked no more questions. "And you, I can see," said the redhead, smiling, "hate this Latunsky." "I also hate a few others," answered Margarita through her teeth. "But it's not worth talking about." By now the procession had moved on. A line of mostly empty cars stretched out behind the marchers. "If you say so, Margarita Nikolaevna." Margarita was astounded. "Do you know me?" In place of an answer, the redhead swept the bowler off his head and held it in his outstretched hand. "Looks like a real thug," thought Margarita, examining her sidewalk interlocutor. "But I don't know you," said Margarita dryly. "How could you know me? But I've been sent to see you regarding a certain small matter." Margarita turned pale and recoiled. "You should have said that right away," she began, "instead of spouting the devil knows what about a severed head. Have you come to arrest me?" "Not at all," exclaimed the redhead. "What is this? As soon as you start talking, they think you're going to arrest them. I simply have some business to discuss with you." "I don't understand at all. What business?" The redhead looked around and said mysteriously, "I've been sent to give you an invitation for this evening." "Are you raving? An invitation from whom?" "A certain distinguished foreigner," said the redhead, narrowing his eyes meaningfully. Margarita got furious. "A new breed has appeared, street pimps," she said, getting up to leave. "That's the thanks I get for taking on assignments like this," exclaimed the redhead, taking offense, and as Margarita turned to leave, he growled after her, "Fool!" "Scoundrel!" she retorted, and as she turned, she heard the redhead's voice behind her. The darkness that had come in from the Mediterranean covered the city so detested by the procurator. The hanging bridges which connected the temple with the fearsome Antonia Tower had disappeared. Jerusalem, the great city, vanished as if it had never existed. And you can vanish, too, along with your charred manuscript and your dried rose. Sit here on the bench alone and beg him to set you free so you can breathe and be allowed to forget him." Margarita's face blanched, and she turned back to the bench. The redhead looked at her with tightly narrowed eyes. "I don't understand any of this," said Margarita Nikolaevna softly. "You could have found out about the burnt pages, broken into my house and spied on me. Did you pay off Natasha, is that it? But how could you know my thoughts?" She wrinkled her brow, looking agonized, and added, "Tell me, who are you? What department are you from?" "What a bore this is," grumbled the redhead, and said in a louder voice, "Excuse me, but I already told you I'm not from any department. Please sit down." Margarita obeyed without a fuss. But as she sat down, she asked again, "Who are you?" "Well, if you must know, my name is Azazello. But that won't mean anything to you anyway." "But won't you tell me how you knew about those pages and about my thoughts?" "No, I won't," was Azazello's dry reply. "But do you know anything about him?" whispered Margarita imploringly. "Well, let's say I do." "I beg you, just tell me one thing. Is he alive? Don't torment me." "Yes, he's alive, he's alive," Azazello replied unwillingly. "My God!" "Please, no fits and no screams," said Azazello with a frown. "I'm sorry, forgive me," mumbled the now compliant Margarita. "It's true, I got angry at you. You will admit, though, that when someone on the street invites a woman to go somewhere— I'm not prejudiced, I assure you." Margarita let out a mirthless laugh. "But I never see any foreigners. I have no desire to socialize with them. And besides, my husband— my tragedy is that I live with someone I don't love, but it would be ignoble of me to ruin his life. He's never shown me anything but kindness." Azazello listened to her disconnected speech with obvious boredom and said sternly, "Please, be quiet for a minute." Margarita fell into submissive silence. "My invitation is from a foreigner who is perfectly safe, and not a soul will know about your visit, I can promise you that." "But what does he need me for?" Margarita asked insinuatingly. "You'll find that out later." "I see. I'm supposed to sleep with him," said Margarita reflectively. Azazello gave a haughty smirk and replied, "That would, I can assure you, be the answer to any woman's dream." A chuckle distorted Azazello's face. "But I must disappoint you. That won't happen." "But who is this foreigner?" Margarita cried out loudly in exasperation, causing passers-by to turn their heads. "And why should I have any interest in seeing him?" Azazello leaned over to her and whispered in a gravely significant way, "A great interest indeed. You'll have the opportunity to—" "To do what?" exclaimed Margarita, her eyes widening. "Am I right? Are you suggesting that I can get news of him there?" Azazello nodded silently. "Then I'll go," Margarita exclaimed with vigor, seizing Azazello by the arm. "I'll go anywhere you want." Heaving a sigh of relief, Azazello leaned back against the bench, which had the name Nura carved in large letters on it, and observed ironically, "A troublesome race, these women." He buried his hands in his pockets and stretched his legs out in front of him. "Why did they send me on this job? Behemoth should have gone. He's the one with the charm." With a bitterly sad smile, Margarita said, "Stop trying to mystify and torment me with your riddles. I'm an unhappy person, and you're taking advantage of that. I may be getting involved in something strange, but if I am, I swear it's only because you lured me with your talk of him. My head is spinning from all these things I don't understand." "No scenes, no scenes," retorted Azazello with a grimace. You should put yourself in my position, smacking some bureaucrat in the puss, booting out some old geezer, shooting someone, or anything along those lines. That's my real specialty. But talking with a woman in love? No thanks. I've been trying to talk you into this for half an hour now, so will you go?" "I'll go," was Margarita Nikolaevna's simple reply. "Then be so kind as to take this," said Azazello, who pulled a round gold jar out of his pocket and handed it to Margarita, saying, "Hide it, or people will see. It'll do you good, Margarita Nikolaevna. Your grief has really aged you in the past 6 months." Margarita flared up, but said nothing, and Azazello continued, "Tonight, at exactly 9:30, be so kind as to take off your clothes and spread this ointment over your face and your whole body. Then you can do as you like, but don't leave the phone. I'll call you at 10 and tell you everything you need to know. You don't have to worry about anything. You'll be taken where you have to go, and you won't be caused any upset. Understood?" After a short silence, Margarita replied, "Understood. This thing is pure gold, I can tell by the weight. Well, what of it? I know perfectly well that I'm being bribed and lured into some shady business for which I'll have to pay a high price." "What is this?" said Azazello, practically hissing. "Are you starting in again?" "No, wait. Give me back the cream." Margarita clutched the jar tighter and continued, "No, wait. I know what I'm getting myself in for. But I'll do anything for his sake, because there's no hope left for me in this world. But if you destroy me, you'll be sorry. Yes, you will, because I'll be dying for love." And pounding her chest, Margarita gazed at the sun. "Give it back!" Azazello yelled angrily. "Give it back, and to hell with everything! Let them send Behemoth!" "Oh, no!" exclaimed Margarita, to the astonishment of passers-by. "I agree to everything. I agree to play out this whole comedy with the cream. I agree to go to the devil and back. I won't give it back." "Bah!" Azazello howled suddenly. His eyes bulging, he began pointing at something over toward the park railing. Margarita turned to where Azazello was pointing, but didn't notice anything in particular. Then she turned back to him, expecting an explanation for that absurd bah, but there was no one there to provide it. Margarita Nikolaevna's mysterious interlocutor had vanished. Margarita quickly thrust her hand into her bag, where, prior to Azazello's howl, she had hidden the jar, and assured herself that it was still there. Then, without further reflection, she ran hurriedly out of Alexandrovsky Park. Chapter 20. Azazello's Cream. The full moon hung in the clear evening sky, visible through the branches of the maple tree. The lindens and acacias traced an intricate pattern of spots on the garden floor. The triple casement bay window, wide open but with blinds drawn, shone with a harsh electric light. The lights in Margarita Nikolaevna's bedroom were all turned on, revealing a state of total chaos. Chemises, stockings, and underwear were lying on the blanket on top of the bed, and other undergarments were strewn on the floor, along with a pack of cigarettes that had gotten crushed in the excitement. There were slippers on the night table next to an unfinished cup of coffee, and an ashtray that held a smoking cigarette butt. A black evening gown hung on the back of a chair. The room smelled of perfume, and from somewhere came the smell of a red-hot iron. Margarita Nikolaevna was sitting before her mirror in a bathrobe which had been thrown over her naked body, and black suede shoes. In front of her lay a gold watch, and next to it the small jar she had received from Azazello. Margarita's eyes were glued to the watch. At times it seemed to her as if the watch were broken and the hands weren't moving. But they were moving, albeit very slowly, as if they kept getting stuck, and finally the big hand hit 29 minutes after 9. Margarita's heart gave such a terrible thump that at first she couldn't even pick up the jar. When she pulled herself together and opened the jar, she saw that it contained a greasy, yellowish cream which seemed to smell of swamp mud. With the tip of her finger, Margarita scooped up a small glob of the cream and put it in her palm, which made the swampy, woodland smell more noticeable. She then began rubbing the cream into her cheeks and forehead. The cream spread easily and seemed to be absorbed immediately. After several applications of the cream, Margarita looked in the mirror and dropped the jar on the face of her watch, cracking the crystal. She closed her eyes, took another look, and burst into wild laughter. Her eyebrows, which had been plucked thread-thin at the ends, had thickened, and now arched evenly over her eyes, which had become green. There was no longer any trace of the tiny vertical line on the bridge of her nose which had first appeared back in October when the master disappeared. Gone, too, were the yellowish shadows around her temples and the barely noticeable crow's feet at the outer corners of her eyes. Her cheeks were suffused with a rosy blush. Her forehead had become clear and white, and her hair salon permanent wave had loosened. There, in the mirror, staring back at 30-year-old Margarita, was a 20-year-old woman with naturally curly black hair showing her teeth and laughing unrestrainedly. Having laughed her fill, Margarita swept off her robe, scooped up a generous glob of the light, greasy cream, and began rubbing it vigorously all over her body, which immediately became rosy and began to glow. Then the throbbing in her temple, which had been bothering her all evening, ever since her meeting with Azazello in Alexandrovsky Park, disappeared in a flash, as if a needle had been removed from her brain. The muscles in her arms and legs got stronger, and then Margarita's body became weightless. She gave a little jump and stayed suspended in the air just above the carpet. Then she felt a slow downward pull and was back on the ground. "Oh, what a cream! What a cream!" cried Margarita, throwing herself into an armchair. The cream had transformed more than her appearance. Now her whole body, every part of it, surged with joy, and she felt as if tiny bubbles were prickling her all over. Margarita felt free of everything. In addition, she realized with utter clarity that her premonition of the morning had come true, and she was leaving her house and her former life forever. But one thought from that former life still persisted, namely, that there was one last thing she had to do before embarking on the new and extraordinary something that was pulling her upwards into the air. So, naked as she was, flying intermittently, she ran out of the bedroom into her husband's study, turned on the lights, and rushed to the desk. On a sheet of paper torn off a pad, she wrote in pencil, quickly and boldly and without any corrections, the following note: "Forgive me and forget me as quickly as you can. I'm leaving you forever. Don't try to find me, it's useless. I've become a witch because of the grief and the misfortunes that have befallen me. It is time for me to go. Farewell. Margarita." Her soul relieved of every care, Margarita flew back into her bedroom, and Natasha ran in after her, loaded down with all sorts of things. And suddenly, everything, a dress on a wooden hanger, lace shawls, dark blue silk shoes on shoe trees, and a belt, fell to the floor, and Natasha clasped her now free hands. "Well, do I look good?" cried Margarita loudly in a husky voice. "How did it happen?" whispered Natasha, reeling backwards. "How did you do it, Margarita Nikolaevna?" "It's the cream, the cream, the cream," replied Margarita, pointing to the gleaming gold jar and doing a turn in front of the mirror. Forgetting about the crumpled dress on the floor, Natasha ran over to the mirror and stared with voracious, burning eyes at what was left of the cream. Her lips whispered something. She turned again to Margarita and said, with a kind of reverence, "What skin! What skin! Why, Margarita Nikolaevna, your skin is glowing." But then she remembered herself, ran over and picked up the dress and began smoothing it out. "Put it down! Put it down!" Margarita shouted at her. "The devil with it! Throw everything out! Or, rather, keep it as a memento. To remember me by. You can take everything in the room." Natasha stood for a while as if in a daze, staring at Margarita. Then she fell on her neck, kissing her and shouting, "Like satin! It glows! Like satin! And your eyebrows! What eyebrows!" "Take all this stuff, and the perfume too, and put it in your trunk and hide it," shouted Margarita. "But don't take the jewelry, or they'll accuse you of stealing." Natasha put whatever came to hand into a bundle, dresses, shoes, stockings, and underwear, and ran out of the bedroom. Just then the sounds of a virtuoso waltz came blaring through an open window across the street, and a car was heard spluttering as it pulled up to the gates. "Azazello will call any minute," exclaimed Margarita, listening to the waltz streaming in from outside. "Yes, he will, and the foreigner is harmless. Yes, I can see that now. He's harmless." The car roared and pulled away from the gates. The gate banged, and steps were heard coming down the path. "That's Nikolai Ivanovich, I can tell by his footsteps," thought Margarita. "I'll have to do something interesting and amusing as a way of saying goodbye." Margarita pulled the shade aside and sat sideways on the windowsill, her hands clasped on her knee. The moonlight caressed her right side. Margarita raised her head toward the moon and assumed a pensive and poetic expression. Footsteps were heard once or twice again, and then they suddenly stopped. After admiring the moon a little longer, Margarita sighed for the sake of appearances and turned to look down at the garden, where she did in fact see Nikolai Ivanovich, who lived on the floor below her. Bathed in bright moonlight, he was sitting on a bench, and it was obvious that he had sat down suddenly. His pince-nez was askew, and he was clutching his briefcase to his chest. "Well, hello, Nikolai Ivanovich," said Margarita in a sad voice. "Good evening. Have you come from a meeting?" Nikolai Ivanovich made no reply. "I, as you can see," Margarita continued, leaning further out into the garden, "have been sitting here all alone, bored, looking at the moon and listening to the waltz." Margarita passed her left hand across her forehead, adjusting a stray curl, then said angrily, "That's not polite, Nikolai Ivanovich. I am a lady, after all. It's rude not to answer when someone is talking to you." Nikolai Ivanovich, visible in the moonlight down to the last button on his grey waistcoat, the last hair on his blonde goatee, suddenly grinned a wild grin, got up from the bench, and obviously beside himself with embarrassment, did not remove his hat, as one would have expected, but rather waved his briefcase to the side and got into a crouching position, as if he were about to do a Russian dance. "Oh, what a bore you are, Nikolai Ivanovich," continued Margarita. "I can't tell you how sick and tired I am of all of you, and how happy I am to be leaving you. To the devil's mother with all of you." Just then, Margarita heard the phone ring in the bedroom behind her. She jumped off the windowsill and, forgetting about Nikolai Ivanovich, grabbed the receiver. "It's Azazello," said the voice in her ear. "Dear, dear Azazello," exclaimed Margarita. "It's time to fly away," said Azazello, and it was clear from his tone that he was pleased with Margarita's genuine display of joy. "When you fly over the gates, shout, 'I'm invisible!' Then fly around over the city for a while to get used to it, and after that head south, away from the city, and go straight to the river. They're expecting you." Margarita hung up the phone, at which point something wooden-sounding started bumping around in the next room and began knocking at the door. Margarita opened the door, and in flew a dancing broom, brush end up. It tapped a few beats on the floor with its handle, gave a kick, and strained toward the window. Margarita squealed with delight and jumped astride the broomstick. Only then did she remember that in all the confusion she had forgotten to get dressed. She galloped over to the bed and grabbed the first thing she saw, a light blue chemise. Waving it like a banner, she flew out the window, and the sound of the waltz over the garden intensified. Margarita slipped down from the window and saw Nikolai Ivanovich on the bench. He seemed to be frozen to it. and was listening in a stupefied state to the banging and shouting coming from the lighted bedroom of his upstairs neighbors. "Farewell, Nikolai Ivanovitch!" cried Margarita, dancing about in front of him. He groaned and began edging down the bench, feeling his way with his hands and knocking his briefcase to the ground. "Goodbye forever! I'm flying away!" shouted Margarita, drowning out the waltz. She then decided that she had no need of the chemise, and, with an ominous chuckle, she threw it over Nikolai Ivanovitch's head. Blinded, he tumbled off the bench onto the bricks of the path. Margarita turned to take one last look at the house where she had suffered so long, and in the lighted window she saw Natasha gaping with astonishment. "Farewell, Natasha!" Margarita shouted and urged her broom upward. "Invisible! I'm invisible!" she shouted even more loudly, and with the branches of the maple tree brushing against her face, she flew out over the gates and into the street. And the totally crazed waltz followed her aloft. Chapter 21. Flight. Invisible and free. Invisible and free. After flying down her own street, Margarita came to another one which crossed it at a right angle. In an instant she cut across this long and crooked, patched and mended side street with its oil shop, with the rickety door which sold kerosene by the jugful and pesticide in bottles, and it was here that she learned that however enjoyable her freedom and invisibility were, she still had to be somewhat careful. It was only by some miracle that she avoided a fatal collision with the rickety old lamp-post down at the corner. After dodging it successfully, Margarita took a firmer hold of her broomstick and checked her speed, keeping a watchful eye out for electric wires and signs hanging over the sidewalk. The third street on her route led directly to the Arbat. It was here that Margarita gained full mastery of her broom and realized how sensitive it was to the slightest touch of her hands or feet, and that she would have to be very careful flying over the city and not be too reckless. In addition, it was obvious to her, even before she got to the Arbat, that people on the street could not see her flying. Nobody craned his head or shouted, "Look, look," or jumped out of the way, or screamed, or fainted, or broke out in wild laughter. Margarita flew along noiselessly, at very slow speed and not too high up, at about second-story level. But even at slow speed, just as she was about to come out onto the blindingly lit Arbat, she made a slight miscalculation and hit her shoulder against an illuminated circular sign with an arrow painted on it. This made her angry. She reined in her obedient broom, flew over to the side, and then made a sudden charge at the sign, smashing it to smithereens with the end of her broom handle. Splinters crashed, pedestrians jumped out of the way, a whistle blew, and Margarita, the perpetrator of this gratuitous prank, burst out into gales of laughter. "I should be more careful on the Arbat," she thought. "Everything is so mixed up here that you get confused." She began diving between the various wires. The tops of cars, trolley buses, and buses floated by beneath her, and rivers of hats flowed along the sidewalks, or so it seemed from up high. Streams branched off these rivers and flowed into the fiery maws of the stores open at night. "What a mess this is," thought Margarita in exasperation. "It's impossible to make a turn." She crossed the Arbat, flew higher up to fourth-story level, floated past the blinding lights of the theatre marquee on the corner, and into a narrow street with tall buildings. All their windows were wide open, and everywhere music could be heard playing on the radios. Out of curiosity, Margarita peered into one of the windows. She saw a kitchen. 2 Primus stoves were roaring on top of the counter, and 2 women were standing next to it with spoons in their hands, squabbling. "I told you to turn off the light when you come out of the toilet, Pelageya Petrovna," said the woman standing in front of a saucepan steaming with food, "or we'll have you evicted." "You're a fine one to talk," the other replied. "You're 2 of a kind," said Margarita loudly and clearly as she rolled over the windowsill into the kitchen. The 2 squabblers turned toward the voice and froze, dirty spoons in hand. Reaching carefully between them, Margarita twisted the knobs on both stoves and turned them off. The women groaned and gasped, but Margarita had already become bored in the kitchen and had flown out into the street. At the end of the street, her attention was drawn to the lavish hulk of a newly constructed 8-story building. Margarita flew down and landed, and she saw that it had a black marble facade, wide doors, through whose glass one could see a doorman's gold-braided cap and the buttons on his uniform, and a sign in gold lettering over the entrance which said, "Dramliet House." Margarita squinted her eyes at the sign, trying to figure out what Dramliet might mean. Tucking her broom under her arm, she walked into the entrance and opened the door, knocking against the astonished doorman in the process. On the wall next to the elevator, she saw a huge black board that listed the names and apartment numbers of all the residents written on it in white letters. When she took one look at what was written at the top of the list, Writer's and Dramatist's House, she let out a stifled, predatory howl. Raising herself higher in the air, she began reading the names voraciously. Khustov, Dvubratsky, Kvant, Beskudnikov, Latunsky. "Latunsky!" screeched Margarita. "Latunsky! Why, that's him! He's the one who ruined the master!" The doorman jumped in amazement, and his eyes bulged as he stared at the blackboard and tried to comprehend the miracle of the directory of residents suddenly letting out a scream. Margarita had, in the meantime, made a beeline upstairs and was repeating over and over in a kind of rapture, "Latunsky, 84, Latunsky, 84. Here's 82 on the left, 83 on the right, higher up on the left, 84, here. And here's the name card. Oh, Latunsky." Margarita jumped off her broom, and the stone landing felt pleasantly cool against the soles of her inflamed feet. She rang the bell once, twice, but no one came to the door. As Margarita pressed the bell even harder, she could hear it ringing inside Latunsky's apartment. Yes, the resident of apartment number 84 on the 8th floor should be grateful to the deceased Berlioz for the rest of his days, grateful that the chairman of Massolit had fallen under a streetcar, and grateful that a memorial meeting had been set up for that very evening. The critic Latunsky was born under a lucky star. It saved him from an encounter with Margarita, who had become a witch on that Friday. No one answered the door. Then Margarita flew downwards at full speed, counting off the floors as she went, reached the bottom, tore out onto the street, and, looking up, counted off the floors on the outside of the building, trying to figure out which were the windows of Latunsky's apartment. They had to be the 5 dark ones at the corner of the building on the 8th floor. Sure that that was the case, Margarita rose up in the air, and a few seconds later she was entering an open window into a room that was dark except for a narrow silver strip of moonlight. Margarita followed it and fumbled for the light switch. A minute later, the lights were on in the whole apartment. Her broom was standing in a corner. Making sure that no one was home, Margarita opened the front door and checked the nameplate. It was the right one. Margarita had arrived at her destination. Yes, they say to this very day, the critic Latunsky turns pale when he recalls that terrible evening, and that he still pronounces Berlioz's name with reverence. No one knows what dark and foul crime might have marked that evening. When Margarita returned from the kitchen, she had a heavy hammer in her hands. The naked and invisible aeronaut tried to restrain and control herself, but her hands shook with impatience. Taking careful aim, Margarita struck the piano keys, and a first plaintive wail echoed throughout the apartment. The totally innocent Becker baby grand cried out in a frenzy. Its keys were smashed, and the ivory inlays flew in all directions. The instrument droned, howled, wheezed, and clinked. The polished upper sounding board cracked like a pistol shot and broke under the hammer. Breathing hard, Margarita tore at the strings and pounded them with her hammer. Finally, exhausted, she backed off and plopped into an armchair to catch her breath. A sound of rushing water came from the bathroom and also from the kitchen. I guess it's already overflowed onto the floor, thought Margarita, and then added aloud, but there's no point in sitting around here. A stream of water was already pouring out of the kitchen into the hall. Tramping through the water in her bare feet, Margarita carried buckets of water from the kitchen to Latunsky's study and emptied them into the drawers of his desk. Then, after shattering the doors of the bookcase in the study with her hammer, Margarita descended upon the bedroom. After smashing the mirror on the wardrobe door, she pulled out one of the critic's suits and submerged it in the bathtub. She poured an inkwell full of ink, taken from the study, onto the luxuriously fluffed-up double bed in Latunsky's bedroom. The destruction she was causing gave Margarita intense pleasure. But the whole time it seemed to her that the damage she was causing was too slight. Therefore, she began striking out at random. She broke the pots of ficus plants in the room where the piano was. Before finishing that, she went back to the bedroom, slashed the sheets with a kitchen knife, and broke the glass-covered photographs. She did not feel in the least bit tired, and the sweat poured off her in streams. Meanwhile, in number 82, the apartment right below Latunsky's, the playwright Kvant's maid was drinking tea in the kitchen, thoroughly baffled by the various crashing, clanging, and running sounds coming from up above. When she raised her head toward the ceiling, she suddenly saw that before her very eyes its white color was changing to a kind of deathly blue. As she was staring at it, the stain kept getting bigger and bigger, and suddenly it was oozing drops of water. The maid sat transfixed for a minute or two, amazed at what was happening, until finally a veritable shower poured down from the ceiling and splashed onto the floor. At this point she jumped up, put a basin under the stream of water, which didn't help at all since the shower was spreading and had begun to pour down on the gas stove and the table with the dishes. Kvant's maid then shrieked and ran out of the apartment onto the stairs just as the doorbell started ringing in Latunsky's apartment. "Well, the ringing has started. It's time to get going," said Margarita. As she mounted her broom, she listened to a woman's voice shouting through the keyhole, "Open up! Open up! Dulcia, open the door! Isn't something overflowing in there? We're flooded down below!" Margarita rose a few feet in the air and took a swipe at the chandelier. 2 bulbs broke, and glass splintered in every direction. The shouting outside the door had stopped, and tramping feet were heard on the stairs. Margarita floated through the window, and once outside, swung her hammer and gave the glass a light blow. It sobbed, and shards of glass cascaded down the marble facade. Margarita moved on to the next window. Down below, people were running along the sidewalk, and one of the 2 cars standing at the entrance to the building blew its horn and pulled away. After finishing with Latunsky's windows, Margarita floated on to the neighboring apartment. The blows fell more frequently, and crashing and tinkling sounds filled the street. The doorman ran out the first entrance, looked up, hesitated for a minute, evidently not yet sure what to do, stuck his whistle in his mouth, and started blowing it like crazy. Accompanied by the whistle, Margarita finished off the last window on the 8th floor with particular relish, then descended to the 7th floor and began smashing the windows there. Tired by his long period of idleness behind the glass doors of the entranceway, the doorman put his whole soul into blowing his whistle, following the beat of Margarita's hammer, as it were, as if he were playing an accompaniment. During the pauses, when Margarita was flying from one window to the next, he would take a breath, and with every blow of Margarita's hammer, he puffed out his cheeks and blew for all he was worth, blasting the night to high heaven. His efforts, combined with those of the infuriated Margarita, produced major results. The building went into a panic. Windows that were still intact were thrown open, and heads appeared for just a second. Windows that were already open were shut. In the lighted windows of the buildings across the street, dark silhouettes appeared, trying to figure out why the windows of the new Dramlit house were breaking for no apparent reason. Down on the street, people were running toward Dramlit house, and inside it people were tramping up and down all the staircases without rhyme or reason. Kvant's maid kept yelling to the people on the stairs that Kvant's apartment was flooded, and she was soon joined by Khustov's maid from apartment number 80, the one right below Kvant's. The Hustofs had water streaming from the ceiling both in the kitchen and the toilet. Finally, a huge piece of plaster broke off the ceiling in Kvant's kitchen and smashed all the dirty dishes. A major downpour followed. Buckets full of water gushed down from the seeping, sagging squares of sodden plaster. Then screaming began on the stairs of the first entrance. As Margarita was flying past the next-to-last window on the 4th floor, she looked inside and saw a man putting on a gas mask in a state of panic. She tapped his window with her hammer and gave him a fright, and he disappeared from the room. And suddenly, the wild devastation came to an end. Margarita slipped down to the 3rd floor and looked in the corner window, which was covered with a flimsy dark blind. The room was lit by a faint nightlight. Sitting in a small bed, with netting on the sides, was a little boy of about 4 who was listening fearfully to what was going on. There were no grown-ups in the room. They had apparently all fled from the apartment. "Windows are breaking," said the boy, calling out, "Mama!" No one responded, and then he said, "Mama, I'm scared." Margarita pushed the blind aside and flew into the room. "I'm scared," the boy repeated, and started to tremble. Now, don't be frightened, little one," said Margarita, trying to soften her criminal's voice, which had been made hoarse by the wind. "It's just some boys breaking windows." "With slingshots?" asked the boy, no longer trembling. Yes, with slingshots," affirmed Margarita. "And now go back to sleep." "It must be Sitnik," said the boy. "He's got a slingshot." "That's right, it's him." The boy glanced slyly sideways and queried, "But where are you, Auntie?" "I'm nowhere," Margarita replied. "You're having a dream." "That's what I thought," said the boy. "Just lie down," instructed Margarita, "and put your hand under your cheek, and you'll see me in your dream." Yes, agreed the boy, and he lay down at once with his hand under his cheek. "I'll tell you a fairy tale," said Margarita, and put her burning hand on top of the boy's close-cropped head. "Once upon a time, there was a lady. She had no children, and no happiness either. And at first she cried for a long time, but then she became wicked." Margarita fell silent and took her hand away. The boy was sleeping. Margarita lay the hammer down gently on the windowsill and flew out the window. There was a huge commotion outside the building. People were running up and down the glass-strewn sidewalk, shouting things. Policemen were already on the scene. Suddenly, a bell started clanging, and a red fire engine with a ladder rolled into the street from the Arbat. But what happened next no longer interested Margarita. Taking care not to get entangled in any wires, she grasped her broom more firmly, and in a flash she was high above the ill-fated building. The street below slanted off to the side and receded into the depths. Taking its place beneath her feet was a whole tangle of rooftops, crisscrossed by gleaming paths of light. Suddenly, the whole mass moved off to the side, and the chains of light blurred and blended. Margarita gave the broom another upward prod, and the mass of rooftops fell away, replaced by a lake of quivering electric lights. Suddenly, this lake rose up vertically and then appeared above Margarita's head, while the moon shone beneath her feet. Realizing that she had turned a somersault, she resumed her normal position, and when she turned to look, she saw that the lake was no longer there, and that, in the distance behind her, there remained only a rosy glow on the horizon. A second later, and it too had vanished, and Margarita saw that she was alone with the moon, which was flying above her to her left. Margarita's hair continued to stand up like a haystack, and the moonlight whistled as it washed over her body. Judging by how 2 rows of widely spaced lights below had merged into 2 unbroken, fiery lines, and by how rapidly they vanished behind her, Margarita surmised that she was travelling at monstrous speed and was amazed that she was not gasping for breath. After several seconds had passed, a new lake of electric light flared up in the inky blackness of the earth far below, and it surged up beneath the flying woman's feet, only then to turn into a spinning vortex and disappear into the earth. Seconds later, the same thing happened again. "Cities! Cities!" shouted Margarita. After that, she saw what looked like 2 or 3 dully gleaming swords displayed in open black cases and realized they must be rivers. As she flew along, Margarita looked up at the moon over to her left and marveled at how it seemed to be rushing back to Moscow like a madwoman, while at the same time staying strangely in place, so that its surface was clearly visible. There she could see a dark, mysterious shape, which looked something like a dragon or a humpbacked horse, its sharp muzzle pointed back toward the city left behind. Margarita was now seized by the thought that there was no need for her to drive her broom at such a frenzied speed, that she was depriving herself of the opportunity to look at things properly and enjoy the flight to the fullest. Something told her that they would wait for her at her destination, and that there was no reason for her to be bored by such senseless speed and altitude. Margarita bent the bristle end of her broom downward, so that the tail end rose toward the rear, and after drastically reducing her speed, she headed down to the ground. This downward slide, as if on an airborne toboggan, gave Margarita an intense thrill. The earth rose up to meet her, and out of the formless, once black mass emerged the mysteries and charm of the earth during a moonlit night. The earth was moving toward her, and Margarita was already bathed in the scent of the greening forests. She was flying over the very mists of a dewy meadow, then over a pond. A chorus of frogs sang beneath Margarita, and from somewhere in the distance came the inexplicably heart-rending wail of a train. Soon Margarita glimpsed it. It was crawling along slowly like a caterpillar, throwing a shower of sparks up in the air. After overtaking it, Margarita passed over another watery mirror in which a second moon floated by beneath her feet. Descending even lower, she flew along with her feet nearly grazing the tops of enormous pines. Behind her, Margarita heard the harsh sound of something ripping the air. Gradually, this sound of something flying through the air like a missile was joined by a woman's laughter, audible for miles around. Margarita turned around and saw that she was being pursued by a complex black object. As it drew close, it became more clearly defined, and she could see it was a mounted rider. And finally, the object completely revealed itself. Slowing down and drawing up beside Margarita was Natasha. Completely naked, her tousled hair flying in the wind, she was flying astride a fat hog, who was clutching a briefcase in his front hooves and beating the air furiously with his back ones. A pince-nez which had fallen off the hog's nose gleamed off and on in the moonlight as it dangled from a string at the hog's side, and a hat kept falling over the hog's eyes. After taking a good look, Margarita realized that the hog was Nikolai Ivanovich, and then her laughter, blending with Natasha's, rang out over the forest. "Natashka!" came Margarita's piercing cry. "Did you use the cream?" "Darling!" shrieked Natasha, waking the slumbering pines. "My French queen! I smeared it on his bald head, too!" "Princess!" wailed the hog, pathetically carrying his rider at a gallop. "Darling, Margarita Nikolaevna!" shouted Natasha, galloping along beside her. "I confess I took the cream, but we want to live and fly too. Forgive me, mistress, but I'm not going back, not for anything. Ah, it's good, Margarita Nikolaevna. He proposed to me," at which point Natasha began tweaking the hog, who was puffing with embarrassment, on the neck. "Proposed? What was it you called me, huh?" she shouted, leaning over his ear. "Goddess!" howled the hog. "I can't fly so fast. I could lose some important papers. Natalia Prokofyevna, I protest." "To the devil with your papers!" yelled Natasha with an impudent laugh. "What are you saying, Natalia Prokofyevna? Someone might hear us," howled the hog in pleading tones. Galloping alongside Margarita, Natasha laughingly related what had happened after Margarita flew away over the gates. Natasha confessed that, without touching any of the things Margarita had given her, she had thrown off all her clothes, rushed straight for the cream, and anointed herself with it. And the same thing happened to her that had happened to her mistress. While Natasha was admiring her magical beauty in front of the mirror and laughing with delight, the door opened, and in walked Nikolai Ivanovitch. He was excited and was holding Margarita Nikolaevna's chemise, along with his hat and briefcase. Nikolai Ivanovitch took one look at Natasha and was stupefied. Red as a lobster, he managed to regain his composure somewhat and announced that he felt it was his duty to pick up the chemise and return it in person. "The things he said, the rascal," said Natasha in squeals of laughter. "The things he said, the propositions he made, the money he promised. He said Klavdia Petrovna wouldn't find out. Well, am I lying?" yelled Natasha to the hog, who merely lowered his snout in embarrassment. When they started fooling around in the bedroom, Natasha smeared some cream on Nikolai Ivanovitch, and then it was her turn to be struck dumb. The face of the respectable downstairs neighbor had squeezed into a pig's snout, and his arms and legs had acquired hooves. When he looked at himself in the mirror, Nikolai Ivanovitch gave a wild and despairing wail, but it was too late. Seconds later, he was saddled and mounted, flying the devil knows where out of Moscow, and sobbing with grief. "I demand the return of my normal appearance," wheezed and grunted the hog in a frenzied, pleading sort of way. "I have no intention of flying to an illegal assemblage. Margarita Nikolaevna, it's your duty to get your maid off my back." "Ah, so now I'm just a maid? A maid, huh?" cried Natasha, tweaking the hog's ear. "Didn't I used to be a goddess? What was it you called me?" "Venus," whined the hog, flying over a roaring rocky stream and brushing against a hazel grove with his hooves. "Venus! Venus!" shouted Natasha triumphantly, with one hand on her hip and extending the other toward the moon. "Margarita, Queen, ask them to let me stay a witch. They'll do anything you ask. You have the power." And Margarita replied, "All right, I promise." "Thanks!" yelled Natasha, who suddenly shouted sharply and somehow dispiritedly, Giddy up, faster, faster, let's get a move on." She dug her heels into the hog's flanks, thinned out by the mad gallop, and he bolted ahead so furiously that the air ripped apart again. In an instant, Natasha was just a black speck in the distance, and then she disappeared completely, the noise of her flight melting away. Margarita flew slowly, as before, in a deserted and unfamiliar locale, over hills dotted with occasional boulders and isolated giant firs. As she flew, Margarita reflected on the fact that Moscow was probably far, far away. Her broom was no longer flying above the tall firs, but between their trunks, silvered on one side by the moonlight. Margarita's light shadow slithered over the ground in front of her. The moon was now at her back. Margarita could sense the proximity of water and guessed that she was near her destination. The fir trees parted, and Margarita floated quietly toward a chalky cliff. Just beyond it, down in the shadows, was a river. Patches of mist clung to the bushes at the bottom of the cliff, but the bank opposite was low and flat. There, under a solitary cluster of leafy trees, the light of a campfire flickered, and some moving figures could be seen. It seemed to Margarita that she heard a humming, cheerful music coming from there. Beyond it, as far as the eye could see, there were no signs of human life or habitation. Margarita leaped down off the cliff and descended quickly to the water. It looked tempting to her after her aerial sprint. Tossing her broom aside, she ran and threw herself head-first into the water. Her light body pierced the water like an arrow and sent a column of water skywards to the moon. The water was as warm as in a bathhouse, and when she surfaced, Margarita basked in the pleasures of a solitary night swim in the river. There was no one in Margarita's immediate vicinity, but splashing and snorting were heard coming from behind some bushes not far away. Someone else was taking a swim too. Margarita ran up on shore. Her body tingled after her swim. Feeling no fatigue whatsoever, she danced about joyfully on the wet grass. Suddenly she stopped and listened. The snorting sounds came closer, and a naked fat man with a black silk top hat perched on the back of his head came out from behind some broom bushes. The bather's feet were covered with mud, so it looked as if he were wearing black shoes. Judging by his panting breath and hiccups, he had had quite a bit to drink, a fact confirmed by the brandy fumes starting to rise from the river. The fat man saw Margarita and stared. Then he let out a joyous whoop. "Well, what do we have here? Is it her I see? Claudine, it's really you, the Merry Widow. Are you here too?" Here he came forward to say hello. Margarita stepped back and said with dignity, "Go to the devil's mother." "What do you mean, Claudine? Mind who you're talking to." And after a second's thought she added a long, unprintable oath. All this had a sobering effect on the thoughtless fat man. "Oh, my!" he exclaimed softly with a shudder. "Please forgive me, radiant Queen Margot. I mistook you for someone else. The brandy's to blame, a curse upon it." The fat man then got down on one knee, swept off his top hat, bowed, and started mumbling some nonsense, half in Russian, half in French, about his friend Guessard's bloody wedding in Paris, and about brandy, and about how crushed he was by his grievous mistake. "You should have put your trousers on, you son of a bitch," said Margarita, softening. The fat man broke out in a happy grin when he saw that Margarita wasn't angry, and he announced rapturously that his trouserless state was due simply to his having absent-mindedly left them on the banks of the Yenisei River, where he had been bathing before coming there, and that he would fly back there at once, seeing it was only a stone's throw away. Then, after commending himself to her good favor and protection, he began edging backwards until he slipped and fell on his back in the water. But even as he fell, he kept a smile of rapture and devotion on his whisker-framed face. Margarita summoned her broom with a piercing whistle, mounted it, and was carried over the river to the opposite shore. The shadow cast by the chalk cliff did not reach that far, and the riverbank was flooded in moonlight. As soon as Margarita touched down on the wet grass, the music under the willows grew louder, and the sparks from the campfire cascaded more merrily into the air. Under the willow branches, studded with soft, fluffy catkins visible in the moonlight, sat 2 rows of fat-faced frogs, their cheeks distended like rubber, playing a spirited march on wooden pipes. Glowing pieces of rotten wood hung on willow twigs in front of the musicians to illuminate their music, and the flickering light from the campfire played on the frogs' faces. The march was being played in Margarita's honor. She was given the most gala reception. Diaphanous mermaids stopped their round dance over the river and waved to Margarita with seaweed. Their moaning salutations carried out over the deserted greenish shore and could be heard from far away. Naked witches jumped out from behind the willows, formed a line, and began to bow and curtsy in courtly fashion. A goat-legged creature rushed up to Margarita and kissed her hand. Spreading silk on the grass, he inquired whether the queen had enjoyed her swim, and suggested that she lie down and have a rest. And that's exactly what Margarita did. The creature brought her a goblet of champagne, she drank it, and her heart was suffused with warmth. When she inquired after Natasha, she was told that Natasha had already taken her swim and had flown on ahead to Moscow on her hog, to announce that Margarita would be arriving soon, and to help in the preparation of her attire. Margarita's brief sojourn under the willows was notable for one episode. A whistling sound cut through the air, and a black body, obviously way off target, crash-landed in the water. Seconds later, Margarita found herself face to face with the same side-whiskered fat man who had introduced himself so infelicitously on the opposite shore. Evidently, he had managed to dash back to the Yenisei, since he was now in full evening dress, albeit soaked from head to toe. Judging by his crash landing in the water, he had obviously had a second go at the brandy. But even this mishap had not wiped the smile off his face, and the amused Margarita, laughing, allowed him to kiss her hand. Then everyone began preparing to leave. The mermaids concluded their dance and melted into the moonlight. The goat-legged fellow respectfully inquired how Margarita had gotten to the river, and when he learned she had come on a broom, he said, "Oh, whatever for? That's so uncomfortable." In the blink of an eye, he devised a rather dubious-looking phone out of 2 twigs and demanded that a car be sent over on the spot. And, indeed, a minute later, there dropped on the island a dun-colored open car. Only sitting in the driver's seat instead of the routine chauffeur was a black, long-beaked rook wearing an oilskin cap and long driving gloves. The small island was clearing out. The witches flew away and dissolved in the moonlight, the campfire burned out, and the coals became covered with grey ash. The man with side whiskers and the goat-legged fellow helped Margarita into the car, and she settled into the wide back seat. The car roared, gave a jump, and soared almost as high as the moon. The island vanished, the river vanished, and Margarita was carried off to Moscow. Chapter 22. By Candlelight. The steady hum of the car as it flew high above the earth soothed Margarita like a lullaby, and the moonlight warmed her pleasantly. Closing her eyes, she turned her face to the wind and thought with a certain sadness of the unknown riverbank she had left behind, which she felt she would never see again. After all that evening's marvels and enchantments, she had already guessed who they were taking her to visit, but that didn't frighten her. The hope that there she would succeed in regaining her happiness made her fearless. However, she had very little time in the car to dream of that happiness. Due either to the rook's expertise or the car's superior quality, soon after Margarita opened her eyes, she saw below her the shimmering lake of Moscow's lights rather than the darkness of the forest. The black bird chauffeur unscrewed the right front wheel while they were still in flight, and then landed the vehicle in an utterly deserted cemetery in the Dorogomilov district. After depositing the unquestioning Margarita and her broom next to one of the gravestones, the rook sent the car rolling straight into the ravine behind the cemetery. It fell with a crash and was destroyed. The rook gave a respectful salute, mounted the wheel, and flew off. A black cloak appeared at once from behind one of the monuments. A fang gleamed in the moonlight, and Margarita recognized Azazello. After motioning to her to get on her broom, he himself jumped astride a long rapier. The two of them soared aloft, and seconds later, unseen by anyone, they set down near 302B Sadovaya Street. As the two companions, carrying broom and rapier under their arms, passed through the gateway, Margarita noticed a man in a cap and high boots who was loitering there, probably waiting for someone. As light as Azazello's and Margarita's footsteps were, the solitary man heard them and twitched nervously, unable to figure out who was producing them. At entranceway number 6, they encountered a second man who looked amazingly like the first. And the same thing happened again. Footsteps. The man turned nervously and frowned. When the door opened and closed, he charged after the invisible intruders, scanned the entranceway, but failed to see anything, of course. A third man, who was an exact replica of the second, and therefore of the first as well, was standing guard on the third-floor landing. He was smoking strong cigarettes, and Margarita coughed as she walked past him. The smoker jumped up from the bench on which he'd been sitting as if he had been jabbed by a needle, began looking nervously about, walked over to the banister, and looked down. By this time, Margarita and her escort had already reached the door of apartment number 50. They did not ring, Azazello opened the door noiselessly with his key. The first thing that struck Margarita was the total darkness in which she found herself. It was as dark as a dungeon, and, afraid of stumbling, she instinctively grabbed hold of Azazello's cloak. But at that moment a small lamp flickered up above in the distance and began drawing closer. As they were walking, Azazello took Margarita's broom from under her arm, and it disappeared in the darkness without making a sound. They then began ascending broad steps which Margarita started to think would go on forever. It amazed her that the front hall of an ordinary Moscow apartment could contain such an extraordinary and invisible, but very palpable, endless staircase. But their ascent did come to an end, and Margarita realized that she was on a landing. The light moved up close, and Margarita could see the illuminated face of the tall black man who was holding the lamp in his hand. Anyone who had had the misfortune of crossing his path in recent days would have recognized him at once, even in that feebly flickering light. It was Korovyov, alias Fagot. True, Korovyov's appearance was greatly changed. The flickering light was reflected not in the cracked pince-nez, which should have been thrown in the trash long ago, but in a monocle, which was admittedly also cracked. The wispy moustache on his insolent face was now curled and pomaded, and there was a simple explanation for Korovyov's apparent blackness. He was in evening dress. Only his chest was white. Magician, choir master, wizard, interpreter, or the devil knows what. In a word, Korovyov bowed, and gesturing to Margarita with a broad sweep of the lamp, he invited her to follow him. Azazello vanished. An amazingly bizarre evening, thought Margarita. I was ready for anything except this. Has their electricity gone out, or what? But most amazing of all is the size of this place. How can all this be crammed into a Moscow apartment? It's simply not possible. However meager the light from Korovyov's lamp, Margarita nevertheless realized that she was in an absolutely immense room. What is more, a room with a colonnade, which was dark and at first glance endless. Korovyov stopped beside a small couch, placed his lamp on a little pedestal, gestured to Margarita to sit down, and situated himself beside her in a picturesque pose, leaning with his elbow on the pedestal. "Allow me to introduce myself," said Korovyov in a creaky voice. "I'm Korovyov. Are you surprised there's no light? We're economizing, is that what you thought? No, not at all. And if I'm lying, then let the first executioner who comes by, say one of those who will shortly have the honor of kissing your knee, chop my head off on this very pedestal. It's simply that Monsieur doesn't like electric light, and we turn it on only at the last moment. And then, believe me, there'll be no shortage of light. It would probably be better if there were less, in fact." Margarita liked Korovyov, and his high-flown chatter had a calming effect on her. "No," replied Margarita, "what surprises me the most is where you found all this space." With a sweep of her arm she indicated the immensity of the room. Korovyov smirked sweetly, so that the shadows stirred in the wrinkles around his nose. "The simplest thing of all," he replied. "Anyone familiar with the fifth dimension has no trouble whatsoever expanding his residence to whatever size he wishes. I might add, esteemed lady, to the devil knows what size. However," Korovyov rattled on, "I have known people who haven't the faintest conception of the fifth dimension, or of anything else for that matter, but who have still worked wonders when it came to expanding their residence. Take, for example, the city dweller I heard about who got a 3-room apartment on Zemlyany Embankment and then turned it into 4 rooms in a flash without recourse to the fifth dimension or to anything else that goes beyond human reason, namely by dividing one of the rooms in 2 with a partition. He then proceeded to exchange his one apartment for 2 separate apartments in different sections of Moscow, one with 3 rooms, the other with 2. That, you'll agree, makes 5 rooms in all. Then he exchanged the 3-room apartment for 2 separate 2-room apartments, and thus, as you can see, became the possessor of 6 rooms, though it's true they were scattered all over Moscow. He put an ad in the paper and announced his desire to exchange 6 rooms in various parts of Moscow for one 5-room apartment on the Zemlyany embankment, and was thus on the verge of executing his last and most brilliant move when something beyond his control put an end to his activities. It's possible that he still has a room somewhere, even now, but I dare say it's not in Moscow. Now there's an operator for you, and you were pleased to talk of the 5th dimension. Although it was Korolyov himself, and not Margarita, who had brought up the subject of the 5th dimension, she laughed heartily when she heard his story about the apartment wizard. Korolyov continued. "But to business, Margarita Nikolaevna. You are a very intelligent woman, and have naturally already guessed who our host is." Margarita's heart skipped a beat, and she nodded. Well then, said Korolyov, we abhor mystery and innuendo of any kind. Every year Monsieur gives one ball. It is called the Spring Ball of the Full Moon, or the Ball of 100 Kings. A huge crowd attends. Here Korolyov clutched his cheek as if a tooth had started to ache. But I hope you'll soon see that for yourself. And so, Monsieur is a bachelor, as you yourself of course understand, but he needs a hostess. Spreading his arms, Korolyov said, You will agree that without a hostess... Margarita listened to Korolyov, trying not to utter a word. She felt a chill beneath her heart. The hope of happiness was making her head spin. According to tradition, Korolyov continued, the hostess of the ball has, first of all, to be named Margarita, and second, she has to be a native of the place where the ball is held. And we, as you can see, are travelling and find ourselves at the present time in Moscow. We found 121 Margaritas in Moscow, and would you believe it? Here Korolyov slapped himself on the thigh in despair. Not one of them was suitable. And then, at long last, a stroke of luck. Korolyov gave an expressive grin, bowing from the waist, and again Margarita felt a chill in her heart. To be brief, cried Korolyov, as brief as can be. You won't refuse to assume this obligation, will you? No, I won't, was Margarita's firm reply. We're finished, said Korolyov, and picking up the lamp he added, Please follow me. They walked between the columns and finally made their way to another room, which for some reason smelled strongly of lemon, where rustling sounds were heard and where something brushed against Margarita's head. She shuddered. Don't be frightened, soothed Korolyov sweetly, taking Margarita by the arm. It's only Behemoth showing off his ball tricks, nothing more. And in general, may I be so bold as to offer you some advice? Margarita Nikolaevna, never, ever be afraid of anything. That's unwise. The ball will be lavish. That I won't try to hide from you. We'll see some people who wielded vast power in their day. But truly, when one thinks how microscopically small their resources are compared with the resources of the one in whose retinue I have the honor to serve, then it becomes ridiculous and, I would even say, pathetic. And besides, you yourself are of royal blood. Royal blood? Whispered Margarita fearfully, pressing against Korolyov. Ah, Queen, cackled Korolyov playfully, questions of blood are the most complicated in the world. And if you were to ask certain great-grandmothers, especially those renowned for their meekness, some most astonishing secrets would be revealed, esteemed Margarita Nikolaevna. I would not be remiss if, in speaking about this subject, I were to draw an analogy to a capriciously shuffled deck of cards. There are things in which neither class distinctions nor national boundaries have any validity whatsoever. I'll give you a hint. A certain 16th-century French queen would have been astounded, one must suppose, if someone had told her that many, many years in the future I would be walking arm in arm through a ballroom in Moscow with her charming great-great-great-great-granddaughter. But we have arrived. At this point Korolyov blew out his lamp, and it disappeared from his hands, and Margarita saw a strip of light on the floor in front of her under a dark door. And Korolyov rapped gently on that door. Here Margarita became so excited that her teeth began to chatter, and a shiver ran down her spine. The door opened. The room turned out to be quite small. Margarita could see a wide oak bed covered with dirty, wrinkled and crumpled sheets and pillows. In front of the bed stood an oak table with carved legs, on top of which was a candelabrum with sockets shaped like bird claws. Burning in the 7 gold claws were thick wax candles. There was also a large chessboard on the table with unusually skillfully crafted chessmen. A low stool stood on a small, threadbare carpet. On still another table there was a gold cup and a second candelabrum whose branches were fashioned like a snake's. The room smelled of sulphur and pitch. The shadows from the candelabra crisscrossed over the floor. Among those present Margarita immediately recognized Azazello, who was now dressed in tails and standing by the head of the bed. Now that he was all dolled up, Azazello no longer resembled the ruffian in whose identity he had appeared to Margarita in Alexandrovsky Park, and he gave Margarita a particularly gallant bow. A naked witch, the same Hella who had so embarrassed the respectable bartender at the Variety, and alas, the same one who, to Rimsky's great good fortune, had been scared off by the rooster on the night of the famous performance, was sitting on the rug by the bed, stirring something in a pan that gave off sulphurous fumes. In addition to the others, there was a huge black cat who was sitting on a tall stool in front of the chess table, holding a knight in his right paw. Hella got up and bowed to Margarita. The cat did likewise after jumping off its stool. Clicking its right hind paw, it dropped the knight and crawled under the bed to retrieve it. Dying from terror, Margarita somehow managed to see all this in the deceptive shadows of the candlelight. Her gaze was drawn to the bed, on which sat the one whom poor Ivan at Patriarch's Ponds had recently tried to convince of the devil's non-existence. This non-existent being was, in fact, sitting on the bed. 2 eyes bore into Margarita's face. The right eye had a gold spark deep in its center, and could pierce anyone's soul to its depths. The left eye was vacant and black, like the narrow eye of a needle, like the entrance to a bottomless well of darkness and shadow. Volant's face was lopsided. The right corner of his mouth stretched downwards, and his high, balding forehead was etched with deep wrinkles which ran parallel to his sharp eyebrows. An eternal suntan seemed to have been burned into Volant's face. Volant lay sprawled on the bed, dressed only in a long nightshirt which was dirty and patched on the left shoulder. One naked leg was folded beneath him, and the other was stretched out on the stool. Hella was massaging the knee of this dark leg with a smoking salve. On Volant's bare, hairless chest, Margarita also noted a gold chain with a finely carved scarab of dark stone that had some kind of writing engraved on the back. Next to Volant on the bed, on a heavy base, stood a strange globe that seemed to be alive and was lit up on one side by a sun. The silence lasted for several seconds. "He's studying me," thought Margarita, making an effort to control the trembling in her legs. After smiling, which seemed to ignite the sparkle in his eye, Volant at last began to speak. "I welcome you, Queen, and beg you to excuse my at-home attire." Volant's voice was so low that on certain syllables it drawled out into a wheeze. He picked up a long sword that was lying on top of the bedclothes, bent down and poked it under the bed, saying, "Come out of there, the game is over, our guest has arrived." "Not on my account," hissed Korolyov anxiously in Margarita's ear, playing the role of prompter. "Not on my account," began Margarita. "Monsieur," Korolyov breathed into her ear. "Don't stop on my account, monsieur," said Margarita softly but clearly. After regaining control of herself and smiling, she added, "Please don't interrupt the game on my account. I imagine the chess magazines would pay a tidy sum for the chance to print it." Azazello cackled softly and approvingly, while Voland looked at Margarita attentively and then remarked, as if to himself, "Yes, Korolyov's right. How capriciously the deck is shuffled. Blood tells." He extended his hand and beckoned Margarita to come closer. She did so without feeling the floor beneath her bare feet. Voland placed his hand, heavy as stone, yet at the same time hot as fire, on Margarita's shoulder, turned her towards him, and seated her on the bed next to him. "Well, since you are so enchantingly kind," he said, "and I never expected otherwise, we'll dispense with formalities." Again he leaned over to the edge of the bed and shouted, "How long is this farce under the bed going to continue? Come out of there, accursed Gans!" "I can't find the knight," replied the cat in an affected and muffled voice from under the bed. "He galloped off somewhere and a frog's turned up instead." "What do you think this is, a fairground?" asked Voland, pretending to sound angry. "There was no frog under the bed. Save those cheap tricks for the variety. If you don't come out this minute, we'll consider that you forfeited the game, you damned quitter." "Not at all, monsieur," howled the cat, and he crawled out that second, holding the knight in his paw. "I'd like you to meet," began Voland, and then interrupted himself. "No, I can't stand the sight of this clowning fool. Look what he did to himself under the bed." In the meantime, the cat, covered in dust and standing on his hind paws, was bowing to Margarita. He had a white bow tie around his neck and a pair of ladies' mother-of-pearl opera glasses hanging from a cord on his chest. In addition, the cat's whiskers were gilded. "Well, what's all this?" exclaimed Voland. "What did you gild your whiskers for, and why the devil do you need a tie if you're not wearing trousers?" "Cats aren't supposed to wear trousers, monsieur," replied the cat with great dignity. "Will you tell me next that I have to wear boots? It's only in fairy tales that you see a cat in boots, monsieur. But have you ever seen anyone at a ball without a tie? It is not my intention to look ridiculous and risk getting kicked out. Everyone adorns himself as best he can. Keep in mind, monsieur, that this applies to my opera glasses as well." "But whiskers?" "I don't understand," retorted the cat dryly, "why Azazello and Korolyov could sprinkle themselves with white powder when shaving today, and why is that preferable to gold? All I did was powder my whiskers. It would be a different matter if I had shaved. A shaved cat, now, that really would be an abomination. I couldn't agree more. But I can see—" here the cat's voice trembled with hurt feelings— "that I'm being picked on, and that I'm facing a serious dilemma. Should I even go to the ball? What do you say to that, monsieur?" The cat was so puffed up with hurt feelings that it looked like he would burst in a second. "Oh, what a rogue he is, what a rogue," said Voland, shaking his head. "And every time the game isn't going his way and he's about to lose, he starts putting up smoke screens, like the worst charlatan on the bridge. Sit down this minute and stop talking drivel." "I'll sit down," said the cat, seating himself. "But I object to what you just said. My remarks are far from being drivel, as you so nicely put it in the lady's presence. Rather, they are a series of neatly packaged syllogisms which would win the respect and admiration of such connoisseurs of the genre as Sextus Empiricus, Martianus Capella, or, who knows, even Aristotle himself." "Checkmate," said Voland. please let me see," rejoined the cat, starting to survey the board with his opera glasses. "And so," said Voland, addressing himself to Margarita, "I present to you, Donna, my retinue. This fellow who likes to play the fool is the cat, Behemoth. You're already acquainted with Azazello and Korovyov, and this is my maid, Hella. She's quick and efficient, and there is no service which she cannot provide." The beautiful Hella smiled and turned her green-hued eyes to Margarita while continuing to scoop out gobs of salve which she rubbed on Voland's knee. "Well, that's that," concluded Voland with a grimace as Hella pressed his knee with particular force. "As you can see, it's a small, diverse, and ingenuous group." He fell silent and began spinning the globe in front of him. It was so artfully constructed that the deep blue oceans on it moved, and its polar cap looked real, snowy and icy. Meanwhile, the chessboard was in chaos. An utterly distraught king in a white cape stamped on his square, his arms raised in despair. 3 white lansquenet pawns with halberds stared in confusion at a bishop who was waving his crozier and pointing ahead to where Voland's black knights could be seen on adjacent black and white squares, mounted on 2 mettlesome steeds who were pawing the squares with their hooves. Margarita was fascinated and astounded that the chess pieces were alive. The cat, lowering his opera glasses, quietly poked his king over in the back. The latter covered his face in despair. "It doesn't look good, dear Behemoth," said Korovyov with quiet venom. "The situation is serious, but by no means hopeless," retorted Behemoth. "Moreover, I'm completely confident of ultimate victory. A careful analysis of the situation is all that is required." He began this careful analysis in rather a strange way, namely by making faces and winking at his king. "Nothing will help," observed Korovyov. "Oh," shouted Behemoth, "the parrots have flown away, just as I predicted." And in fact, from the distance came the sound of many flapping wings. Korovyov and Azazello rushed out. "To hell with your bald, practical jokes," muttered Voland, without taking his eyes from his globe. As soon as Korovyov and Azazello were gone, Behemoth's winking intensified. Finally, the White King caught on to what was expected of him. He abruptly pulled off his cape, threw it down on the square, and ran off the board. The bishop donned the king's cast-off attire and took the king's place. Korovyov and Azazello returned. "False alarm as always," grumbled Azazello, looking askance at Behemoth. "I thought I heard something," replied the cat. "Well, how long is this going to go on?" asked Voland. "Checkmate." "Perhaps I misheard you, my maître, but my king is not in check, nor could he be." "I repeat, checkmate." "Monsieur," responded the cat in a fake anxious voice, "you must be overtired. My king is not in check." "Your king is on square G2, said Voland, without looking at the board. "Monsieur, I'm horrified," wailed the cat, faking a look of horror. "There is no king on that square." "What are you saying?" asked Voland, in disbelief as he looked at the board and saw the bishop on the king's square turn away and cover his face with his hand. "Oh, you scoundrel," said Voland pensively. "Monsieur, I must again appeal to logic," began the cat, pressing his paws to his chest. "If a player says checkmate and there is no trace of the king on the board, then the checkmate is null and void." "Do you concede or not?" shouted Voland in a terrible voice. "Let me think for a bit," answered the cat meekly. He then put his elbows on the table, covered his ears with his paws, and began to think. He thought for a long time, and finally said, "I concede." "Kill the stubborn beast," whispered Azazello. "Yes, I concede," said the cat, "but only because I can't play when I'm being badgered by envious bystanders." He got up, and the chessmen clambered into the box. "Hella," said Voland, "it's time." And she disappeared from the room. "My leg has flared up again, and now there's this ball," continued Voland. "Allow me," said Margarita softly. Voland stared at her intently, and then moved his knee over to her. The salve was as hot as lava, and burned Margarita's hands, but she did not flinch, and rubbed it into his knee, trying not to cause him any pain. "My close friends insist that it's rheumatism," said Voland, keeping his eyes fixed on Margarita. "But I strongly suspect that the pain in my knee is a memento of my intimacy with a certain enchanting witch whom I met in the Brocken Mountains on the Devil's Pulpit in 1571. "Oh, how can that be?" said Margarita. "It's nothing. It'll pass in 300 years' time. A multitude of medications have been recommended to me, but I'm a traditionalist and remain partial to Granny's remedies. My grandmother, the vile old hag, left me some incredible herbs. Is there perhaps some sadness or anguish that is poisoning your soul?" "No, monsieur, there's nothing like that," was Margarita's shrewd reply. "And now that I'm here with you, I feel completely fine." "Blood is what counts," said Voland merrily to no one in particular, and added, "I see my globe interests you." "Oh, yes, I've never seen anything like it." "Yes, it is nice. To be frank, I don't like listening to the news on the radio. The announcers are usually young women who can't pronounce place names properly. And what's more, at least a third of them seem to have speech defects, as if that were a job requirement. My globe is much more convenient, especially since I have to know exactly what's going on. For instance, look here. Do you see that piece of land washed on one side by the ocean? Look how it's bursting into flame. A war has broken out there. If you look closer, you'll see it in detail." Margarita bent toward the globe, and saw that a square of earth had grown wider, had assumed vivid colors, and had turned into a kind of relief map. And then she saw a strip of river, and next to it a village. A house the size of a pea got as big as a matchbox. Suddenly and noiselessly the roof of the house blew off into the air with a puff of black smoke. The walls of the house caved in, so that nothing was left of the 2-story matchbox except piles of rubble spewing black smoke. When she looked even closer, Margarita could see a tiny female figure lying on the ground, and next to her was a baby, lying in a pool of blood, with its arms stretched out. "So that's that," said Voland, smiling. "He had no time to sin. Abaddon's work is flawless." "I wouldn't want to be on the side fighting against this Abaddon," said Margarita. "Whose side is he on?" "The more I talk with you," Voland replied pleasantly, "the more convinced I am that you're very intelligent. Let me put your mind at ease. He is totally neutral, and sympathizes equally with both contending sides. As a result, the outcome is always the same for both of them." "Abaddon," called Voland in a soft voice, and out of the wall appeared a thin figure in dark glasses. The glasses made such a strong impression on Margarita that she let out a soft scream and buried her face in Voland's leg. "Stop that!" yelled Voland. "How nervous people are nowadays." He slapped Margarita's back so hard that her whole body reverberated with the sound. "Can't you see he's got his glasses on? Moreover, he never has appeared, nor will he ever appear before anyone's time has come. And besides, I'm here. You're my guest. I just wanted to show him to you." Abaddon stood, motionless. "Do you think he could take off his glasses? For just a second?" asked Margarita, pressing close to Voland and trembling, but only out of curiosity. "No, "That is impossible," Voland replied in a grave voice, waving his arm at Abaddon, who then disappeared. "What do you wish to say, Azazello?"
"Monsieur," answered Azazello, "permit me to speak. 2 outsiders have appeared, a beautiful woman who keeps whimpering and begs permission to stay with her mistress, and also her, pardon my expression, hog."
"Beautiful women have strange ways," remarked Voland.
"It's Natasha! Natasha!" exclaimed Margarita.
"Well, let her stay with her mistress. And send the hog to the cook's."
"To be butchered?" cried Margarita in fright. "Have mercy, monsieur. That's Nikolai Ivanovitch, our downstairs neighbor. You see, there's been a mistake here. She rubbed him with that cream."
"Just a minute," said Voland. "Who the hell is going to butcher him, and what the devil for? Just let him sit with the cooks for a while, that's all. You'll agree I can't very well let him into the ballroom."
"Well, yes," added Azazello, and announced, "Midnight is approaching, monsieur."
"Ah, good." Voland turned to Margarita. "And so, please come with me. I thank you in advance. Don't get flustered, and don't be afraid of anything. Drink nothing but water, or else you'll wilt, and it will be hard for you. Time to go." Margarita got up from the rug, and then Korovyov appeared in the doorway. Chapter 23. Satan's Grand Ball. Midnight was approaching. They had to hurry. Margarita had only a vague idea of her surroundings. She recalled candles and a pool inlaid with semi-precious stones. Margarita stood on the bottom of the pool while Hella, helped by Natasha, covered her with a hot, thick, red liquid. Margarita tasted salt on her lips and realized she was being washed with blood. The mantle of blood was followed by another, thick, transparent, and pink, and Margarita's head spun from the oil of roses. Next she was laid on a bed of crystal and rubbed with large green leaves until she sparkled. At this point the cat burst in and began to help. He squatted at her feet and started polishing the soles of her feet, as if he were a shoeshine boy polishing shoes on the street. Margarita cannot remember who sewed her pale rose-petal slippers, or how they got fastened with gold clasps all on their own. Some force lifted Margarita up and stood her in front of a mirror, where she saw a regal diamond tiara sparkling on her head. Korovyov appeared from somewhere and hung on Margarita's breast a heavy, oval-framed picture of a poodle on a heavy chain. This adornment was a great burden to the queen. The chain immediately began chafing her neck, and the weight of the picture caused her to bend forward. But Margarita was rewarded for the discomfort caused by the black poodle and chain. Her reward was the new deference shown her by Korovyov and Behemoth. "Never mind, never mind, never mind," mumbled Korovyov in the doorway of the room with the pool. "There's nothing you can do. You just have to wear it. You have to. Allow me, Your Majesty, to give you one last bit of advice. The guests will be a diverse lot. Oh, very diverse. But, Queen Margot, whatever you do, don't show any partiality. Even if you take a dislike to someone. I know that you, of course, will not show this on your face. No, don't even think of it. He'll notice it. He'll notice it right away. You have to like him. You have to like him, Your Majesty. The hostess of the ball will be rewarded for that 100 times over. And another thing, don't ignore anyone. Give a little smile if you don't have time for a word. Even the tiniest nod of your head will do. Anything you wish, but not indifference. That causes them to wither." Accompanied by Korovyov and Behemoth, Margarita stepped out of the room with the pool into total darkness. I'll do it, whispered the cat. "I'll give the signal." "Do it," Korovyov replied in the darkness. "Let the ball begin," yelled the cat shrilly, and Margarita at once let out a scream and shut her eyes for several seconds. The ball descended upon her immediately as light combined with sound and smell. Carried along on Korolyov's arm, Margarita found herself in a tropical forest. Red-breasted, green-tailed parrots clung to liana vines, hopping all about and shouting deafeningly, "Delighted to see you!" But the forest came to an abrupt end, and its bathhouse humidity was replaced by the coolness of a ballroom with columns made of a sparkling, yellowish stone. The ballroom, like the forest, was completely empty, except for naked Negroes in silver headbands standing motionlessly by the columns. Their faces flushed dark red with excitement when Margarita flew in with her retinue, which now included Azazello, who had materialized from somewhere. Here Korolyov let go of Margarita's arm and whispered, "Go straight to the tulips." A low wall of white tulips rose up in front of Margarita, and beyond it she saw countless shaded lamps, and in front of them the white chests and black shoulders of men in formal dress. Then Margarita realized where the ball music was coming from. A blast of trumpets crashed down on her, and from beneath it a surge of violins broke loose and washed over her body like blood. An orchestra of some 150 men was playing a polonaise. The man in tails on the podium, towering above the orchestra, took one look at Margarita, turned pale, smiled, and with a sudden wave of his hand made the orchestra rise to its feet. Without ceasing to play for an instant, the orchestra, now standing, immersed Margarita in sound. The man towering above the orchestra turned his back to it and bowed low, his arms spread wide, and Margarita, smiling, waved at him. "No, not enough, not enough," whispered Korolyov. "He won't sleep all night. Shout to him, 'I salute you, Waltz King.'" Margarita did just that, and was amazed to find that her voice, full-throated as a bell, drowned out the sound of the orchestra. The man trembled with happiness and pressed his left hand to his chest, while continuing with his right to conduct the orchestra with a white baton. "Not enough, not enough," whispered Korolyov. "Look over to your left at the first violins, and nod your head so that each one thinks you've recognized him individually. They're all world-famous. Look at the one in the first chair. That's Vieuxtemps. Good, very good. Now, let's move on."
"Who's the conductor?" asked Margarita as she flew away.
"Johann Strauss," cried the cat. "And may they hang me on a liana vine in the tropical forest if an orchestra like this ever played at any other ball. I was the one who sent out the invitations, and, please note, not one of the musicians took sick or refused to play."
The next ballroom had no columns. Instead, on one side were walls of red, pink, and milky white roses, and on the other a wall of Japanese double camellias. Between these walls, fountains gushed and hissed, and champagne frothed, bubbling in 3 pools, the first of which was clear violet, the second ruby red, and the third crystal. Negroes in scarlet headbands scurried about, pouring silver ladles of champagne from the pools into shallow goblets. Through an opening in the pink wall, a man in a red swallowtail coat could be seen bouncing about excitedly on a stage. In front of him, a jazz band blasted away at an intolerable volume. As soon as the conductor saw Margarita, he made such a low bow that his hands touched the floor. Then he straightened up and let out a piercing yell, "Hallelujah!" He slapped himself once on one knee, then crossed one hand over the other and slapped his other knee twice, grabbed a cymbal from the musician nearest him, and struck it against a pillar. As she flew off, Margarita saw only that the jazz virtuoso, competing with the polonaise that was blaring at Margarita's back, was beating his cymbals over his musicians' heads while they cringed in mock terror. Finally, they flew out to the landing, where, Margarita realized, Korolyov had first greeted her in the dark with a lamp. Now the landing was flooded with blinding light pouring out of crystal lamps shaped like grape clusters. Margarita was shown to her place, and a low amethyst column appeared beneath her left arm. "You can rest your hand on it if you get tired," whispered Korolyov. A black-skinned man tucked a pillow embroidered with a gold poodle under Margarita's feet, and, with someone's hands guiding her, Margarita bent her right knee and put her foot on the cushion. Margarita tried to look around. Korolyov and Azazello were standing nearby in ceremonial poses. Next to Azazello were 3 young men who vaguely reminded Margarita of Abaddon, She felt a chill on her back. When Margarita turned around, she saw that wine was bubbling out of the marble wall behind her and flowing into a pool sculpted out of ice. She felt something warm and furry by her left foot. It was Behemoth. Margarita was standing at a great height, and a vast carpeted staircase descended beneath her feet. Down at the bottom, so far away that Margarita felt she was gazing through the wrong end of binoculars, she could see an enormous foyer with a fireplace so huge that a 5-ton truck could drive into its cold black maw. The foyer and staircase, so brightly lit that they pained the eyes, were empty. The sound of trumpets now reached Margarita from the distance. Thus they stood that way for a minute or so, without moving. "But where are the guests?" Margarita asked Korovyov.
"They'll be here, Your Majesty. They'll be here any minute. There'll be no lack of them, and to be honest, I'd rather be chopping wood than standing here on this landing to receive them."
"Chopping wood is nothing," interjected the garrulous cat. "I'd rather be a streetcar conductor, and there's no job in the world worse than that."
"Everything has to be ready in advance, Your Majesty," explained Korovyov, his eye gleaming through the cracked monocle. "There's nothing worse than having the first guest roam around without knowing what to do while his lawful shrew of a wife scolds him in a whisper for their being the first to arrive. Balls like that should be done away with entirely, Your Majesty." "Done away with entirely," affirmed the cat. "Not more than 10 seconds till midnight," added Korovyov. "It's about to start." Those 10 seconds seemed extraordinarily long to Margarita. They appeared to have passed already, yet absolutely nothing had happened. Then, suddenly, there was a loud crash in the enormous fireplace at the bottom of the stairs, and out popped a gallows, with a dangling corpse half turned to dust. This dust shook itself off the noose, fell to the ground, and out jumped a handsome, black-haired fellow in tails and patent leather shoes. Out of the fireplace slid a small, semi-rotted coffin. Its top flew off, and another clump of dust tumbled out of the coffin. The handsome fellow rushed gallantly over to it and extended a bent arm. The second clump of dust formed itself into a fidgety, naked woman in black evening slippers with black feathers on her head, and then both the man and the woman began hurrying up the staircase. "The first guests!" exclaimed Korovyov. "Monsieur Jacques and his wife. May I introduce you, Your Majesty, to a most interesting man, an inveterate counterfeiter and traitor to his country, but a very good alchemist. He won fame," whispered Korovyov in Margarita's ear, "for poisoning the king's mistress, and that's not something that happens to everyone. Look how handsome he is." A distinctly pale Margarita, her mouth agape, looked downwards and saw the coffin and gallows disappear through a side door in the foyer. "Delighted to see you," howled the cat right in Monsieur Jacques' face as he reached the top of the stairs. Meanwhile, down below, a headless skeleton with one arm torn out of its socket had emerged from the fireplace, hit the floor, and turned into a man in tails. Monsieur Jacques' wife was already down on one knee in front of Margarita, and pale from excitement, she kissed Margarita's knee. "Your Majesty," murmured Monsieur Jacques' wife. "Her Majesty is delighted," cried Korovyov. "Your Majesty," said the handsome Monsieur Jacques softly. "We're delighted," howled the cat. The young men, Azazello's companions, smiling lifeless but polite smiles, guided Monsieur Jacques and his wife over to the side, to the goblets of champagne which the Negroes were holding. Coming up the stairs at a run was a solitary man in tails. "Count Robert," whispered Korovyov to Margarita. "Intriguing as always. Note the humor, Your Majesty. The same case in reverse. He was a queen's lover and poisoned his wife." "We are happy, Count," cried the cat. One after the other, 3 coffins tumbled out of the fireplace, splitting open and breaking apart on impact. Then someone in a black cloak appeared, who was then stabbed in the back by the next to follow him out of the black maw. A muffled scream was heard below. Out of the fireplace ran an almost totally decomposed corpse. Margarita grimaced, and somebody's hand held a vial of smelling salts to her nose. It seemed to Margarita that the hand was Natasha's.
The staircase began to fill up with people. Now on every step were men in tails, who all looked completely alike from a distance, and naked women who differed from each other only by their shoes and the color of the feathers on their heads. Approaching Margarita, and hobbling in a strange wooden boot on her left foot, came a lady whose eyes were cast down like a nun's. She was thin, humble-looking, and for some reason had a wide green bandage around her neck. "Who's the green one?" queried Margarita mechanically. "A most charming and reputable lady," whispered Korolyov. "May I present to you Signora Tofana? She was extremely popular among the charming young ladies of Naples, as well as the female residents of Palermo, especially those who were sick of their husbands. It does happen, Your Majesty, that a woman gets sick of her husband." "Yes," was Margarita's hollow reply, as she smiled at two men in tails who bowed to her one after the other, kissing her knee and her hand. "And so," said Korolyov, managing to whisper in Margarita's ear while also shouting to someone, "Duke, a glass of champagne, delighted to see you." "And so, as I was saying, Signora Tofana sympathized with these poor women's predicament and sold them vials of some kind of potion. The wife would pour it into her husband's soup. The husband would eat it, thank her for her tender attention, and feel marvelous. True, a few hours later, the husband would develop a terrible thirst, then take to his bed, and the day after that, the beautiful Neapolitan lady who had fed her husband the soup would be as free as the spring breeze." "And what's that on her foot?" asked Margarita, continuing to greet the guests who had overtaken the hobbling Signora Tofana. "And why is that green thing on her neck? Is her neck withered?" "Delighted to see you, Prince," cried Korolyov, while whispering to Margarita, "She has a splendid neck, but something unpleasant happened to her in prison. That's a Spanish boot on her foot, Your Majesty, and here's how she got the bandage. When the jailers found out that 500 or so ill-chosen husbands had left Naples and Palermo permanently, they became enraged and strangled Signora Tofana in prison." "How happy I am, Black Queen, for the great honor that has befallen me," whispered Tofana in a nun-like voice, attempting to get down on her knee. The Spanish boot impeded her. Korolyov and Behemoth helped Tofana to get up. "I'm glad to see you," replied Margarita to Tofana, while extending her hand to others. A steady stream of guests was now coming up the stairs. Margarita could no longer see what was going on in the foyer. She raised and lowered her hand mechanically, and baring her teeth monotonously, smiled at the guests. The air on the landing hummed continuously, and the music coming from the ballrooms Margarita had left behind sounded like the sea. "Now that woman there is a bore," said Korolyov, not in a whisper but out loud, knowing that he could not be heard above the hum of voices. "She adores balls, yet all she can think of is to complain about her handkerchief." Margarita scanned the crowd coming up the stairs, and found the woman Korolyov was pointing to. She was a young woman of about 20, with an unusually stunning figure, but with agitated and insistent eyes. "What handkerchief?" asked Margarita. "She has a chambermaid assigned to her," explained Korolyov, "and every night for 30 years the maid has laid out a handkerchief for her on her night table. The minute she wakes up, she sees it there. She's tried burning it in the stove and drowning it in the river, but nothing helps." "What kind of handkerchief?" whispered Margarita, raising and lowering her hand. "A handkerchief with a dark blue border. The fact is that when she was a waitress in a cafe, her boss lured her into the storeroom one day, and 9 months later she gave birth to a baby boy, carried him into the woods, stuffed the handkerchief in his mouth, and then buried him in the ground. At her trial, she said she had nothing to feed the child." "And where's the owner of the cafe?" asked Margarita. "Your Majesty," squeaked the cat suddenly from below, "allow me to ask you, what does the owner have to do with this? He wasn't the one who smothered the baby in the woods." Margarita, continuing to smile and shake hands with her right hand, sank the sharp nails of her left hand into Behemoth's ear and whispered, "If you dare, you bastard, to butt into the conversation one more time." Behemoth let out a highly unceremonious squeal and rasped, "Your Majesty, my ear will swell up. Why spoil the ball for me with a swollen ear? I was speaking legalistically, from the legal point. I'll be quiet, I'll be quiet. Think of me not as a cat, but a fish. Only leave my ear alone." Margarita let go of his ear, and saw a pair of importunate, sombre eyes in front of her. "I am happy, hostess queen, to have been invited to the grand ball of the full moon." "And I," replied Margarita, "am glad to see you. Very glad indeed. Do you like champagne?"
"What do you presume to be doing, Your Majesty?"
yelled Korovyov in Margarita's ear in mute desperation.
"You'll cause a traffic jam."
"Yes, I do," said the woman imploringly, and suddenly began repeating mechanically, "Frida, Frida, Frida. My name is Frida, Your Majesty. Drink as much as you want tonight, Frida, and don't worry about anything," said Margarita. Frida stretched out both her hands to Margarita, but Korovyov and Behemoth, with great finesse, grabbed her under her arms, and she was lost in the crowd. A wall of people was now advancing up the staircase, as if about to storm the landing where Margarita stood. Naked female bodies moved up the stairs in between tail-coated men. Their bodies, swarthy, white, coffee-colored, or completely black, swept up against Margarita. In their red, black, chestnut, and flaxen hair, precious stones sparkled, playing and dancing in the downpour of light. And the advancing column of men looked as if it had been sprayed with droplets of light, light splashed by the diamond studs on their chests. Now, every second, Margarita felt the touch of lips against her knee. Every second, she stretched out her hand to be kissed, her face tensed in a mask of welcome. "I'm delighted to see you," crooned Korovyov in a monotone. "We are delighted. Her Majesty is delighted."
"Her Majesty is delighted,"
said Azazello in a nasal twang behind her.
"Delighted,"
cried the cat.
"The Marquise,"
mumbled Korovyov, "poisoned her father, 2 brothers, and 2 sisters because of an inheritance."
"Her Majesty is delighted."
"Lady Minkina, how lovely you look."
"She's a bit nervous."
"Why was it necessary to burn the maid's face with a curling iron? Naturally, that sort of behavior can get you murdered." "Her Majesty is delighted." "Your Majesty, a minute of your attention. Emperor Rudolph, wizard and alchemist." "Here's another alchemist. He was hanged." Here she is. What a marvelous brothel she had in Strasbourg." "We're delighted to see you." "A Moscow dressmaker. We all love her for her inexhaustible imagination. She had a salon and thought up something terribly amusing. She drilled 2 cute little round holes in the wall." "And the ladies didn't know?" asked Margarita. "Every last one of them knew, Your Majesty," replied Korovyov. "Delighted to see you." This 20-year-old rascal, a dreamer and an eccentric, was remarkable for the strange fantasies he had since childhood. A certain young woman fell in love with him, and he went and sold her to a brothel. A river streamed from below. The end of the river was nowhere in sight. Its source, the huge fireplace, continued to feed it. Thus 1 hour passed, and the second began. At this point, Margarita began to notice that her chain had become heavier than it had been. Something strange had also happened to her hand. Lifting it made her wince. Korovyov's interesting remarks ceased to engage Margarita, and the slant-eyed Mongol faces and the white and black faces became indistinguishable from each other, and merged together at times, and the air between them began, for some reason, to quiver and undulate. A sharp pain, as from a needle, suddenly pierced Margarita's right hand, and clenching her teeth, she lay her elbow on the pedestal. A rustling sound, like wings flapping against a wall, came from the ballroom behind her, and she realized that countless hordes of guests were dancing there, and it seemed to Margarita that even the massive marble, mosaic, and crystal floors in that remarkable room were pulsating with rhythm. Neither Gaius Caesar Caligula nor Messalina aroused Margarita's interest now. Nor did any of the other assorted kings, dukes, cavaliers, suicides, poisoners, gallows birds and procuresses, jailers and card sharps, executioners, informers, traitors, madmen, detectives, corrupters of youth. Their names all got jumbled in her head, their faces melted into one huge blur, and only one face lingered tormentingly in her memory, the face of Malyuta Skuratov, framed by a truly fiery red beard. Margarita's legs were giving way beneath her, and she was afraid of breaking into tears at any minute. But it was her right knee, the one that kept getting kissed, that caused her the worst suffering. It was swollen, and the skin had turned blue, despite the fact that Natasha's hand had appeared to daub the knee with a perfumed sponge. At the end of the 3rd hour, Margarita looked down the staircase with utterly hopeless eyes, and then trembled with joy. The stream of guests was thinning out.
"Patterns of arrival at balls are always the same, Your Majesty,"
whispered Korovyov.
"Now the wave has crested. We're in the last throes of this torture, I promise you. Aren't those the playboys from Brocken Peak? They're always the last to arrive. Yes, that's them. 2 drunken vampires. Is that everyone? No. Here's one more. No, 2.
The last 2 guests came up the stairs.
"Well, this is someone new,"
said Korovyov, squinting through his monocle.
"Ah, yes, I seem to recall that Azazello once paid him a visit and gave him some advice over brandy as to how he could get rid of a man whose threats of exposure scared him to death. So he ordered an acquaintance who was his subordinate to spray the walls of the man's office with poison."
"What's his name?" asked Margarita.
"To tell the truth, I still don't know," replied Korovyov. "You'll have to ask Azazello."
"And who's with him?"
"That's the underling who did his bidding."
"Delighted!" roared Korovyov to the last 2 guests. The stairs were empty. They waited a little bit longer, just to make sure, but no one else emerged from the fireplace. A second later, without knowing how she got there, Margarita found herself once again in the room with the pool, and once there burst into tears from the pain in her arm and leg and collapsed on the floor. But Hella and Natasha comforted her, again gave her a blood shower, again massaged her whole body, and Margarita came back to life.
"There's more to do, Queen Margot," whispered Korovyov, who had just appeared by her side. "You have to make the rounds of the ballrooms so our honored guests don't feel ignored."
And again Margarita flew out of the room with the pool. On the stage behind the tulips, where the waltz king and his orchestra had been playing, a monkey jazz band now ranted and raged. A huge gorilla with shaggy sideburns and a trumpet in his hand was conducting as he danced ponderously to the beat. In one row sat orangutans blowing shiny trumpets. Perched on their shoulders were merry chimpanzees with accordions. 2 baboons with leonine manes were playing grand pianos, and these pianos were drowned out by the thundering, squealing, and banging of saxophones, violins, and drums in the paws of gibbons, mandrills, and marmosets. On the mirror-like floor, countless pairs seemed to merge into one in a remarkable display of agility and gracefulness, all whirling in one direction and moving forward like a wall that threatened to sweep away everything in its path. Live satin butterflies swooped up and down above the dancing hordes, flowers fluttered down from the ceilings. Whenever the electricity went off, myriad glowworms lit up in the tops of the columns, and will-o'-the-wisps floated in the air. Then Margarita found herself in a monstrously large pool surrounded by a colonnade. A gigantic black Neptune spewed a broad pink stream from his maw. The intoxicating smell of champagne came wafting up from the pool. Unconstrained merriment reigned here. The ladies, laughing, threw off their shoes, gave their handbags either to their escorts or to the Negroes running around with sheets in their hands, and swan-dived into the pool with shrieks. Columns of spray shot up in the air. The crystal bottom of the pool was lit from below, and the light pierced through the vinous depths, illuminating the silvery swimming bodies. They jumped out of the pool completely drunk. Beneath the columns, the sound of laughter rang and thundered as in a bathhouse. In all the commotion, Margarita remembered one totally drunken female face, with glazed yet beseeching eyes, and she recalled one word: Frida. Margarita's head began to spin from the smell of the wine, and she was about to leave when the cat performed a trick in the pool which detained her. Behemoth cast a spell on something near the maw of Neptune, and hissing and bubbling, the bubbly sea of champagne drained from the pool at once. And Neptune started spewing forth a foamless, bubbleless, dark amber wave. The ladies shrieked and squealed, "Brandy!" as they rushed away from the edges of the pool and took refuge behind the columns. The pool was filled in a few seconds, and the cat, after turning 3 somersaults in the air, landed in the billowing brandy. He crawled out, shaking himself off, his necktie shrunk, his opera glasses and the gilt on his whiskers gone. Only one woman followed Behemoth's example, namely the practical joke-playing dressmaker and her escort, an unknown young mulatto. They both dived into the brandy, but at this point Korovyov took Margarita by the arm, and they left the bathers behind. It seemed to Margarita that she flew through a place where she saw mountains of oysters and huge stone ponds. Then she was flying over a glass floor with hellish furnaces blazing beneath it and diabolical white chefs scurrying about tending them. Then, somewhere, she was no longer sure where, she saw dark cellars where candelabra were burning, where girls were serving sizzling meat on red-hot coals, and where people were drinking to her health out of large tankards. Then she saw polar bears playing accordions and doing a Russian folk dance on a stage, a salamander magician who was not burning in the fireplace, and, for the second time, her strength began to fail her. "One last entrance," whispered Korovyov anxiously, "and we're free." Accompanied by Korovyov, Margarita again found herself in the ballroom, but now no one was dancing, and the countless crowds of guests were all clustered between the columns, leaving the center of the room vacant. Margarita did not remember who helped her ascend a platform that had materialized in the middle of the open space. When she got to the top, she was surprised to hear midnight striking somewhere, since, according to her calculations, midnight had come and gone long ago. When the clock, its location unknown, struck for the last time, silence fell on the crowds of guests. Then Margarita again caught sight of Voland. He was walking, surrounded by Abaddon, Azazello, and several others who resembled Abaddon and were young and black. Margarita now noticed that another platform opposite hers had been prepared for Voland. But he did not use it. What amazed Margarita was that Voland made his last grand entrance at the ball, looking exactly as he had earlier in the bedroom. The same dirty, patched nightshirt hung from his shoulders. His feet still wore their tattered slippers. Voland carried a sword, but he was using the bare sword as a cane, leaning on it. Limping, Voland stopped beside his platform, and Azazello immediately appeared before him carrying a dish. And on the dish, Margarita saw the severed head of a man whose front teeth had been knocked out. There continued to be absolute silence, which was broken only once by a distant and, under the circumstances, inexplicable ring of what seemed to be a front doorbell. "Mikhail Alexandrovich," said Voland quietly to the head. And then the eyelids of the slain man opened, and Margarita shuddered when she saw that the eyes on the dead face were alive and full of thought and suffering. "Everything came true, didn't it?" continued Voland, looking into the head's eyes. "Your head was cut off by a woman, the meeting never took place, and I'm living in your apartment. That is a fact, and a fact is the most stubborn thing in the world. But now we're interested in facts to be, rather than this already accomplished fact. You were always an avid proponent of the theory that after his head is cut off, a man's life comes to an end. He turns to dust and departs into non-being. I have the pleasure of informing you, in the presence of my guests, although they actually serve as proof of a different theory altogether, that your theory is both incisive and sound. However, one theory is as good as another. There is even a theory that says that to each man it will be given according to his beliefs. May it be so. You are departing into non-being, and from the goblet into which you are being transformed, I will have the pleasure of drinking a toast to being." Voland raised his sword. Here, the skin covering the head darkened and shriveled, then fell off in pieces. The eyes disappeared, and soon Margarita saw on the dish a yellowish, emerald-eyed skull on a gold stem. The top of the skull opened on a hinge.
"This very second, monsieur," said Korolyov in response to Voland's questioning gaze. "He shall appear before you. In this tomb-like silence I can hear his patent leather shoes squeaking and his glass tinkling as he puts it down on the table after drinking champagne, the last glass of his life. And here he is now."
A new guest, who was quite alone, entered the ballroom and headed in Voland's direction. On the outside he was no different from the other male guests, except for one thing. He was so upset he was literally shaking, which was obvious even from far away. Red blotches glowed on his cheeks, and his eyes were darting about with alarm. The guest was flabbergasted, which was completely understandable. Everything he saw astounded him, Voland's outfit in particular. However, the guest was received with marked affection. "Ah, my dear Baron Mikhail," said Voland, with an affable smile as he turned to his guest, whose eyes were popping out of his head. "I am delighted to present to you," said Voland to his guests, "the highly esteemed Baron Mikhail, a member of the Theatrical Commission whose job is to acquaint foreigners with the sights of the capital." Here Margarita froze, because she suddenly realized who Mikhail was. He had crossed her path several times in the theaters and restaurants of Moscow. "Wait a minute," thought Margarita. "Does that mean that he's dead too?" But the matter was soon clarified. "The kind Baron," continued Voland with a joyous smile, "was charming enough to call me as soon as he learned of my arrival in Moscow, and offer me his specialized services, that is, as a guide to the sights of the city. It goes without saying that I was happy to invite him for a visit." Just then Margarita saw Azazello hand Korolyov the dish with the skull-shaped goblet. "By the way, Baron," said Voland, suddenly lowering his voice and speaking chattily, "rumors are circulating regarding your extraordinary inquisitiveness. They say that this, matched with your no less developed talkativeness, has begun to attract general attention. Moreover, spiteful tongues have dropped the words informer and spy. And in addition, there is an assumption that this will lead you to a sorry end in less than a month. And so, to save you the bother of a tiresome wait, we have decided to come to your aid, and to take advantage of the fact that you wangled yourself an invitation here with the express purpose of eavesdropping and spying on everything you could." The Baron became even paler than Abaddon, who was exceptionally pale by nature. And then something strange happened. Abaddon appeared before the Baron and took his glasses off for just a second. At the same moment, something flashed like fire in Azazello's hands, and there was a soft noise like a hand clap, and the Baron started to fall backwards, as scarlet blood spurted from his chest and soaked his starched shirt and vest. Korolyov held the goblet under the pulsing stream, and when it was full he gave it to Voland. By that time the Baron's lifeless body was already on the floor. "Ladies and gentlemen, I drink to your health," said Voland softly, and raising the goblet, he touched it to his lips. Then a metamorphosis ensued. The tattered slippers and patched nightshirt disappeared. Voland was now wearing a long black robe with a steel saber on his hip. He walked quickly over to Margarita, raised the goblet to her lips, and in a commanding voice said, "Drink!" Margarita's head began to spin. She swayed. But the goblet was already at her lips, and voices, whose she could not tell, whispered in both her ears, "Don't be afraid, Your Majesty. Don't be afraid, Your Majesty. The blood has already seeped down into the earth, and there where it spilled, clusters of grapes are already growing." Margarita took a swallow without opening her eyes, and a sweet current ran through her veins, and there was a ringing in her ears. It seemed to her that deafening roosters were crowing, that somewhere a march was playing. The crowds of guests began to lose their appearance. The women and the men in tails dissolved into dust. Decay engulfed the ballroom before Margarita's very eyes. A crypt-like smell flowed over it. The columns dissolved, the lights went out, everything shriveled and shrank until there were no fountains, tulips, or camellias. All that was left was what had been there before, the modest living room of the jeweller's wife, and a stream of light coming through the half-opened door. And Margarita walked through this half-opened door. Chapter 24. The Liberation of the Master. In Voland's bedroom, everything was as it had been before the ball. Voland was sitting in his nightshirt on the bed, only Hella was no longer massaging his leg, but setting the table, where earlier they had been playing chess, for supper. Korovyov and Azazello had taken off their tailcoats and were sitting at the table. Nestled in next to them was, naturally, the cat, who didn't want to part with his tie, even though by now it was an utterly grubby rag. Swaying on her feet, Margarita walked over to the table and leaned on it. Then, as he had before, Voland beckoned to her to sit down beside him. "Well now, did they wear you out completely?" asked Voland.
"Oh, no, monsieur," answered Margarita, but barely audibly.
"Noblesse oblige,"
remarked the cat, and he poured Margarita some transparent liquid into an ornate small glass.
"Is that vodka?"
asked Margarita weakly. The cat took offense and jumped up on his chair.
"Excuse me, Your Majesty," he whined, "but how could I offer vodka to a lady? It's pure spirits."
Margarita smiled and made an effort to move the glass away. "Drink up. Don't be afraid," said Voland, and Margarita picked up the glass. "Ella, sit down," ordered Voland as he explained to Margarita, "The night of the full moon is a festive occasion, and I have supper in the company of my intimate associates and servants. And so, how do you feel? How did that wearisome ball go?"
"Stupendously," crackled Korovyov. "Everyone was enchanted, enamored, overwhelmed by her tact, her finesse, her appeal, her charm."
Voland silently raised his glass and clinked it with Margarita's. Margarita drank up obediently, thinking that the spirits would be the end of her, but nothing had happened. An enlivening warmth spread through her stomach. There was a soft thump at the nape of her neck, and her strength returned as if she had just awakened from a long, refreshing sleep. And, in addition, she felt as hungry as a wolf. Her hunger intensified when she recalled that she had not eaten anything since the previous morning. She started to devour the caviar greedily. Behemoth cut off a slice of pineapple, salted and peppered it, ate it, and then downed a second glass of spirits with such dash that everyone broke into applause. After Margarita's second glass of spirits, the candles in the candelabra burned brighter, and the flames in the fireplace grew. Margarita did not feel the least bit drunk. Sinking her white teeth into some meat, she savored its succulent juices as she watched Behemoth spread mustard on an oyster. "You ought to put some grapes on top of that," said Hella softly, poking the cat in the side.
"Please, don't lecture me," replied Behemoth. "I'm an experienced diner. Don't worry, very experienced." Ah, how nice it is to have supper like this, around the fireplace, without any fuss, an intimate group, as it were," twanged Korovyov.
"I disagree, fagot," retorted the cat. "A ball has a charm and a sweep all its own."
"It has neither sweep nor charm," said Voland. "And those idiotic bears and those tigers roaring in the bar nearly gave me a migraine."
"All right, monsieur," said the cat. "If it is your opinion that there is no sweep, then I shall immediately subscribe to it."
"Watch your step," was Voland's reply.
"I was only joking," said the cat meekly. "And as for the tigers, I'll see that they're roasted."
"You can't eat tigers," said Hella.
"Is that what you think?" retorted the cat. "Then let me tell you a little story."
Narrowing his eyes with pleasure, he told a story about the time when he was wandering in the desert for 19 days, and the only nourishment he had was the meat from a tiger he had killed. Everyone listened to his absorbing narrative with interest, and when Behemoth finished, they all exclaimed in chorus, "All lies!" "And the most interesting thing about this fabrication," said Voland, "is that it was all lies from start to finish."
"Is that what you think? That I'm lying?"
exclaimed the cat, and everyone thought that he would go on to protest, but instead he said softly,
"History will be the judge."
"Tell me,"
said Margarita, who had revived after the vodka, addressing Azazello,
"did you really shoot him, that former baron?"
"Of course I did," answered Azazello. "How could I not shoot him? He absolutely had to be shot."
"I got so upset," exclaimed Margarita. "It happened so unexpectedly."
"There was nothing unexpected about it," retorted Azazello.
But Korovyov began wailing and moaning.
"How could one not get upset? I myself was shaken to the core. Crash! Bang! Over falls the baron." "I was practically hysterical,"
put in the cat, licking a spoonful of caviar.
"But what I don't understand is," said Margarita, and gold sparks from the crystal flickered in her eyes, "wouldn't the music and the noise from the ball be audible from outside?"
"Of course not, Your Majesty," explained Korovyov. "It has to be done so that it isn't. It has to be done as carefully as possible."
Of course, but what about that man on the stairs? When Azazello and I were coming in, and the other one at the entranceway, I think he was watching your apartment."
You're right, shouted Korovyov. "You're right, dear Margarita Nikolaevna. You've confirmed my suspicions. Yes, he was watching our apartment. At first I thought he might have been an absent-minded professor or a lovesick beau mooning on the staircase. But no, something didn't feel right to me. Aha, so he was watching our apartment. And the one at the entranceway, too. And same for the one by the gate."
"Won't it be interesting if they do come and arrest you?" asked Margarita.
"They'll come all right, enchanting queen. They'll come," replied Korovyov. "I feel it in my bones. Not now, of course, but in their good time they're sure to come. But I don't imagine they'll find anything interesting."
"Oh, how upset I was when that baron fell," said Margarita, evidently still feeling the after-effects of the first murder she had ever witnessed. "You're probably a very good shot?"
"Not bad," answered Azazello.
"At what distance?" Margarita asked Azazello rather strangely.
"It depends what I'm shooting at," answered Azazello reasonably. "It's one thing to hit the critic Latunsky's window with a hammer, and quite another to hit him in the heart."
"The heart!" exclaimed Margarita, clutching her own for some reason. "The heart," she repeated in a hollow voice.
"What's this about a critic named Latunsky?" asked Voland, squinting at Margarita. Azazello, Korovyov, and Behemoth looked down in seeming embarrassment, and Margarita answered with a blush,
"There's a certain critic by that name. This evening I demolished his entire apartment.
What do you know? But why?
He, monsieur, explained Margarita, ruined a certain master.
But why did you go to all that trouble yourself? Asked Voland.
Permit me, monsieur, cried the cat joyously, jumping up. You stay put, muttered Azazello, standing up. I'll go over there right now.
No, exclaimed Margarita. No, monsieur, I beg you. It's not necessary.
As you wish. As you wish, replied Voland, and Azazello resumed his place.
So where did we leave off, precious Queen Margot? Said Korovyov. Ah, yes, the heart. He can hit the heart.
Korovyov pointed his long finger at Azazello.
To order. Any oracle or any of the ventricles.
Margarita did not grasp the meaning of this immediately, but once she had understood, she exclaimed in amazement, "But they're hidden from view."
Dear lady, twanged Korovyov, that's the point. That they're hidden, that's the whole point. Anyone can hit a visible target.
Korovyov took a 7 of spades out of the desk drawer, offered it to Margarita, and asked her to mark one of the pips with her fingernail. She marked the one in the upper right-hand corner. Hella hid the card under the pillow and yelled, "Ready!" Azazello, who was sitting with his back to the pillow, pulled a black automatic pistol out of the pocket of his dress trousers, laid the muzzle on his shoulder, and fired without turning to face the bed, thereby giving Margarita a jolt of pleasant fear. The card was removed from the bullet-pierced pillow. It had been hit where Margarita had marked it. "I wouldn't want to run into you when you've got a gun in your hands," said Margarita, looking coquettishly at Azazello. She had a passion for anyone who could do anything really well.
"Precious queen," squeaked Korovyov. "Running into him isn't a good idea even when he doesn't have a gun. I give you my word of honor as a former choir master and precentor that a meeting with him is unwelcome under any circumstances."
The cat, who had been sitting with a frown on his face during the shooting demonstration, suddenly declared,
"I'm going to try to outdo him with the 7 card."
Azazello hooted something in reply, but the cat was stubborn and asked for not 1 but 2 guns. Azazello pulled another gun out of his other back trouser pocket and, wearing a disdainful smirk, offered both of them to the braggart. They marked 2 pips on the 7 card. The cat made lengthy preparations after turning his back to the pillow. Margarita sat with her fingers in her ears and looked at the owl dozing on the mantelpiece. The cat shot off both guns, whereupon Hella let out a shriek. The dead owl fell off the mantel, and the shattered clock stopped. Hella, one of whose hands was bloodied, howled and dug her nails into the cat's fur, and he responded by grabbing her hair with his claws. They started rolling around the floor in a tangled heap. A goblet fell off the table and smashed to bits.
"Get this crazed she-devil off me!"
wailed the cat as he tried to fight off Hella, who was sitting on his back. The combatants were separated. Korovyov blew on Hella's wounded finger, and it was healed.
"I can't shoot when people are distracting me by talking," cried Behemoth, trying to reattach a large clump of fur that had been torn off his back.
"I bet," said Voland, smiling at Margarita, "that he missed on purpose. He's a good shot."
Hella and the cat made up, and as a token of their reconciliation, they kissed. The card was retrieved from under the pillow and checked. No pip had been touched except the one Azazello shot.
"That's not possible,"
maintained the cat, peering at the candelabrum through the hole in the card. The merry supper continued. The candles burned down in the candelabra, and the dry, fragrant warmth coming from the fireplace spread through the room in waves. After eating her fill, Margarita was overcome by a feeling of bliss. She watched the bluish-gray smoke rings from Azazello's cigar float into the fireplace, and the cat try to catch them on the end of his saber. She had no desire to go anywhere, although, according to her calculations, it was already very late. Everything considered, it seemed to be approaching 6 in the morning. Taking advantage of the pause, Margarita turned to Voland and said timidly, I should probably go. It's late.
Where are you rushing off to? Queried Voland politely, albeit dryly. The others kept their silence, pretending to be entranced by the smoke rings.
Yes, it's time to go, repeated Margarita, who was somewhat disconcerted by their response, and she turned as if in search of a cape or something to put on. Her nakedness had suddenly begun to embarrass her. She got up from the table. Voland quietly removed his soiled and threadbare robe from the bed, and Korolyov threw it over Margarita's shoulders. "Thank you, monsieur," said Margarita in barely audible tones, and she gave Voland a questioning look. He responded with a polite and non-committal smile. Black anguish immediately threatened to engulf Margarita's heart. She felt cheated. No one, it seemed, had any intention of rewarding her for her services at the ball, nor did they wish to stop her from leaving. And yet it was perfectly obvious to her that she no longer had any place to go. A fleeting thought that she might have to go back to her house sent a jolt of despair through her. Should she ask for something for herself, as Azazello had so temptingly suggested in the Alexandrovsky Park? "No, not for anything," she said to herself. "All the best to you, monsieur," she said aloud, all the while thinking, "If I can just get out of here, I'll go down to the river and drown myself."
"Do sit down," came Voland's sudden command.
A change came over Margarita's face, and she sat down.
"Perhaps you wish to say something before you go."
"No, nothing, monsieur," replied Margarita proudly. "Except, of course, that if you still have need of me, I'm happy to be of service. I'm not in the least bit tired, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself at the ball. So much so that if it had lasted longer, I would have been glad to let thousands more murderers and gallows birds kiss my knee." Her eyes filling with tears, Margarita looked at Voland as through a veil.
"Bravo, you're absolutely right," said Voland in a fearsome, booming voice. "That's the way."
"That's the way," echoed Voland's retinue.
"We've been testing you," Voland continued. "Never ask for anything. Not ever. Not for anything, especially from someone who's more powerful than you are. They will offer and grant everything themselves. Sit down, proud woman." Voland tore the heavy robe from Margarita's shoulders, and again she found herself sitting next to him on the bed. "And so, Margot," continued Voland, softening his voice, "what would you like in return for having served as my hostess today? What do you wish for having gone naked at the ball? What value do you put on your knee? What damages did you incur from my guests, whom you just referred to as gallows birds? Speak, and do so without constraint, since it is I who have made the offer."
Margarita's heart began to pound. She heaved a sigh and started to collect her thoughts.
"Come now, show more courage," prompted Voland. "Arouse your imagination, give it free rein. Just witnessing the murder of that inveterate scoundrel of a baron should earn someone a reward, especially if that someone is a woman. Well?"
Margarita's breath caught in her throat, and just as she was about to say the cherished words she had prepared in her soul, she suddenly turned pale. Her mouth opened, and her eyes bulged. "Frida, Frida, Frida," cried an insistent, beseeching voice in her ears. "My name is Frida." And Margarita, stumbling over her words, began speaking. "So that means, then, that I can ask for one thing?"
"Demand, demand, my donna," replied Voland with an understanding smile. "Demand one thing."
Oh, how adroitly and precisely did Voland emphasize one thing in repeating Margarita's words. Margarita sighed again and said, "I want them to stop giving Frida the handkerchief she used to smother her baby." The cat raised his eyes skyward and sighed noisily, but said nothing, evidently recalling how his ear had been tweaked at the ball. "Ruling out the possibility," Voland grinned, "that you've taken a bribe from that fool Frida, which would not be in keeping with your queenly dignity, I really don't know what to do. I suppose there is one thing. Get hold of some rags and plug up all the cracks in my bedroom."
"What are you talking about, monsieur?"
asked Margarita, perplexed by these truly baffling words.
"I agree with you completely, monsieur," interjected the cat. "Rags are just what you need."
And with that he pounded his paw on the table in irritation. "I'm talking about mercy," said Voland, explaining his words, his fiery eye still fixed on Margarita. "Sometimes it unexpectedly and insidiously slips through the narrowest of cracks. That's why I mentioned the rags."
"And that's what I was talking about, too,"
exclaimed the cat, and just to be safe, he turned away from Margarita and covered his pointed ears with paws smeared in pink cream. "Get out of here," Voland said to him.
"I haven't had my coffee yet," replied the cat, "so how can I leave? Surely, monsieur, on a holiday night like this, you're not dividing your dinner guests into two categories, are you? Some of first grade and others of second-grade freshness, as that pathetic cheapskate of a bar manager would say?"
"Be quiet," ordered Voland, and turning to Margarita he asked, "Are you, everything considered, an exceptionally kind person? Highly moral?"
"No," replied Margarita forcefully. "I know one has no choice but to be frank with you, and I'll tell you frankly. I'm a thoughtless person. I asked you on Frida's behalf only because I was careless enough to give her real hope. She's waiting, monsieur. She believes in my power. And if her hope is betrayed, I'll be in an awful position. I'll have no peace for the rest of my life. It can't be helped. It just happened that way."
"Oh," said Voland, "that's understandable."
"So, will you do it?" asked Margarita softly.
"No, never," answered Voland. "The fact is, dear Queen, there's been a slight mix-up here. Each department should concern itself with its own business. I don't dispute that our resources are quite extensive, much more extensive, in fact, than certain not very discerning people suppose."
"Yes, much more extensive,"
chimed in the cat, unable to restrain himself, evidently priding himself on these resources. "Be quiet, the devil take you," said Voland, and continued, turning to Margarita. "But really, what sense is there in doing what is supposed to be the business of another, as I put it, department? And so, I will not do it. But you shall."
"Do I really have the power?"
Azazello gave Margarita an ironical sidelong glance and snorted with an imperceptible shake of his red head. "So do it, then. This is torture," muttered Voland. He gave his globe a turn and began focusing on some detail there, evidently preoccupied with another matter during his conversation with Margarita.
"Well, say Frida," prompted Korolyov.
"Frida!" came Margarita's piercing cry. The door flew open, and a disheveled, naked woman with frenzied eyes, but no longer showing any signs of intoxication, burst into the room and stretched out her hands to Margarita, who said majestically, "You are forgiven. You will not be given the handkerchief any more." Frida let out a wail, fell prostrate on the floor, stretched out like a cross in front of Margarita. Voland waved his hand, and Frida vanished from sight. "Thank you, and farewell," said Margarita, and got up to go.
"Well, Behemoth," began Voland, "let's not take advantage of an impractical person's folly on a holiday night." He turned to Margarita. "And so, that didn't count, because, after all, I did nothing. What do you want for yourself?"
Silence ensued, and it was broken by Korolyov, who whispered in Margarita's ear,
"My diamond Donna, I advise you to be a little more sensible this time. Otherwise, good fortune may pass you by."
"I want, this very instant, right now, to have my lover, the master, returned to me," said Margarita, and a spasm contorted her face. At this point, a wind tore into the room with such force that the candles in the candelabra almost blew out. The heavy curtain on the window moved aside, and the window flew open, revealing high up in the distance a full moon, but a midnight moon rather than a morning one. A greenish square of a nocturnal light fell from the windowsill onto the floor, and in it appeared Ivan's night visitor, who called himself the master. He was in his hospital clothes, a robe, slippers, and the little black cap he never parted with. His unshaven face twitched in a grimace. He looked askance with crazy, fearful eyes at the light from the candles, and a flood of moonlight seethed around him. Margarita recognized him immediately. She let out a moan, clasped her hands, and ran to him. She kissed his forehead, his lips, pressed her face against his prickly cheek, and long pent-up tears streamed freely down her face. She uttered only one word, senselessly repeating it over and over, "You, you, you." The master pushed her away and said in a hollow voice, "Don't cry, Margot. Don't torment me. I'm seriously ill." He grabbed a hold of the windowsill, as if intending to jump on it and run, stared, baring his teeth at the seated company, and began to shout, "I'm frightened, Margot. I've started having hallucinations again." Sobs stifled Margarita, and she whispered, choking on her words, "No, no, no, don't be afraid of anything. I'm with you, I'm with you." Deftly and unobtrusively, Korovyov pushed a chair over to the master, who sat down on it, and Margarita fell on her knees, pressing herself against the sick man's side, and thus grew calm. In all her excitement, she had not noticed that her nakedness was suddenly gone, and she was now wearing a black silk cloak. The sick man lowered his head and began staring at the floor with sick, sullen eyes. "Yes," began Voland after a silence. "They've done quite a job on him." He commanded Korovyov, "Knight, give this man a little something to drink." Margarita coaxed the master in a trembling voice, drink it. Are you afraid to? No, believe me, they'll help you." The sick man took the glass and drank what was in it, but his hand shook, and the empty glass smashed at his feet. A lucky sign, whispered Korovyov to Margarita. "See, he's already getting better." Indeed, the sick man's gaze no longer seemed so wild and distraught. "But is it really you, Margot?" asked the moonlight guest. "Have no doubt, it's me," Margarita replied. "Give him some more," ordered Voland. After the master had drained a second glass, his eyes looked alive and comprehending. "Well, now, that's something else entirely," said Voland, narrowing his eyes. "Now, let's talk. Who are you?" "Now I am no one," replied the master, his mouth twisted in a smile. "Where did you just come from?" "From an insane asylum. I'm mentally ill," replied the newcomer. Margarita could not stand to hear these words, and burst into tears again. Then she wiped her eyes and cried, Horrible words! He's the master, monsieur. I can assure you of that. Cure him. He deserves it." "Do you know whom you are speaking to now?" Voland asked the newcomer. "Do you know whose guest you are?" "Yes," answered the master. "My neighbor in the madhouse was that boy Ivan Bezdomny. He told me about you." Well, replied Voland. "I had the pleasure of meeting that young man at Patriarch's Ponds. He nearly drove me out of my mind, trying to prove to me that I don't exist. But you, do you believe that it's really me?" "I have to believe that," said the newcomer, "although it would, of course, be a lot more soothing to regard you as a product of my hallucinations. Excuse me."
added the master, catching himself.
"Well, if it's more soothing, then by all means do so," replied Voland politely.
"No, no," said Margarita, fearfully, shaking the master by the shoulder. "Come to your senses. It really is him." The cat put in a word here as well.
"But I really do look like a hallucination. Look at my profile in the moonlight."
The cat crawled into a strip of moonlight and wanted to say something else, but was asked to be quiet, so he replied,
All right, I'm ready to be quiet. I'll be a silent hallucination," and fell silent.
"But tell me, why does Margarita call you the master?" asked Voland. The newcomer laughed and said, "A pardonable weakness on her part. She has too high an opinion of the novel I wrote." "What is the novel about?" "It is about Pontius Pilate." Here again the tongues of flame on the candles began to flicker and jump. The dishes started rattling on the table, and Voland burst out into thunderous laughter, but no one was frightened or surprised by this. For some reason, Behemoth began to applaud. "About what? About what? About whom?" said Voland after he stopped laughing. "In these times? Why, that's stupendous. Couldn't you find another subject? Let me have a look at it." Voland stretched out his hand, palm upward. "Unfortunately, I can't do that," replied the master, "because I burned it in the stove."
"Forgive me, but I don't believe you," said Voland.
"That cannot be. Manuscripts don't burn." He turned to Behemoth and said, "Well, now, Behemoth, let's have the novel." The cat jumped off the chair instantly, and everyone saw that he had been sitting on a thick pile of manuscripts. The cat handed the top one to Voland with a bow. Again, almost in tears, Margarita started trembling and shouting, "There it is! The manuscript! There it is!" She threw herself at Voland and added rapturously, "He's omnipotent! Omnipotent!" Voland took the copy handed to him, turned it over, put it aside, and stared silently and unsmilingly at the master. For no apparent reason, the latter suddenly became distressed and anxious, got up from his chair, wrung his hands, and turning to the distant moon, began trembling and muttering, "Even at night, in the moonlight, I have no peace. Why have they disturbed me? Oh, gods, gods!" Margarita clutched at his hospital robe, pressed close to him, and began muttering in tears and anguish, "My God, why isn't the medicine helping you?" "Never mind, never mind, never mind," whispered Korovyov, weaving about near the master. Never mind. Just have another glass, and I'll keep you company." And the little glass twinkled and sparkled in the moonlight, and that glass did help. They sat the master in his place, and the sick man's face became calm.
"Well, now everything is clear," said Voland, drumming on the manuscript with his middle finger.
"Totally clear," confirmed the cat, having forgotten his promise to be a silent hallucination.
"The gist of this opus is now completely clear to me. What do you say, Azazello?"
he said, turning to the silent Azazello.
"I say," said the latter in a nasal twang, "that it would be a good idea to drown you." "Have mercy, Azazello," replied the cat, "and don't give my master any ideas. Take my word for it. I'd appear to you every night wearing the same moonlight garb as the poor master here, and I'd beckon to you and lure you into following me. How would you like that, oh Azazello?"
"Well, Margarita," said Voland, joining the conversation once again, "tell me everything. What do you want?" Margarita's eyes flashed, and she addressed Voland imploringly. "May I have a word with him?" Voland nodded, and Margarita leaned over to the master and whispered something in his ear. One could hear his reply to her. "No, it's too late. I want nothing more in life except to see you. But my advice to you is still the same. Leave me. If you stay with me, you'll be lost too." "No, I won't leave you," answered Margarita, and she turned to Voland. "I ask that we be returned to the basement apartment on the side street near the Arbat, and that the lamp be lit, and that everything be just as it was." Here the master laughed. wrapped his arms around Margarita's long, disheveled, curly head, and said, "Don't listen to the poor woman, monsieur. Someone else has been living in that basement for a long time now. And besides, as a rule, things can't go back to what they were." He rested his cheek against his beloved Margarita's head, embraced her, and began murmuring, "My poor thing, my poor thing." "Can't be as they were, you say?" said Voland. "That's true, but we'll give it a try." And he said, "Azazello!" Immediately, from the ceiling, there fell on the floor a bewildered and nearly deranged citizen, clad only in his underwear, who was for some reason wearing a cap and holding a suitcase. The man was shaking and turning grey with fright.
"Are you Mogarich?"
Azazello inquired of the one who had fallen from the sky. "Aloisi Mogarich," the latter replied, trembling.
"Are you the one who read Latunsky's article on this man's novel, and then filed a complaint against him, saying that he had illegal literature in his possession?" asked Azazello.
The newly arrived citizen turned blue and burst into repentant tears.
"Was it because you wanted to move into his apartment?" asked Azazello in his most cordial nasal twang. Heard in the room was the infuriated cat hissing, and Margarita howling, "Know the witch! Know her!" as she dug her nails in Aloisi Mogarich's face. A scuffle ensued. "What are you doing?" screamed the master in agony. "Margot, don't disgrace yourself!" "I protest, this is no disgrace,"
yelled the cat. Korovyov pulled Margarita away.
"I had a bathroom put in,"
cried the bloodied Mogarich, his teeth chattering and terrified. He started babbling some nonsense.
"The whitewashing alone, the sulfuric acid."
"Well, it's good a bathroom's been added," said Azazello approvingly. "He needs to take a bath." Then he shouted, "Begone!" Mogarich was then turned head over heels and propelled out of Voland's bedroom through the open window. The master's eyes popped, and he said under his breath, "Why, that's even neater than what Ivan said about him." Utterly shaken, he looked all around and finally said to the cat, "Excuse me, was it you, sir?" He corrected himself, not sure whether to use the intimate or polite form of address to the cat. "Are you, sir, the same cat who got on the streetcar?"
"I am,"
confirmed the cat, flattered, and he added, "It's nice to hear you address a cat so politely. For some reason, cats are usually addressed with the familiar thou, despite the fact that no cat has ever drunk Bruderschaft with anyone." "It seems to me, for some reason, that you, sir, are not an ordinary cat," replied the master hesitantly. "They'll still notice that I'm gone at the hospital," he added timidly to Voland.
"Well, why would they notice that?" replied Voland reassuringly, and then some books and papers appeared in his hands. "Are these your medical records?"
"Yes." Korovyov threw them into the fireplace.
"No documents, no person," said Korovyov with satisfaction. "And is this your landlord's tenants' register?"
"Yes."
"Who's registered in it? Aloisi Mogarich?"
Korovyov blew on one of the pages of the tenants' register.
"There, he's gone. And please note, never was there. And if your landlord acts surprised, tell him Aloisi was someone he dreamt about." "Mogarich? What Mogarich? There was never any Mogarich."
Here, the tied and secured register evaporated from Korovyov's hands.
"And now it's back on the landlord's desk."
"You were absolutely right," said the master, impressed by the neatness of Korovyov's work, "when you said no documents, no person. So that means I don't exist, since I don't have any documents."
"I beg your pardon," cried Korovyov. "That really is an hallucination. Here are your documents."
And Korovyov handed them to the master. Then he shifted his gaze to Margarita and whispered sweetly to her,
"And here is your property, Margarita Nikolaevna."
whereupon he handed her a notebook with charred edges, a dried rose, a photograph, and, with special care, a savings book.
"Here's the 10,000-ruble deposit you made, Margarita Nikolaevna. We have no need of other people's money. I'd rather have my paws wither and fall off than touch what belongs to someone else," exclaimed the cat in puffed-up tones, dancing on top of the suitcase to flatten down all the copies of the ill-starred novel. "And here are your documents, too," continued Korolyov, handing them to Margarita, and then, turning to Voland, he said respectfully, "That's everything, monsieur."
"No, not everything," replied Voland, turning away from his globe. "What are your orders, my dear lady, regarding the disposition of your retinue? I personally have no need of them." At this point, Natasha, still naked, ran in through the open door. She clasped her hands and shouted to Margarita, "Be happy, Margarita Nikolaevna!" She nodded in the direction of the master and again turned to Margarita. "You see, I always knew where you were going."
"Maids know everything," noted the cat, raising his paw sagaciously. "It's a mistake to think they're blind."
"What do you want, Natasha?" asked Margarita. "Go back to the house."
"Darling Margarita Nikolaevna," began Natasha imploringly, getting down on her knees.
"Ask them," she looked sideways at Voland, "to let me stay a witch. I don't want to go back to the house, not for an engineer, not for a technician. Yesterday at the ball, Monsieur Jacques made me an offer."
Natasha opened her hand, revealing some gold coins. Margarita cast a questioning glance at Voland. He nodded. Then Natasha threw herself on Margarita's neck, gave her a loud kiss, and flew out the window with a triumphant whoop. In Natasha's place appeared Nikolai Ivanovitch. He had assumed his former human form, but he was extraordinarily glum and even, perhaps, annoyed. "Here's someone I shall dismiss with special pleasure," said Voland, looking disgustedly at Nikolai Ivanovitch. "With exceptional pleasure, since he's totally superfluous here."
"Please, give me a certificate,"
began Nikolai Ivanovitch, looking around wildly, but speaking with great insistence,
"stating where I spent last night."
"For what purpose?" asked the cat sternly.
"To give to the police and to my wife,"
was Nikolai Ivanovitch's firm response.
"We usually don't give certificates," said the cat with a frown. "But all right, for you we'll make an exception."
Before Nikolai Ivanovitch could realize what was happening, the nude Hella was at the typewriter, taking dictation from the cat.
"I hereby certify that the bearer of this note, Nikolai Ivanovitch, spent the night in question at Satan's ball, having been lured there in a transportational capacity," Hella put in parentheses, "and write hog. Signed, Behemoth."
"And the date?" squealed Nikolai Ivanovitch.
"We won't put in the date, otherwise the document will be null and void," retorted the cat, scribbling his signature.
He got a seal from somewhere, breathed on it in the customary fashion, affixed a seal saying paid, and handed the paper to Nikolai Ivanovitch. After this, the latter disappeared without a trace, and in his place appeared another unexpected figure. "So who's this now?" asked Voland squeamishly, shading his eyes from the glow of the candles. Varanucha hung his head, sighed, and said softly, "Let me go back. I'm not capable of being a vampire. Hella and I almost left Rimsky a goner. I'm just not bloodthirsty enough. Let me go." "What's all this raving?" asked Voland with a frown. "Who's this Rimsky, and what's this nonsense all about?"
"You needn't trouble about this, monsieur," replied Azazello, and he turned to Varanucha. "Don't be rude on the phone. Don't tell lies on the phone, got it? Will you stop doing that?"
Varanucha's head was spinning from joy. His face began to glow, and without knowing what he was saying, he mumbled, "As God is my... That is, I want to say, right after dinner." Varanucha pressed his hands to his chest and looked pleadingly at Azazello.
"All right, then, go home," the latter replied,
and Varanucha melted away. "Now, everyone leave me alone with them," ordered Voland, indicating the master and Margarita. Voland's order was immediately obeyed. After a brief silence, Voland addressed the master. "So, you're going back to the basement apartment of the Arbat, is that it? What about your writing, your dreams, your inspiration?"
"I no longer have any dreams, or inspiration either, for that matter," replied the master. "Nothing around me interests me except her." He again put his hands on Margarita's head. "They've broken me. I'm depressed, and I want to go back to my basement."
"What about your novel? What about Pilot?"
"It's hateful to me, that novel," answered the master. "I suffered too much because of it." "I implore you," begged Margarita sorrowfully, "don't talk that way. Why are you torturing me? You know that I've put my whole life into your work." And turning to Voland, she added, "Don't listen to him, monsieur. He's just worn out."
"But shouldn't you be writing about something?" said Voland. "If you've run out of things to say about the procurator, well, write about somebody else. That fellow, Aloisi, for example."
The master smiled. "Lapshonikova won't publish it. And besides, it's not interesting."
"But what will you live on? You'll be forced to live in poverty, you know."
"Gladly, gladly," replied the master, drawing Margarita to him once again. With his arms around her shoulders, he added, "She'll come to her senses and leave me."
"I don't think so," said Voland through his teeth, and continued, "And so the man who wrote the story of Pontius Pilate intends to go off to his basement and live there in poverty by his lamp. Is that right?"
Margarita detached herself from the master's embrace and began speaking very heatedly. "I did everything I could, and I whispered to him the most tempting thing of all, and he refused it."
"I know what you whispered to him," retorted Voland, "but that isn't the most tempting thing. And to you I'll say—" He smiled, turning to the master, "Your novel has some more surprises for you."
"That's very sad," replied the master.
No, it isn't sad," said Voland. "Nothing terrible will happen." "Well, then, Margarita Nikolaevna, everything is done. Have you any further claims on me?"
"How can you say that? Oh, how can you, monsieur?"
"Then take this from me as a memento," said Voland, pulling a small, diamond-studded gold horseshoe from under his pillow.
No, whatever for?"
"Do you wish to argue with me?" asked Voland, smiling.
Since she had no pocket in her cape, Margarita put the horseshoe in a napkin and tied it in a bundle. Here something astonished her. She turned to the window where the moon was shining and said, "This is what I don't understand. How can it still be midnight, when it should have been morning long ago?"
"It's nice to hold on to a holiday midnight a little longer than usual," answered Voland. "Well, I wish you happiness." Margarita extended her hands prayerfully to Voland, but did not dare to get close to him, and she cried out softly,
"Farewell, farewell."
"Till we meet again," said Voland.
And Margarita, in her black cape, the master in his hospital robe, stepped out into the hallway of the apartment of the jeweller's wife, where a candle was burning and where Voland's retinue was waiting for them. When they set out down the hall, Hella was carrying the suitcase containing the novel and Margarita Nikolaevna's meager belongings, and the cat was helping Hella. At the door of the apartment, Korolyov bowed and disappeared, while the others accompanied them down the stairs. The staircase was deserted. As they were crossing the third-floor landing, they heard a soft thud, but no one paid any attention to it. When they reached the front doors of entranceway number 6, Azazello blew upward, and as soon as they stepped into the courtyard, which the moonlight did not reach, they saw a man on the doorstep wearing boots and a cloth cap, who was seemingly sound asleep, in a large black car parked by the entrance with its lights off.
dimly visible through the windshield, was the rook's silhouette. As they were about to get in the car, Margarita let out a soft cry of despair. "My God, I've lost the horseshoe."
"Get in the car," said Azazello, "and wait for me. I'll come right back as soon as I find out what happened."
And he went back to the front door. This is what had happened. Shortly before Margarita and the master left with their entourage, a shriveled woman holding a bag and a tin can came out of number 48, the apartment just below the jeweller's wife's. It was that same Anushka who, the previous Wednesday, had spilled sunflower oil at the turnstile, to Berlioz's great misfortune. Nobody knew, and probably nobody ever will, what this woman actually did in Moscow or what she lived on. The only thing that was known about Anushka was that she could be seen every day with the can, with the bag, or with both together, either at the oil shop, the market, outside the gates of the building, on the stairs, or, most frequently of all, in the kitchen of apartment number 48, which was where she lived. Besides that, the most notorious thing about her was that wherever she was, or wherever she appeared, trouble would start at once. And, finally, that her nickname was the Plague. For some reason, Anushka the Plague was in the habit of getting up incredibly early, and on that particular morning something roused her from bed before the crack of dawn, just after midnight. The key turned in the door, Anushka's nose stuck out, and then the whole of her emerged, the door slammed shut behind her, and she was about to set off somewhere when a door banged on the upstairs landing, and someone rushed down the stairs, colliding with Anushka and knocking her sideways so that she struck the back of her head against the wall.
"Where's the devil taking you in just your drawers?"
screeched Anushka, clutching the back of her head. The man in his underwear, wearing a cap and holding a suitcase, and with his eyes closed, answered Anushka in a strange, sleepy voice, "The water pump, the sulfuric acid, the cost of the whitewash alone." And bursting into tears, he roared, "Go away!" Then he rushed, not further down the stairs, but back up the stairs to where the window pane had been kicked out by the economist, and he flew out that window head over heels into the courtyard. Forgetting about the pain in the back of her head, Anushka groaned and ran to the window herself. She lay flat on her stomach on the landing and stuck her head out into the courtyard, expecting to see the broken body of the man with the suitcase stretched out on the asphalt, lit up by the yard light. But there was absolutely nothing on the asphalt in the courtyard. She was left to assume that the strange and sleepy individual had flown out of the house like a bird, leaving no trace of himself. Anushka crossed herself and thought,
"That number 50 really is cursed. No wonder people are talking. That's some apartment, that is."
No sooner had she thought this than the door upstairs banged again, and down ran a second someone. Anushka pressed herself to the wall and saw a rather respectable-looking citizen with a beard but with a slightly pig-like face, or so it seemed to Anushka, dart past her and, like the preceding individual, leave the house through the window, again with no thought of smashing himself on the asphalt. Anushka had now forgotten the purpose of her outing, and she just stayed on the stairs, crossing herself, groaning, and talking to herself. Shortly after that, a third man, beardless, with a round, clean-shaven face, wearing a peasant blouse, ran out of the apartment upstairs and flew out the window in similar fashion. To give Anushka her due, it must be said that she was inquisitive and decided to wait a little longer to see if there would be any new marvels. The door upstairs opened again, and now a whole group of people headed down the stairs, but this time they were walking like normal people and not running. Anushka ran away from the window, went back down to her own door, opened it hastily, hid behind it, and her eye, in a frenzy of curiosity, glimmered through the crack. Someone who looked neither sick nor not sick, a strange, pale man in need of a shave and wearing a black cap and some kind of robe, was going down the stairs, supported by a lady in a black cassock, or so it appeared to Anushka in the semi-darkness. The lady was not exactly barefoot, but was wearing transparent, obviously foreign-made evening slippers that had been torn to shreds.
Phew, never mind the shoes. Why, the lady's actually naked. Well, almost. That cassock's thrown right over her naked body. That's some apartment, that is.
Anushka's soul sang with anticipation of the stories she would tell her neighbors the next day. Behind the strangely clad lady came a completely naked one carrying a small suitcase, and, prowling nearby, was a huge black cat. Rubbing her eyes, Anushka almost squealed out loud. Bringing up the rear of the procession was a short, limping, wall-eyed foreigner, jacketless, wearing a white dress vest and black tie. The whole company passed Anushka on its way downstairs. At this point, something made a soft thump on the landing. Hearing the footsteps fade, Anushka slithered out from behind the door like a snake, stood her oil can against the wall, lay down on her stomach, and started feeling around on the floor of the landing. Her hands picked up something heavy wrapped in a napkin. Anushka's eyes bulged out of her head when she undid the bundle. She held the jewel up to her eyes, and her eyes burned with a wolfish fire. Thoughts whirled through Anushka's head.
I don't know nothing. I don't know a thing. Should I show it to my nephew, or break it into pieces? The stones could be pried out and sold one at a time, one on the Pietrovka, another on Smolensky. But the main thing is, I don't know nothing, and I don't know a thing.
Anushka hid her find in her bosom, grabbed her oil can, and was about to slither back into her apartment, having decided to postpone her trip to town, when there arose before her, the devil knows from where, that same fellow with the white shirt front and no jacket, and he whispered quietly,
"Give me the horseshoe and the napkin." "What horseshoe napkin?" asked Anushka, feigning ignorance very skillfully. "I don't know nothing about no napkin. What are you, citizen drunk or something?"
Without saying another word, the white-chested man squeezed Anushka's throat with fingers as hard as the handrail on a bus, and just as cold, cutting off the air to her lungs. The oil can dropped out of Anushka's hands and fell onto the floor. After cutting off Anushka's air for some moments, the jacketless foreigner removed his fingers from her neck. Gulping for air, Anushka smiled.
"Oh, you mean the little horseshoe," she began. "Here it is. So it belongs to you? I look and I see it there in a napkin. I took it on purpose so that nobody would pick it up. Otherwise, you could kiss it goodbye."
After receiving the horseshoe and napkin, the foreigner began to bow and scrape before Anushka, shaking her hand firmly and thanking her warmly with a very pronounced foreign accent in expressions like these.
"I am deeply grateful to you, madame. I cherish this horseshoe as a keepsake, and please allow me to present you with 200 rubles for keeping it safe."
And he took the money out of his vest pocket at once and handed it to Anushka. She, grinning foolishly, could only blurt out,
"Oh, I thank you most humbly. Merci, merci."
The generous foreigner made it to the bottom of the flight in one fell swoop, but before slipping away completely, he shouted from below, this time without an accent, "You old witch! If you ever find anything else that doesn't belong to you, turn it over to the police, and don't hide it in your bosom." Her head agog and abuzz from all these happenings on the staircase, Anushka kept shouting, "Merci, merci, merci," for a long time out of inertia. But the foreigner was long gone. The car was also gone from the courtyard. After returning Voland's gift to Margarita, Azazello said goodbye to her, asked if she was comfortably seated. Hella enthusiastically smothered Margarita with kisses, the cat kissed her hand, the group waved to the master who, lifeless and inert, had sunk into the corner of his seat. Then they waved to the rook and immediately melted into thin air, not considering it worth the trouble to climb back up the stairs. The rook turned on the headlights and rolled the car out through the gates past the man who was fast asleep at the gateway, and the lights of the big black car blended in with the other lights on sleepless and noisy Sadovaya Street. An hour later, in the basement of the small house on one of the side streets off the Arbat, in the front room, where everything was just as it had been a year ago before that terrible autumn night, at the table covered with the velvet tablecloth, beneath the shaded lamp, near which stood the vase filled with lilies of the valley, Margarita sat, weeping quietly from the shock and happiness she had experienced. The fire-damaged notebook lay before her, and next to it towered a pile of undamaged notebooks. The little house was silent. In the small adjoining room, sound asleep on the couch, covered by his hospital robe, was the master. His even breathing could not be heard. When she had cried her fill, Margarita took up the undamaged notebooks and found the place she had been rereading before her meeting with Azazello beneath the Kremlin wall. Margarita did not feel like sleeping. She stroked the manuscript affectionately, as one would stroke a beloved cat, and turned it over in her hands, looking at it from all sides, now pausing at the title page, now looking at the end. She suddenly had a horrible thought that it was all witchcraft, that the notebooks were about to vanish before her eyes, that she would end up in her bedroom back home, and that when she woke up, she would have to go drown herself. But that was the last horrible thought she had, a vestige of the prolonged suffering she had undergone. Nothing vanished. The omnipotent Volant was indeed omnipotent, and Margarita was free to leaf through the pages of the notebooks for as long as she liked, even till dawn. She examined them closely, kissed them, and reread the words again and again. The darkness that had come in from the Mediterranean covered the city so detested by the procurator. Yes, the darkness. Chapter 25. How the procurator tried to save Judas of Kerioth. The darkness that had come in from the Mediterranean covered the city so detested by the procurator. The hanging bridges which connected the temple with the fearsome Antonia Tower had disappeared. An abyss descended from the sky and covered the winged gods above the hippodrome, the Hasmonean palace and its embrasures, the bazaars, the caravansaries, the alleys, the ponds. Yerushalayim, the great city, vanished as if it had never existed. Everything was devoured by the darkness, which frightened all living creatures in Yerushalayim and its surroundings. A strange dark cloud drifted in from the sea towards the end of the afternoon on the 14th day of the spring month of Nisan. The cloud had already spilled its belly onto Bald's skull. Where the executioners had hastily pierced the condemned men, it had broken over the temple in Yerushalayim, coursed down its hills and steamy rivulets, and flooded the lower city. The cloud gushed through windows and chased people indoors from the winding streets. It was slow to release its moisture, and at first gave off only light. Whenever fire ripped through the steamy black brew, the great hulk of the temple with its glistening, scaly roof soared out of the pitch darkness into view. But the fire was extinguished in an instant, and the temple again sank into the dark abyss. It leaped out several times, only to fall back again, and each time its fall was accompanied by the thunder of catastrophe. Other quivering flashes of light summoned from the abyss the palace of Herod the Great, that stood opposite the temple on the western hill, and its fearsome, eyeless golden statues soared up into the black sky with their arms extended. But the heavenly fire hid once again, and heavy claps of thunder drove the golden idols back into the darkness. The downpour broke out unexpectedly, and then the thunderstorm turned into a hurricane. On the very spot near the marble bench in the garden where the procurator had conversed with the high priest around noontime, there was a crack of thunder like a cannon shot, and a cypress tree broke in two like a cane. Mingling with watery dust and hail, torn roses, magnolia leaves, small twigs, and sand swept through the colonnade onto the balcony. The hurricane scourged the garden. At this time, there was only one man under the colonnade, and that man was the procurator. Now he was not sitting in his chair, but was instead reclining on a couch next to a low table set with food and jugs of wine. Another couch, unoccupied, stood on the other side of the table. A red puddle, which looked like blood and had not been cleaned up, was spreading out from under the procurator's feet, and in it were pieces of a broken jug. The servant who had been setting the table before the storm had become flustered by the procurator's stare and upset that he had displeased him in some way, and the procurator, angry at the servant, had smashed the jug on the mosaic floor, saying, "Why don't you look me in the eye when you serve me? Have you stolen something?" The African's black face turned grey. Mortal terror appeared in his eyes. He began to tremble, and almost broke the other jug. But for some reason the procurator's anger subsided as quickly as it had flared up. Just as the African was about to pick up the broken pieces and wipe up the puddle, the procurator waved him away, and the slave ran off. And the puddle remained. Now, as the hurricane raged, the African huddled near a niche which held a statue of a white, naked woman bowing her head. The African was afraid of showing himself at the wrong moment, yet also fearful lest he miss the procurator's summons. Reclining on his couch in the semi-darkness of the storm, the procurator poured himself some wine, drank it in long gulps, and reached occasionally for the bread, crumbling it and swallowing it in small pieces. Now and again he would suck on an oyster, chew on a slice of lemon, and then take another drink. Were it not for the roar of the water, the claps of thunder that threatened to smash in the palace roof, the clatter of hail that pounded against the balcony steps, it might have been possible to hear the procurator mumbling something as he talked to himself. And if the intermittent flickers of heavenly fire had been transformed into a steady light, an observer might have been able to see that the procurator's face, its eyes inflamed by wine and by recent bouts of insomnia, expressed impatience, that the procurator was not only gazing at the 2 white roses which had drowned in the red puddle, but was constantly turning his face toward the garden and the onslaught of watery dust and sand, that he was waiting for someone, waiting impatiently. A short time passed, and the veil of water before the procurator's eyes began to thin. As fierce as the hurricane had been, it was growing weaker. Branches no longer cracked and fell. The claps of thunder and flashes of lightning became less frequent. The violet coverlet with the white trim that had been floating above Yerushalayim was gone, and all that remained was an ordinary, grey rear-guard cloud. The thunderstorm was moving out to the Dead Sea. Now it was possible to hear the separate sounds of the rain and of the water as it streamed through the gutters and down the steps of the staircase which the procurator had traversed earlier that day when he had gone to announce the sentence in the square. And finally, the gush of the fountain could be heard, which earlier had been drowned out. It was growing lighter. Dark blue windows began to appear in the grey veil that was sweeping eastward. Then, from afar, breaking through the patter of the now utterly feeble drizzle, the faint sounds of trumpets and the clatter of several hundred hooves reached the procurator's ears. Hearing those sounds, the procurator shifted position, and his face became animated. The Ayla was returning from Bald Mountain. Judging by the sound, it was moving across the square where the sentence had been pronounced. At last, the procurator heard both the long-awaited footsteps and the shuffling on the staircase that led to the garden's upper terrace right in front of the balcony. The procurator craned his neck, and his eyes began to sparkle with joy. The first thing to appear between the 2 marble lions was a head in a hood, followed by a drenched man in a cloak that stuck to his body. It was the same man who had had a hushed conversation with the procurator in a darkened room of the palace before the pronouncement of the sentence, and who, during the execution, had sat on a 3-legged stool, playing with a twig. Heedless of the puddles, the man in the hood cut across the garden terrace, stepped onto the mosaic floor of the balcony, and raising his arms said in a pleasant, high-pitched voice, "Health and happiness to the procurator." The newcomer spoke in Latin. "Gods!" exclaimed Pilate. "You haven't a dry thread on you. What a hurricane, eh? Please go to my room. Do me the favor of changing into dry clothes." The visitor threw off his hood, revealing his completely soaked head, his hair plastered to his forehead, and with a polite smile on his clean-shaven face, he began to refuse a change of clothes, assuring the procurator that a little rain would cause him no harm. "I won't hear of it," replied Pilate. He clapped his hands and summoned the servants who had been hiding from him to attend to the visitor's needs, and then to serve hot food at once. The procurator's visitor required very little time to dry his hair, change his clothes and footwear, and tidy up in general, and he soon appeared on the balcony steps in dry sandals, a dry crimson military cloak, and with his hair smoothed down. By this time the sun had returned to Jerusalem, and before departing to sink into the Mediterranean, it sent its farewell rays to the city detested by the procurator, and gilded the balcony steps. The fountain had revived completely and was gurgling at full strength. The pigeons had come out on the sand and were cooing and hopping over the broken twigs and pecking at something in the wet sand. The red puddle had been mopped up, the pieces of broken pottery had been cleared away, and meat was steaming on the table. "I await the procurator's orders," said the visitor, approaching the table. "But you will hear none until you sit down and have some wine," replied Pilate courteously, indicating the other couch. The visitor reclined, and a servant poured deep red wine into his cup. Another servant leaned carefully over Pilate's shoulder and filled the procurator's cup. When this was done, the latter signaled both servants to leave. While the visitor ate and drank, Pilate, sipping his wine, watched his guest with narrowed eyes. The man who had appeared before Pilate was middle-aged, with a very pleasant, round, well-groomed face, with a fleshy nose. His hair was of indeterminate color. Now, as it dried, it grew lighter. It would have been hard to guess the visitor's nationality. The main thing that defined his face was probably its good-natured expression, an expression belied, however, by his eyes, or, more precisely, not by the eyes themselves, but by the way the visitor looked at his interlocutor. Usually the visitor concealed his small eyes beneath their somewhat odd, puffy-looking lids. A benign slyness shone in the slits of his eyes when he did this. One had to suppose that the procurator's guest was a man inclined to humor, but the humor gleaming in the slits of his eyes would occasionally be banished, when the present guest of the procurator would open his eyelids wide and stare suddenly and directly at his interlocutor, as if he were trying to locate some imperceptible spot on his nose. This would last only for a moment, after which his eyelids would drop again, the slits would reappear, and they would shine again with the same good-will and sly intelligence. The visitor did not refuse a second cup of wine, swallowed several oysters with obvious pleasure, sampled the boiled vegetables, and ate a piece of meat. After eating his fill, he praised the wine. "A superb wine, procurator. Is it a falernum?" "A 30-year-old succubum," replied the procurator amiably. The guest pressed his hand to his heart, declined any more food, and said he was full. Then Pilate filled his own cup, and his guest did the same. Both of them poured some of their wine onto a platter with the meat, and, raising his cup, the procurator said in a low voice, "To us, to you, Caesar, father of the Romans, dearest and best of men." After this they drank their wine, and the Africans cleared the table of food, leaving just the fruit and the jugs. Once again the procurator signaled the servants to leave, and he and his guest were left alone under the colonnade. "And so," Pilate began softly, "what can you tell me of the mood in the city?" Involuntarily he turned his gaze to the place beyond and below the garden terraces, where the colonnades and flat roofs were being gilded by the sun's last rays.
"I believe, Procurator," replied the guest, "that the mood in Yerushalayim is now satisfactory."
"So we can count on there being no more disturbances?"
"We can count," replied the guest, looking affectionately at the Procurator, "on only one thing in this world, the power of the mighty Caesar."
"May the gods grant him long life," joined in Pilate immediately, "and universal peace." After a brief silence he continued, "So, you think we can have the troops withdrawn?"
"I think that the lightning cohort can be withdrawn," replied the guest, adding, "but it would be a good idea if it marched around the city as it left."
"A very good idea," the Procurator agreed. "I shall have the lightning cohort withdrawn the day after tomorrow, and I myself shall leave. And I swear to you by the feast of the 12 gods and by the Lares, I would have given a great deal to have been able to leave today."
"The Procurator does not like Yerushalayim?"
queried the guest good-humoredly. "Have mercy on me," exclaimed the Procurator, smiling. "There is no more hopeless place on earth, to say nothing of the climate. I get sick every time I am forced to come here. But that alone would not be so bad. It's these holidays, magicians, sorcerers, wizards, these hordes of pilgrims, fanatics. Look at the trouble caused by this Messiah alone, who they've suddenly started waiting for this year, every minute expecting to have to witness some ghastly bloodbath. Constantly having to transfer troops around, reading accusations and denunciations, half of which are written against you yourself. You will agree that's tedious. Oh, if it weren't for the imperial service."
"Yes, the holidays here are difficult," agreed the guest.
"With all my heart I wish them to be over soon," added Pilate vigorously. "Then I shall at last be able to return to Caesarea. Can you believe that this absurd construction of Herod's—" The Procurator waved his hand at the colonnade to show that he was referring to the palace, "is positively driving me out of my mind. I cannot bear to spend the night here. No stranger piece of architecture has ever been seen. But let's get back to business. First of all, is that damned Baraban causing you any concern?" Here the guest looked at the Procurator's cheek with that peculiar stare of his. But the Procurator was gazing off into the distance with a bored expression, frowning with distaste and contemplating that part of the city which lay at his feet and was fading into the dusk. The guest's stare also faded, and his eyelids drooped.
"One must assume that Bar is now as harmless as a lamb," began the guest, wrinkles appearing on his round face. "It's awkward for him to rebel now."
"Because he's too famous?" asked Pilate with a laugh.
As always, the Procurator shows a subtle grasp of the issue.
"But in any case," the Procurator noted with concern, raising a long, slender finger that bore a ring with a black stone, "it will be necessary to—"
"Oh, the Procurator can rest assured that, so long as I am in Judea, Bar will not take a step without me being at his heels."
"Now I am calm, as, by the way, I always am when you are here."
"The Procurator is too kind."
"And now please tell me about the execution," said the Procurator.
"What is it precisely that interests the Procurator?"
"Were there no attempts by the crowd to express their outrage? That's the main thing, of course."
"None," replied the guest.
"Very good. Did you yourself establish that death had occurred?"
"The Procurator can be sure of that."
"And tell me, were they given a drink before being hanged on the posts?"
"Yes, but he—"
Here the guest closed his eyes. "Refused to drink anything." "Whom do you mean?" asked Pilate.
"Forgive me, Hegemon," exclaimed the guest. "Did I not give his name? Hanotsri."
"Madman," said Pilate, grimacing for some reason. A vein twitched under his left eye. "Dying from exposure to the sun. Why refuse what is allowed by the law?" "How did he express his refusal?" "He said," replied the guest, again closing his eyes, "that he was grateful and cast no blame for the taking of his life." "On whom?" asked Pilate in a hollow voice. "That he did not say, Hegemon." "Did he try to preach anything in front of the soldiers?" "No, Hegemon, he was not talkative on this occasion. The only thing he said was that he considered cowardice one of the worst of all human vices." "What made him say that?" the guest heard a suddenly cracked voice say. "There is no way of knowing. His behavior was strange in general, as it always was, I might add." "What was strange about it?" "He kept trying to look those around him in the eyes, and he kept smiling a distracted kind of smile." "Nothing else?" asked the hoarse voice. "Nothing else." The procurator banged his cup as he poured himself more wine. After draining it to the dregs, he began speaking. "This is the fact of the matter. Although we have been unable, at least for the present, to locate any of his disciples or followers, we should not assume that there are none." The guest listened attentively, his head bowed. "And so, to avoid surprises of any kind," continued the procurator, "immediately and without any fuss, please make the bodies of all 3 executed men disappear from the face of the earth and bury them quietly and in secret, so that neither hide nor hair of them remains." "Yes, Hegemon," said the guest, and rose, saying, "In view of the complexity and seriousness of this matter, permit me to leave right away." "No. Sit down for a while longer," said Pilate, gesturing to his guest to stay. "There are 2 other matters. First, your vast accomplishments in the highly demanding post of Chief of the Secret Service for the Procurator of Judea afford me the pleasant opportunity of informing Rome of that fact." Here the visitor's face turned pink. He got up and bowed to the procurator, saying, "I am merely doing my duty as a member of the imperial service." "But I would like to request," continued the hegemon, "that if you are offered a transfer with a promotion, that you refuse it and stay here. I do not wish to lose you on any account. Let them find some other way to reward you." "I am happy to serve under you, hegemon." "I am very glad to hear that. And so, to turn to the other matter, it concerns that, what's his name? Judas of Kerioth." Here the guest gave the procurator that stare of his, and then, as usual, extinguished it. "They say," continued the procurator, lowering his voice, "that he allegedly received money for welcoming that crazy philosopher into his house." "Will receive," the chief of the Secret Service gently corrected the procurator. "And is it a large sum?" "No one can know that, hegemon." "Even you?" asked the hegemon, his astonishment an expression of praise. "Alas, even I," calmly replied the guest. "But I do know that he will receive the money this evening. He has been summoned today to Caiaphas' palace." "Ah, that greedy old man from Kerioth," remarked the procurator, smiling. "He is an old man, isn't he?" "The procurator is never wrong, but this time he is mistaken," replied the guest amiably. "The man from Kerioth is a young man." "You don't say. Can you describe him to me? Is he a fanatic?" "Oh, no, procurator." "I see. Anything else?" "He's very handsome." "And? Has he perhaps one particular passion?" "It's hard to have precise knowledge of everyone in this vast city, procurator." "Oh, no, Afranius, don't underestimate your talents." "He does have one passion, procurator." The guest paused briefly.
A passion for money. And what is his occupation? Afranius raised his eyebrows, thought a moment, and replied, He works in a money-changer's shop that belongs to one of his relatives. Ah, yes. Here the procurator fell silent, looked around to make sure there was no one on the balcony, and then said quietly, The fact is, today I received information that he will be murdered tonight. Here the guest not only fixed the procurator with his gaze, he even held it there for a while, and then replied, You have given too flattering an account of me, procurator. In my opinion, I do not deserve your recommendation. I have no such information. You merit the highest possible reward, replied the procurator. But such information does exist. Dare I inquire who gave you this information? Allow me not to disclose that for the moment, especially since the information is accidental, unclear, and unreliable. But it is my duty to foresee everything. That is my job, and more than anything else, I must trust my own intuition because it has never deceived me. According to the information I have, one of Hanotri's secret friends, outraged by this money-changer's monstrous betrayal, has conspired with accomplices to kill him tonight, and to send the money he received for his betrayal back to the high priest with a note saying, I am returning your accursed money. The head of the Secret Service gave the hegemon no more of his sudden stares, and continued listening to him with narrowed eyes as Pilate continued. Do you think the high priest will find it pleasant to receive such a gift on the night of the holiday? Not only will it not be pleasant, replied the guest, smiling, but I believe it will cause a huge scandal, procurator. And I share your opinion. That is why I want you to take care of this matter. That is, take every measure to ensure the safety of Judas of Kerioth. The hegemon's command shall be executed, began Afranius. But I must reassure the hegemon, the villain's plot is extraordinarily difficult to carry out. After all, just think. As he spoke, the guest turned and continued, They have to track him down, murder him, find out how much money he received, find a way of returning it to Caiaphas, and do it all in one night? Today? All the same, he will be murdered tonight. Pilate repeated stubbornly, I'm telling you, I have a premonition, and my premonitions have yet to deceive me. Whereupon a spasm passed over the procurator's face, and he briefly rubbed his hands. Yes, sir, obediently replied the guest, who then rose, stood up straight, and suddenly asked severely, So they'll murder him, hegemon? Yes, replied Pilate, and our only hope is your astonishing proficiency, which so amazes everyone. The guest adjusted the heavy belt under his cloak and said, I have the honor of wishing you health and happiness. Ah, yes, Pilate exclaimed softly, I almost forgot. I owe you money. The guest showed surprise. Really, procurator, you don't owe me anything. Yes, I do. Remember the crowd of beggars when I entered Jerusalem? I wanted to throw them money, but I didn't have any, so I borrowed some from you. Oh, procurator, that was such a trifle. Even trifles should be remembered. Pilate then turned, lifted his cloak, which was lying on the chair behind him, took a leather pouch out from underneath, and handed it to the guest. Bowing, the latter accepted it and hid it under his cloak. I shall expect your report, Pilate began, on the burial and also on this matter of Judas of Kerioth tonight.
You hear me, Afranius? Tonight. The escort will be given orders to wake me as soon as you appear. I shall be expecting you."
"It has been an honor," said the chief of the Secret Service, and he turned and left the balcony.
A crunching sound was heard as he walked over the wet sand on the terrace, and then the shuffling of his sandals sounded on the marble surface between the two lions. Then his legs, torso, and finally his hood disappeared from view. Only then did the procurator see that the sun had already set, and twilight had come. Chapter 26. The Burial. Perhaps it was the twilight that made the procurator's appearance change so dramatically. He seemed to have aged on the spot, to have become stooped, and to have grown anxious as well. Once he looked around and for some reason shuddered when his gaze fell on the empty chair which had his cloak thrown over its back. The holiday night was approaching, the evening shadows were playing their usual tricks, and very likely the weary procurator imagined that someone was sitting in the empty chair. Letting faint-heartedness get the best of him, and shifting the cloak, the procurator left it lying there and began pacing around the balcony, first rubbing his hands, then going over to the table to grab the wine-cup, then stopping to stare blankly at the mosaic floor as though trying to decipher something written there. For the second time that day, he was overcome by anguish. Rubbing his brow, where there now remained only a dull, faintly nagging trace of the hellish morning pain, he kept straining to understand what was causing his mental torment. And he quickly realized what it was, but tried to deceive himself. It was clear to him that he had lost something irretrievably that day, and that now he wanted to make up for the loss with minor, inconsequential, and, most importantly, belated measures. His self-deception consisted in his trying to convince himself that the actions taken that evening were no less important than the sentence passed that morning. But the procurator was having very little success in convincing himself. On one of his turns about the balcony, he stopped abruptly and whistled. In reply to his whistle, a low growl sounded in the shadows, and a gigantic grey dog with pointed ears and a gold-studded collar bounded onto the balcony from the garden. "Banga! Banga!" cried the procurator weakly. The dog stood up on his hind paws, lowered his front paws onto his master's shoulders, almost knocking him to the floor, and licked his cheek. The procurator sat down in his chair, and Banga, his tongue out and panting, lay down at his master's feet. The joy in the dog's eyes signified that the thunderstorm, the only thing in the world the intrepid dog feared, was over, and that he was back next to the man he loved, respected, and considered the most powerful on earth, the ruler of all men, who made the dog himself feel privileged, superior, and special as well. But once he had lain down by his master's feet, the dog sensed immediately, even without looking at him, but at the gathering shadows in the garden, that something bad had happened to him. Therefore the dog changed position, got up, went around to the side of the chair, and put his front paws and head on the procurator's knees, getting wet sand all over the bottom of his cloak. Banga's actions were probably meant to console his master and to let him know that he was prepared to face misfortune with him. He tried to show this with his eyes, which looked sideways up at his master, and his ears, which were perked and at attention. Thus the two of them, the dog and the man who loved each other, greeted the holiday night on the balcony. In the meantime, the procurator's guest had a great number of things to do. After leaving the upper terrace of the garden in front of the balcony, he went down the stairs to the lower terrace, turned right, and went out to the barracks situated inside the palace grounds. In those barracks were billeted the 2 centuries which had accompanied the procurator to Yerushalayim for the holiday, as well as the procurator's secret guard commanded by the guest himself. The guest spent a short time in the barracks, not more than 10 minutes. but at the end of that time 3 carts set out from the barracks yard loaded with entrenching tools and a barrel of water. 15 men on horseback, wearing grey cloaks, accompanied the carts. The entire procession left the palace grounds through the rear gates, headed west, came out at the city walls, and took the path to the Bethlehem road and then proceeded northward. After reaching the crossroads by the Hebron gate, they headed down the Jaffa road, taken earlier by the execution procession. By that time it was already dark, and the moon was showing on the horizon. Soon after the carts had left with their escort, the procurator's guest, who had now changed into a shabby, dark chiton, also left the palace compound on horseback. The guest headed straight into the city rather than out of it. A short time later he could be seen approaching the Antonia fortress, which was located in the northern part of the city, in close proximity to the great temple. The guest did not spend much time at the fortress either, and later could be spotted in the lower city, in its winding labyrinthine streets. The guest arrived there by mule. The guest knew the city well, and easily found the street he was looking for. It was called Greek Street because a number of Greek shops were located there, including one that traded in rugs. It was there that the guest stopped his mule, dismounted, and tied it to a ring at the gate. The shop was already closed. The guest walked through a wicket gate next to the shop's entrance, and found himself in a small square courtyard lined on 3 sides with sheds. After turning a corner in the yard, he ended up on the stone terrace of an ivy-covered dwelling where he surveyed his surroundings. The house and sheds were dark because the lamps had not yet been lit. The guest called softly, "Neza." A door creaked in answer to his call, and a young woman without a shawl over her head appeared in the shadows of the terrace. She leaned over the railing, peering anxiously, trying to see who was there. When she recognized who it was, she gave him a welcoming smile, nodded her head, and waved. "Are you alone?" asked Afranius softly in Greek. "Yes," whispered the woman on the terrace. "My husband left for Caesarea this morning." Here the woman glanced at the door and added in a whisper, "But the servant woman is here." She made a gesture that meant, "Come in." Afranius glanced back and stepped onto the stone stairs. He and the woman then disappeared inside the house. Afranius spent a very short time at the woman's house, not more than 5 minutes. After that he left the house and terrace, pulled his hood down lower over his eyes, and went out into the street. By then the lamps were being lit in the houses, the holiday eve throng was still immense, and Afranius on his mule was lost in the stream of people on foot and on horseback. Where he went after that is not known. Left alone, the woman whom Afranius had called Neza began changing her clothes in a great hurry. No matter how hard it was for her to find what she needed in the dark room, she did not light the lamp and did not call her servant. Only after she was ready and wearing a dark shawl over her head was her voice heard in the house, saying, "If anyone should ask for me, say that I have gone to visit Inanta." The grumbling of the old servant woman was heard in the darkness. "Inanta? Oh, that awful woman! Your husband forbade you to see her. She's a procuress. Your Inanta. I'll tell your husband." There, hush up," answered Neza, and she slipped out of the house like a shadow. Neza's sandals tapped against the stone slabs of the courtyard. Still grumbling, the servant woman closed the door to the terrace. Neza left her house. At the same time, from another narrow lane in the lower city, a winding lane which descended in terraces to one of the municipal ponds through the gate of an unprepossessing house whose blind side faced the street and whose windows opened onto a courtyard, came a young man with a neatly shaved beard who was wearing a clean white keffiyeh that fell down to his shoulders, a new light blue holiday talit with dangling tassels, and new sandals that creaked. The hook-nosed, handsome man, dressed up for the great holiday, walked briskly, overtaking those who were hurrying home to their holiday table, and one by one he saw the windows begin to blaze with light. The young man was heading down the road that led past the marketplace to the palace of the high priest Kaifa, located at the foot of the temple hill. A short time later he could be seen entering the gates of Kaifa's palace, and leaving the palace a short time later. After his visit to the palace, which was already aglow with lamps and torches, and in which the holiday bustle was in full swing, the young man began to walk even more briskly, more cheerfully, and hastened back to the lower city. On that very corner, where the street opened onto the market square, in the midst of the bustle and the crowd, he was overtaken by a slender woman in a black shawl pulled over her eyes, who walked with a dancing gait. As she was passing the handsome young man, the woman pushed her shawl up for an instant and gave the young man a sidelong glance, but rather than slow her stride, she actually quickened it, as if trying to conceal herself from the man she had overtaken. The young man did not merely notice the woman, no, he recognized her, and having done so, he shuddered and stopped, gazing after her in bewilderment, and then immediately set off to catch up with her. After nearly knocking over a passer-by carrying a jug, the young man caught up with the woman and, breathing heavily from excitement, called out to her, "Nisa!" The woman turned, narrowed her eyes as her face expressed cold annoyance, and replied dryly in Greek, "Oh, is that you, Judas? I didn't recognize you at first. But that's all to the good. We have a saying that he who is not recognized will become a rich man." So excited that his heart began to flutter like a bird under a black shawl, Judas asked in a halting whisper, afraid that the passers-by would overhear, "Where are you going, Nisa?" "And why do you want to know?" replied Nisa, slowing her step and looking arrogantly at Judas. Then a childlike tone crept into Judas's voice as he whispered to her in dismay, "What is this? We had arranged to meet. I wanted to come see you. You said you'd be home all evening." "Oh, no," replied Nisa, wilfully making her lower lip protrude, which made her face, the most beautiful Judas had ever seen, even more beautiful. "I got bored," she continued. "You have a holiday, but what am I supposed to do? Sit and listen to you sighing on the terrace? And be afraid that the servant will tell my husband? No, and so I decided to take a walk outside the city to listen to the nightingales." "What do you mean, outside the city?" asked Judas, at a loss. "Alone?" "Of course alone," replied Nisa. "Let me go with you," asked Judas breathlessly. His thoughts became muddled. He forgot about everything around him and gazed with pleading eyes into Nisa's light blue eyes, which now seemed black. Nisa said nothing in reply, and quickened her step. "Why don't you speak, Nisa?" asked Judas plaintively, trying to keep pace with her. "But won't I be bored with you?" asked Nisa suddenly, and stopped. Here Judas's thoughts became utterly confused. "Well, all right," said Nisa, finally softening. "Let's go." "But where? Where to?" "Wait. Let's step into this yard here and decide, otherwise I'm afraid that someone I know will see me and say later that I was out on the street with my lover." And here Nisa and Judas disappeared from the marketplace. They talked in whispers in the gateway of some courtyard. "Go to the olive estate," whispered Nisa, pulling her shawl down over her eyes and turning away from some man with a pail who was entering the gateway. "To Gethsemane, beyond Kidron. Do you know where I mean?" Yes. "I'll go on ahead," Nisa continued, "but don't follow right behind me. Keep a distance between us. I'll leave first. When you cross the stream, you know where the grotto is?" "Yes, I know. Go up past the olive press and turn towards the grotto. I'll be there. Only don't follow at my heels. Be patient. Wait here a while." And with these words Nisa left the entranceway as if she had never spoken to Judas. Judas stood there alone for a while, trying to collect his scattered thoughts, one of which was how he would explain his absence from the holiday table to his family. Judas stood and tried to think up some lie, but in his excitement he couldn't think of anything suitable, and his legs moved of their own accord and carried him out of the gateway. Now he changed his route, and instead of heading for the lower city, he turned back toward Kaifa's palace. The holiday was already in full swing in the city. Not only were lights glittering in all the windows around Judas, but prayers and blessings could already be heard. Latecomers were urging on their mules, whipping them and shouting at them. Judas's legs carried him along by themselves, and he failed to notice the fearsome, moss-covered Antonia towers as they flew past him. He did not hear the blast of trumpets in the fortress, and he paid no attention to the Roman cavalry patrol whose torch flooded his path with quivering light. When Judas turned after passing the tower, he saw that 2 gigantic 5-branched candelabra had been lit above the temple at a dizzying, fearsome height. But Judas saw them through a haze as well, and it seemed to him that 10 immense lamps had been hung up over the city and were competing with the light of the single lamp rising higher and higher over Yerushalayim, the moon. Now, the only thing that mattered to Judas was to get to the Gethsemane gate, and he wanted to leave the city as soon as possible. At times, he thought he could see a dancing figure up ahead as it darted among the faces and backs of the passers-by, showing him the way. But it was an illusion. Judas knew that Nisa must be far ahead of him. Judas ran past the money-changing shops and finally arrived at the Gethsemane gate. Once there, burning with impatience, he was nevertheless forced to halt. Camels were entering the city, followed by a Syrian military patrol, which Judas cursed mentally. But everything comes to an end. The impatient Judas was already outside the city wall. To his left he saw a small graveyard, and near it the striped tents of a few pilgrims. After crossing the dusty road, which was flooded with moonlight, Judas hurried toward the Kidron stream, intending to cross it. The water gurgled softly at Judas's feet. Jumping from stone to stone, he finally made it over to the Gethsemane bank, and, to his great joy, saw that the road alongside the gardens was deserted. Not far away could be seen the tumble-down gates of the olive estate. After the stuffiness of the city, Judas was struck by the intoxicating smell of the spring night. From the garden beyond the fence, a fragrant wave of myrtle and acacia came drifting in from the Gethsemane fields. There was no one guarding the gates, no one there at all, and in a few minutes Judas was running beneath the mysterious shadows of the huge, spreading olive trees. The road led uphill. Judas went up it, breathing heavily, occasionally emerging from the darkness onto the patterned carpets of moonlight, which reminded him of the carpets he had seen in the shop of Nisa's jealous husband. In a while, the olive press with its heavy stone wheel and pile of barrels appeared in a clearing to Judas's left. There was no one in the garden. Work had stopped at sunset, and now a chorus of nightingales pealed and broke into song over Judas's head. Judas was near his goal. He knew that in the darkness to his right he would soon hear the quiet whisper of falling water in the grotto. And so it was. He heard it. The air was getting cooler and cooler. Then he slowed his step and called out softly, "Nisa!" But instead of Nisa, a thick-set male figure detached himself from the fat trunk of an olive tree and jumped onto the road. Something gleamed in his hand for a second, and then was extinguished. Judas gave a weak cry and tried to run back, but a second man blocked his way. The first man, the one in front, asked Judas, "How much did you get just now? Talk if you want to save your life." Hope flared up in Judas's heart, and he cried out in desperation, 30 tetradrachmas! 30 tetradrachmas! That's all I got! I have it with me! Here's the money! Take it, but spare my life!" The man in front immediately snatched the purse out of Judas's hands, and at the same instant a knife flew up behind him and struck the would-be lover under the shoulder blade. Judas was pitched forward, his arms raised and his fingers clutching the air. The man in front caught Judas on his knife and plunged it to the hilt into Judas's heart. "Nisa," said Judas, in a low, reproachful rasp that was quite unlike his own high, clear, youthful voice, and never uttered another sound. His body hit the ground so hard it began to hum. Then a third figure appeared on the road. He was wearing a hooded cloak. "Don't delay," he ordered. The assassins quickly wrapped up the purse with a note given them by the third man in a piece of leather skin and tied it crosswise with twine. The second man thrust the bundle in his bosom, and then both assassins ran off the road in different directions and were swallowed up by the darkness of the olive estate. The third man crouched down beside the body and gazed at the dead man's face. In the shadows, it looked as white as chalk and had a kind of spiritual beauty. Seconds later, there was not a living soul on the road. The lifeless body lay with its arms flung out. A patch of moonlight fell on his left foot, making every strap of his sandal clearly visible. The whole Gethsemane garden rang with the singing of nightingales. No one knows where Judas's two assassins went, but the route taken by the third man in the hood is known. After leaving the road, he plunged into a grove of olive trees and headed south. He climbed over the garden wall, far from the main gates, in its south corner where the top layer of stones had fallen out. He soon reached the bank of the Kidron. Then he entered the stream and walked along in the water until he saw two horses silhouetted in the distance and a man standing next to them. The horses were also standing in the stream. The water washed over their hooves. The man tending the horses mounted one of them, and the man in the hood mounted the other. As the two of them headed slowly into the stream, one could hear the horses' hooves scraping on the stones. After the riders came out of the stream, they went up the Yerushalayim bank and followed the city wall at a walking pace. Then the groom broke away and galloped ahead, while the man in the hood stopped his horse, dismounted on the deserted road, took off his cloak, turned it inside out, removed a flat, uncrested helmet from its folds, and put it on. The man who now mounted the horse wore a military chlamys and a short sword on his hip. He touched the reins, and his spirited cavalry mount set off at a trot. The rider did not have far to go. He was approaching the southern gates of Yerushalayim. The restless flame of torches danced and played under the archway of the gates. The sentries from the 2nd century of the Lightning Legion were sitting on stone benches playing dice. They jumped up when they saw the mounted officer. He waved to them and rode into the city. The city was flooded with holiday lights. Candle flames flickered in all the windows, and the blessings coming from within blended into a discordant chorus. The rider would occasionally glance into the windows that looked out on the street and see people at their holiday tables, set with kids' meat and cups of wine placed between dishes of bitter herbs. Whistling a soft tune, the rider made his unhurried way through the deserted streets of the lower city, heading toward the Antonia Tower, occasionally glancing up at the unique 5-branched candelabra burning above the temple, which were not to be seen anywhere else in the world, or gazing at the moon, which hung even higher up than the candelabra. The palace of Herod the Great was taking no part in the Passover night celebration. In the auxiliary rooms that faced south, where the officers of the Roman cohort and the legate of the legion were quartered, lights were burning and there was a feeling of activity and life. The front section, occupied by the sole and involuntary resident of the palace, the procurator, with its colonnades and gold statues, seemed blinded by the extremely bright moon. Here, inside the palace, darkness and quiet reigned, and the procurator, as he had told Afranius, preferred not to go inside. He had ordered that a bed be made up for him on the balcony where he had dined that evening and conducted the interrogation that morning. The procurator lay down on the couch that had been prepared, but sleep would not come to him. The naked moon hung high overhead in the clear sky, and the procurator was unable to take his eyes off it for several hours. Around midnight, sleep finally took pity on the hegemon. With a convulsive yawn, the procurator unfastened his cloak and threw it off, removed the strap with its sheathed broad steel knife that belted his tunic, and placed it on the chair beside the couch, took off his sandals, and stretched out. Banga immediately got up on the bed and lay down beside him, with his head next to his, and the procurator, putting his arm around the dog's neck, finally closed his eyes. Only then did the dog fall asleep too. The couch stood in semi-darkness, shielded from the moon by a column, but a ribbon of moonlight stretched from the stairway to the bed. And as soon as the procurator lost touch with the world of reality around him, he quickly set out on a shining road and ascended it straight to the moon. He even laughed in his sleep with happiness. So splendid and unique was everything on that light blue transparent road. He was accompanied by Banga, and walking alongside him was the vagrant philosopher. They were arguing about something complex and important, and neither one of them could convince the other. They did not agree about anything, and that made their dispute all the more engaging and endless. Today's execution, needless to say, turned out to have been a complete misunderstanding. After all, the philosopher who had conceived the absurd notion that all people were good was walking beside him, so he had to be alive. And besides, the very idea that such a man could be executed was utterly horrible. The execution had not taken place, no. Therein lay the charm of this journey up the stairway of the moon. They had as much time as they needed, and the thunderstorm would only come towards evening, and cowardice was undoubtedly one of the most terrible of vices. Thus spoke Yeshua HaNotzri. No, philosopher, I disagree with you. It is the most terrible vice. For example, the present procurator of Judea and former tribune of the legion had not been a coward back then in the Valley of the Maidens, when the furious Germans had almost hacked Ratkiller the giant to pieces. But excuse me, philosopher, could you with your intelligence really imagine that the procurator of Judea would ruin his career over a man who had committed a crime against Caesar? Yes, said Pilate, moaning and sobbing in his sleep. Of course he would. He would not have done it in the morning, but now, at night, having weighed everything, he would be glad to do it. He would do anything to save the totally innocent mad dreamer and physician from death. Now we shall always be together, he heard in his sleep from the vagrant philosopher, who had appeared inexplicably on the night of the Golden Spear's path. Where you find one, you'll find the other too. When people remember me, they will immediately remember you too. Me, a foundling, the son of unknown parents, and you, the son of an astrologer king and a miller's daughter, the beautiful Pila. Yes, please don't forget. Remember me, the son of an astrologer king, implored Pilate in his sleep. And when the pauper from Ensarid, who was walking beside him, gave him a nod of assent, the cruel procurator of Judea wept and laughed with joy in his sleep. All this was good, but it made the hegemon's awakening all the more horrible. Banga began howling at the moon, and the light blue road, slippery and oily smooth, vanished in front of the procurator. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he remembered was that the execution had taken place. The first thing the procurator did was, as usual, to grab for Banga's collar. Then, with aching eyes, he began searching for the moon and saw that it had moved slightly to the side and turned silver. Its light was being disrupted by an unpleasant, restless light playing on the balcony right in front of him. It came from a flaming, smoking torch held by Centurion Ratkiller. He glowered with fear and loathing at the dangerous beast ready to lunge at him. "Stay, Banga," said the procurator with a sickly voice, and he coughed. Shading his eyes from the flame, he continued, "Even at night, and in the moonlight, I have no peace. Oh, gods! You too have a bad job, Mark. You maim soldiers." Mark looked at the procurator with profound astonishment, and the latter came to his senses. In an effort to smooth over the gratuitous words he had spoken when not fully awake, the procurator said, "Don't take offense, Centurion. My position, I repeat, is even worse. What do you want?" "The chief of the Secret Service is here to see you," Mark reported calmly. "Send him in. Send him in," ordered the procurator, coughing to clear his throat, and feeling for his sandals with his bare feet. The flame played over the columns. The centurion's caligas clattered on the mosaic. The centurion went out to the garden. "Even at night, and in the moonlight, I have no peace," said the procurator to himself, his teeth clenched. The man in the hood took the place of the centurion on the balcony. "Banga, stay," said the procurator quietly, pressing the back of the dog's head. Before he began to speak, Afranius, as was his custom, took a look around and stepped into the shadow. And when he had assured himself that apart from Banga, he and the procurator were the only ones on the balcony, he said softly, "I ask that you bring me to justice, procurator. You were right. I was unable to save Judas of Kerioth. He was murdered. I ask to be tried and discharged." Afranius felt as if he were being watched by two pairs of eyes, a dog's and a wolf's. He pulled a blood-stained purse with 2 seals out from under his chlamys. "Here is the bag of money the murderers threw at the high priest's house. The blood on it is the blood of Judas of Kerioth." "I'm curious. How much money is there?" asked Pilate, nodding at the purse. 30 tetradrachmas. The procurator gave a laugh and said, "Not very much." Afranius said nothing. "Where is the slain man?" "That I don't know," replied the man who never parted with his hood, with calm dignity. "We'll begin our investigation this morning." The procurator shuddered and let go of the sandal strap that refused to be fastened. "But you know for certain that he was killed?" To this the procurator received a dry reply. "I have worked in Judea for 15 years, procurator. I began my service under Valerius Gratus. I don't have to see the corpse to know that a man has been killed, and I am here to report that the man called Judas from the city of Kerioth was murdered a few hours ago." "Forgive me, Afranius," replied Pilate. "I'm still not properly awake. That's why I said what I did. I sleep badly." The procurator gave a laugh. "And I keep seeing a moonbeam in my dream. It's so absurd. Imagine. I seem to be walking along that moonbeam. And so I would like to know what your thoughts are in this matter. Where do you intend to look for him? Sit down, Chief of the Secret Service." Afranius bowed, moved a chair closer to the bed, and sat down, his sword clanking. "I intend to look for him near the olive press in the Garden of Gethsemane." "I see. And why there, precisely?" "Hegemon, by my reasoning, Judas was killed neither in Yerushalayim itself, nor very far away from it. He was killed on the outskirts of Yerushalayim." "I consider you one of the leading experts in your field. I cannot speak of Rome, of course, but in the colonies you are without equal. Explain to me why." "It is inconceivable to me," said Afranius, speaking softly, "that Judas would have fallen into suspicious hands within the city limits. You don't stab someone clandestinely on the street. That means he must have been lured into some cellar somewhere. But the Secret Service has already looked for him in the lower city, and if he were there, they would surely have found him. I can assure you that he is nowhere in the city. And if he had been killed far away from the city, they wouldn't have been able to throw back the packet of money so soon. He was murdered not far from the city. They managed to lure him out of the city." "I don't see how they could have accomplished that." "Yes, Procurator, that is the most difficult question of all, and I don't even know if I'll be able to solve it." "A mystery indeed." On the evening of a holiday, a believer forsakes the Passover meal and goes out of the city for some unknown reason, and there he perishes. Who could have lured him, and how? Could it have been a woman? Asked the procurator with sudden inspiration. Afranius answered calmly and gravely, "Absolutely not, procurator. That possibility is ruled out entirely. One must reason logically. Who would have an interest in Judas's death? Vagrant dreamers, a group of them, a group, first of all, that doesn't include any women. One needs money to get married, procurator. Money is also necessary to bring someone into the world, but to murder someone with a woman's help? One needs a great deal of money, and vagrants don't have money. No woman was involved in this affair, procurator. What's more, I would argue such a hypothesis can only serve to throw us off track, impede the investigation, and complicate things for me." "I see your point completely, Afranius," said Pilate. "And I was only taking the liberty of offering my supposition." "It is, alas, a mistaken one, procurator." "But then, what other possibilities are there?" exclaimed the procurator, staring at Afranius with avid curiosity. "I think it was still the money." "A remarkable idea. But who could offer him money at night outside the city, and for what?" "Oh, no, procurator, it didn't happen like that. I can offer only one supposition, and if it's wrong, then I probably won't come up with any others." Afranius leaned closer to the procurator and added in a whisper, "Judas wanted to hide his money in a safe spot only he knew about." "A highly subtle explanation. That must have been how it happened. Now I follow you. It wasn't people who lured him out of the city, but his own idea. Yes, that must have been it." "Precisely. Judas didn't trust anyone. He wanted to hide his money." "Yes, in Gethsemane, you said. But why is it precisely there that you intend to look for him? That, I confess, I can't understand." "Oh, procurator, that is the simplest thing of all. No one is going to hide money on a road or in an empty, open place. Judas wasn't on the road to Kidron or to Bethany. He needed to be in some safe, secluded spot with trees. It's so simple. And there's no place like that near Yerushalayim except Gethsemane. He couldn't have gone far." "You've convinced me completely. So what is to be done now?" "I'll start an immediate search for the murderers who followed Judas out of the city, and in the meantime I will, as I have already reported, turn myself over for prosecution." "What for?" "My men lost him this evening in the marketplace, after he had left Caiaphas' palace. How that happened, I do not know. It has never happened to me before. He was put under observation right after our talk, but in the vicinity of the marketplace he got away, and covered his tracks so thoroughly that he vanished without a trace." "I see. But I am informing you that I do not deem it necessary for you to be prosecuted. You did everything that you could, and no one in the world," here the procurator smiled, "could have done more than you did. Reprimand the men who lost Judas in the marketplace, but here too I warn you, I do not wish you to reprimand them too severely. After all, we did everything we could to look after that good-for-nothing." "Oh, yes, I forgot to ask," said the procurator, wiping his forehead. "How did they manage to throw the money back at Caiaphas?" "You see, procurator, that wasn't particularly difficult. The avengers went to the back of Caiaphas' palace, where the street looks down over the rear courtyard. They threw the packet of money over the fence." "With a note attached?" "Yes, exactly as you had imagined, procurator. And by the way," here Afranius broke the seals on the packet and showed its contents to Pilate. "Take care what you're doing, Afranius. After all, they're temple seals." The procurator need not trouble himself about this question.
replied Afranius, closing the packet. "You mean you have all their seals?" asked Pilate, laughing. "How could it be otherwise?" replied Afranius dryly, with no trace of laughter. "I can just imagine Kaifa's reaction." "Yes, Procurator, it caused quite a stir. I was summoned immediately." Even in the semi-darkness, Pilate's eyes could be seen glittering. "That's interesting. Interesting." "I beg to differ, Procurator. It was not interesting at all. It was a supremely tedious and wearisome business. When I questioned them as to whether money had been paid out to anyone in Caiaphas' palace, they told me categorically that it had not." "Is that so? Well, then, if the money wasn't paid, it wasn't paid. It will be that much harder to find the murderers." "Quite true, Procurator." "You know, Afranius, something just occurred to me. Couldn't he have killed himself?" "Oh, no, Procurator," replied Afranius, leaning back in his chair in surprise. "That is, if you will pardon me, highly unlikely." "Ah, in this city anything is possible. I would argue, in fact, that in no time at all rumors to that effect will be spreading throughout the city." At this point Afranius gave Pilate that particular look of his, thought for a moment, and replied, "That may be, Procurator." The Procurator obviously could not relinquish the subject of the man from Kerioth's murder, even though it was already clear what had happened, and he commented wistfully, "I wish I could have seen how he was killed." "He was killed with great artistry, Procurator," replied Afranius, giving him a somewhat ironic look. "How do you know that?" "Just take a look at the bag, Procurator," replied Afranius. "I can promise you that Judas's blood flowed freely. I've seen my share of murdered bodies, Procurator." "So then, of course he will not arise." "No, Procurator, he will arise," replied Afranius with a philosophic smile, "when the trumpet of the Messiah, whom they await here, sounds above him. But until that, he will not arise." "Enough, Afranius. This subject is clear. Let's go to the burial." "The executed men have been buried, Procurator." "Oh, Afranius, it would be a crime to prosecute you. You deserve the highest reward. How did it go?" Afranius began an account of how, while he was busy with the Judas affair, a Secret Service team under the command of his assistant got to the hill before nightfall. One body was missing from the hilltop. Pilate shuddered and said hoarsely, "Ah, why didn't I foresee that?" "It is not worth getting upset about, Procurator," said Afranius, and continued his account. The bodies of Dismas and Gestas, their eyes pecked out by birds of prey, were picked up, and then a search was undertaken for the third body. It was soon located. Some man had... "Levi Matvei," said Pilate, stating rather than questioning. "Yes, Procurator." Levi Matvei had been hiding in a cave on the northern slope of Bald Skull, waiting for it to get dark. He had Yeshua Hanotzri's naked body with him. When the men entered the cave with a torch, Levi flew into a fit of rage and despair. He shouted that he had committed no crime, and that anyone had the right, according to the law, to bury the body of an executed criminal if he wished to. Levi Matvei kept saying that he did not want to part with the body. He was agitated and kept shouting something incoherent, begged, then threatened or cursed. "Did they have to seize him?" asked Pilate gloomily. "No, Procurator, they did not," answered Afranius very soothingly. The daring madman was calmed when it was explained that the body would be buried. Levi, after absorbing what had been said, quieted down, but declared that he wasn't going away and wanted to take part in the burial. He said he would not go away even if they were going to kill him, and even offered them the bread knife he had with him for this purpose. "Did they chase him off?" "No, Procurator, they did not. My assistant allowed him to take part in the burial." "Which of your assistants was in charge?" asked Pilate. "Tolmei,
replied Afranius, adding with alarm, "Did he perhaps make a mistake?" "Go on," replied Pilate. "There was no mistake. In general, I am beginning to feel somewhat at a loss, Afranius, since apparently I am dealing with a man who never makes mistakes, and that man is you." They put Levi Matvei into the cart along with the bodies of the executed men, and 2 hours later they arrived at a deserted canyon north of Yerushalayim. There the men worked in shifts, and in about 2 hours they had dug a deep ditch and buried all 3 of the bodies. Were they naked? No, Procurator. The men had brought chitons for that very purpose. Rings were put on the fingers of the corpses. Yeshua's ring had 1 marking, Dismas's 2, and Gestus's 3. The ditch was filled in and covered over with rocks. Ptolemy knows what the identifying marker is. Ah, if only I had foreseen it, said Pilate, frowning. I would have liked to have seen that Levi Matvei. He is here, Procurator. Pilate's eyes widened, and he stared at Afranius for some time before he said, "Thank you. For all that was done in this matter, please have Ptolemy sent to me tomorrow. And in the meantime tell him that I am well pleased with him. And I ask that you, Afranius—" Here the procurator took a ring from the pocket of his belt, which was lying on the table, and handed it to the chief of the Secret Service. "Accept this as a token of my esteem." Afranius bowed and said, "It is a great honor, Procurator. I ask that you reward the men who took care of the burial, and reprimand those responsible for losing Judas. Now send me Levi Matvei. I wish to hear more details about Yeshua." "Certainly, Procurator," replied Afranius, and he began bowing as he withdrew. The Procurator clapped his hands and shouted, "Come here! Bring me a lamp in the colonnade." By the time Afranius had reached the garden, lights were seen flickering behind Pilate in the servants' hands. 3 lamps were placed on the table in front of the Procurator, and the moonlit knight retreated into the garden, as if Afranius had taken it away with him. Taking Afranius's place on the balcony was a short, scrawny stranger, and beside him was the giant centurion. The latter, at a glance from the Procurator, withdrew to the garden and disappeared. The Procurator studied the new arrival with avid and slightly fearful eyes. It was the kind of look one gives someone one has heard of and thought a lot about, and whom one is meeting for the first time. The newcomer was about 40, ragged, black, caked with dried mud, and glaring wolfishly from under his brows. In short, he was very unprepossessing and resembled hundreds of other beggars in the city who flocked around the temple terraces or marketplaces of the dirty, noisy lower city. The silence between them lasted for some time, and was broken only by the strange behavior of the man who had been brought before Pilate. A change came over his face. He tottered, and would in fact have fallen if his dirty hand had not grabbed onto the edge of the table. "What's wrong with you?" Pilate asked him. "Nothing," Levi Matvei replied, and made a movement that looked as if he had swallowed something. His dirty, bare neck bulged out and then sank in. "What's wrong? Answer me," Pilate repeated. "I'm tired," Levi replied, and stared gloomily at the floor. "Sit down," said Pilate, pointing to the chair. Levi looked distrustfully at the Procurator, moved over to the chair, cast a frightened eye over its gilded arms, and then chose to sit not on it, but on the floor beside it. "Why didn't you sit on the chair?" asked Pilate. "I'm filthy. I'll soil it," said Levi, staring at the ground. "Then I'll get you something to eat right away." "I don't want to eat," replied Levi. "Why lie?" asked Pilate softly. "You haven't eaten for a whole day, perhaps longer. All right, then don't eat. I sent for you because I wanted you to show me the knife you had." "The soldiers took it away from me when they brought me here," replied Levy sullenly, adding, "Get it back for me. I have to return it to its owner. I stole it." "Why?" "To cut the ropes," replied Levy. "Mark!" shouted the procurator, and the centurion stepped into the colonnade. "Give me his knife." The centurion removed a dirty bread knife from one of the 2 sheaths on his belt and handed it to the procurator. He then withdrew. "Who did you steal the knife from?" "From a bread store at the Hebron gate, right on the left as you enter the city." Pilate looked at the wide blade, tested its sharpness with his finger for some reason, and said, "Don't worry about the knife. It will be returned to the shop. And now I want something else. Show me the parchment you carry around with you, where Yeshua's words are written down." Levy looked at Pilate with hatred, and smiled such a malicious smile that his face became all distorted. "You want to take that away? My last possession?" he asked. "I didn't say hand it over," replied Pilate. "I said, show it to me." Levy rummaged inside his shirt and pulled out a roll of parchment. Pilate took it from him, unrolled it, spread it out between the lamps, and with a frown on his face began studying the barely decipherable ink markings. The scrawly lines were hard to follow, and Pilate frowned as he bent over the parchment, running his finger over the lines. He did manage to make out that the writing was a disconnected set of sayings, dates, household jottings, and poetic fragments. He was able to read, "There is no death. Yesterday we ate sweet spring figs." Grimacing from the effort, Pilate squinted and read, "We shall see the pure stream of the water of life. Mankind will gaze at the sun through transparent crystal." Here Pilate shuddered. In the parchment's concluding lines he could make out the words, "greater vice, cowardice." Pilate rolled up the parchment and handed it brusquely back to Levy. "Take it," he said, and after a brief silence added, "You are, as I can see, a learned man, and there is no reason why you, who are alone, should be wandering about in rags without any place to go. I have a large library in Caesarea. I am very wealthy, and I want to take you into my service. You will arrange and care for the papyri, and you will be well fed and clothed." Levy stood up and replied, "No, I don't want to." "Why?" asked the procurator, his face darkening. "Do you find me unpleasant? Are you afraid of me?" The same malicious smile contorted Levy's face, and he said, "No, it's because you'll be afraid of me. It won't be easy for you to look me in the face after you killed him." "Be quiet," said Pilate. "Take some money." Levy shook his head in refusal, and the procurator continued, "You, I know, consider yourself a disciple of Yeshua, but I can assure you that you have learned nothing from what he tried to teach you, because if you had, you would certainly have accepted something from me. Remember that before he died he said that he didn't blame anyone." Pilate raised his finger meaningfully, and his face twitched. "And he himself would undoubtedly have taken something from me. You are cruel, and he was not a cruel man. Where will you go?" Levy suddenly walked over to the table, rested both hands on it, and staring with burning eyes at the procurator, whispered to him, "Know, Hegemon, that I am going to murder a certain man in Yerushalayim. I am telling you this, so you will know there will be more blood." "I too know there will be more blood," replied Pilate. "Your words do not surprise me. You, of course, wish to murder me, isn't that so?" "I would not be able to murder you," replied Levy, baring his teeth in a smile. "And I am not stupid enough to expect that I could. But I shall murder Judas of Kerioth, even if it takes me the rest of my life." A gleam of pleasure shone in the procurator's eyes. Beckoning Levy Matvey closer, he said, "Don't worry yourself. You won't succeed. Judas was already murdered this very night." Levy jumped back from the table, his eyes staring wildly, and cried out, "Who did it?" "Don't be jealous," replied Pilate, baring his teeth and rubbing his hands. "I'm afraid you weren't his only admirer." "Who did it?" repeated Levy in a whisper. "I did it." Levy's mouth fell open, and he gaped at the procurator, who said quietly, "It wasn't very much, of course, but nevertheless it was I who did it." And he added, "Well, will you take something now?" Levy thought for a while, relented, and finally said, "Tell them to give me a piece of clean parchment." An hour passed. Levy was gone from the palace. Now the only thing that disturbed the early morning silence was the quiet sound of the sentry's footsteps in the garden. The moon was rapidly fading, and at the other edge of the sky the whitish speck of the morning star appeared. The lamps had long been extinguished. The procurator lay on his couch. He slept with his hand under his cheek, breathing soundlessly. Banga slept beside him. Thus the dawn of the 15th day of Nisan was greeted by the 5th procurator of Judea, Pontius Pilate. Chapter 27. The end of apartment number 50. When Margarita got to the final words of the chapter, "Thus the dawn of the 15th day of Nisan was greeted by the 5th procurator of Judea, Pontius Pilate," morning had arrived. From the yard came the cheerful, excited morning sounds of sparrows conversing in the branches of the white willow and the linden tree. Margarita got up from her chair, stretched, and only then realized how worn out her body was and how much she craved sleep. It is interesting to note that Margarita's soul was in perfect shape. Her thoughts were not in disarray, and she was not at all unnerved by having spent the previous night supernaturally. Memories of her time at Satan's ball did not disturb her, nor did the fact that the master had been returned to her by a kind of miracle, that his novel had risen from the ashes, and that everything was back in place in the basement apartment, from which the informer Aloisio Garich had been expelled. In short, her encounter with Voland had caused her no psychic distress. Everything was seemingly as it should have been. She went into the adjoining room, assured herself that the master was sleeping deeply and peacefully, turned off the desk lamp, which was no longer necessary, stretched out on the small couch along the opposite wall, and covered herself with an old torn sheet. A minute later she was asleep, and that morning she had no dreams. All the rooms in the basement were silent. The private home builder's entire small house was silent, and silence also reigned in the deserted lane outside. Meanwhile, at the same time, that is, at dawn on Saturday, an entire floor of one of Moscow's official buildings was wide awake, and its windows, which looked out on a large asphalt-covered square being cleaned by the whirring brushes of special slow-moving machines, were all lit up with a stark light that outshone the rising sun. The entire floor was busy with the investigation of the Voland case, and lamps in 10 offices had been burning all night long. Strictly speaking, the rudiments of the case had been clear since the previous day, Friday, when the Variety Theatre had to be closed due to the disappearance of its entire administrative staff and the disruptive events surrounding the notorious performance of black magic. But the fact of the matter was that new material kept pouring into the sleepless floor. Now it was the task of those investigating this strange case, which blended elements of utterly obvious deviltry with hypnotic trickery and blatant criminality, to take all the various and muddled incidents that had occurred all over Moscow and mold them into some kind of coherent whole. The first to be summoned to the electric glare of the sleepless floor was Arkady Apollonovitch Sempleyarov, the chairman of the Acoustics Commission. After dinner on Friday, the telephone rang in his apartment on Kamyeny Bridge, and a man's voice asked for Arkady Apollonovitch. His wife, who answered the phone, replied sullenly that Arkady Apollonovitch was unwell and resting, and could not come to the phone. But Arkady Apollonovitch had to come to the phone. When asked who it was that was calling Arkady Apollonovitch, the voice at the other end of the line had said who in no uncertain terms. "The second, right away, just a minute," babbled the customarily arrogant wife of the chairman of the Acoustics Commission, and she flew into the bedroom like an arrow to rouse Arkady Apollonovitch from his bed, where he lay suffering the torments of hell whenever he recalled last night's performance and the ensuing scandal, when his niece from Saratov had been expelled from the apartment. To tell the truth, it took Arkady Apollonovitch not a second, not a minute, but a quarter of a minute to get to the phone. Wearing only underwear and a slipper on his left foot, he babbled into the receiver, "Yes, it's me. I will. His wife, forgetting for the moment the many disgusting crimes of infidelity in which the unfortunate Arkady Apollonovitch had been implicated, stuck her frightened face through the hall door and, waving a slipper in the air, whispered, "Your slipper! Put on your slipper! Your feet will catch cold!" Waving his wife away with his bare foot and giving her a ferocious look, Arkady Apollonovitch mumbled into the phone, Yes, of course, I understand. I'm leaving now." Arkady Apollonovitch spent the entire evening on that floor where the investigation was being conducted. His conversation with the investigators was painful and extremely unpleasant because it necessitated his talking frankly not only about the vile performance and the fight in the loge, but also, among other things, about Militsa Andreevna Prokobatko from Yelokhovskaya Street, his niece from Saratov, and much else besides, which caused Arkady Apollonovitch inexpressible misery. It goes without saying that the testimony provided by Arkady Apollonovitch, an intelligent and cultured man, an eyewitness to the disgraceful performance, an experienced and articulate witness, who gave an excellent description of the mysterious masked magician himself and his two knavish assistants, whose splendid memory had retained the magician's name, Volant, contributed significantly to the advance of the investigation. When Arkady Apollonovitch's testimony was collated with that of others, including those women who had been casualties of the performance, the one in the violet underwear who had astounded Rinsky, and, alas, many others, and Karpov, the messenger who had been sent to apartment number 50 on Sadovaya Street, it became immediately apparent where the perpetrator of all these misadventures should be sought. Apartment number 50 was visited, and more than once, and not only did it receive a thorough search, but its walls were tapped and its chimney flues inspected, in an attempt to locate secret hiding places. However, none of these measures yielded any results, and no one was ever found in the apartment during any of the visits, although it was patently clear that someone was living there, despite the fact that everyone whose job it was to be informed of the whereabouts of foreign stage performers while in Moscow stated flatly and categorically that no black magician named Volant was in Moscow, nor could he be. He had certainly never registered anywhere upon his arrival, or showed anyone his passport, or any other documents, contracts, or agreements, and no one had heard anything about him. Kitaitsev, the head of the program department of the Entertainment Commission, swore by everything holy that the missing Styopa Lekhodyeev had never sent him the program of any volant for approval, nor had he ever called to inform Kitaitsev of the arrival of any such person. Thus he, Kitaitsev, did not know and could not understand how Styopa could have allowed such a performance to take place at the Variety. When he was told that Arkady Apollonovitch had seen the magician in performance with his own eyes, Kitaitsev merely spread his hands and raised his eyes to heaven. And one could see and safely say from Kitaitsev's eyes alone that he was as pure as crystal. Prokhor Petrovitch, the chairman of the Entertainment Commission. Incidentally, he had returned to his suit right after the police entered his office, to the ecstatic joy of Anna Richardovna, and to the great consternation of the police, who had been called for no reason. Again, incidentally, when Prokhor Petrovitch was back inside his grey-striped suit, he gave his full approval to all the memos drafted by his suit during his brief absence. And so Prokhor Petrovitch had absolutely no knowledge of any volant. The outcome, say what you will, was preposterous. Thousands of spectators, the entire staff of the Variety Theatre, and finally Arkady Apollonovitch Sempleyarov, a highly cultured man, had all seen the magician along with his thrice-cursed assistants, and yet it was impossible to find him anywhere. What then, if one may ask? Had he fallen through the earth after his disgusting performance? Or, as some people claimed, had he never come to Moscow at all? To accept the first explanation meant that he had taken the entire top management of the Variety with him when he vanished, whereas the implication of the second explanation was that the managers of the ill-starred theatre had themselves disappeared from Moscow without a trace, after first performing some dirty trick. Recall, if nothing else, the smashed window in the office, and the behavior of Ace of Diamonds. Credit should be given to the person in charge of the investigation. The missing Rimsky was found with astonishing speed. All that had to be done was to juxtapose Ace of Diamonds' behavior at the taxi stand near the movie theatre with certain time data, such as when the performance ended and when Rimsky could have disappeared, in order to dispatch a telegram to Leningrad. The answer came an hour later, on Friday evening, that Rimsky had been located on the 4th floor of the Astoria Hotel in room 412, which was next door to the room occupied by the repertory director of one of the Moscow theatres then on tour in Leningrad, a room which was known for its gilded grey-blue furniture and its magnificent bath. Found hiding in the wardrobe of room 412 at the Astoria, Rimsky was arrested immediately and interrogated there in Leningrad, following which a telegram reached Moscow stating that the Variety's financial director was not responsible for his actions, that he either could not or would not answer questions coherently, and that he kept asking to be put away in an armored room under armed guard. Moscow telegrammed a reply ordering that Rimsky be transported back to Moscow under guard, as a result of which Rimsky did leave Leningrad under guard on the Friday evening train. By Friday evening they were on Lekhodyeev's trail as well. Telegrams had been sent to all cities inquiring about Lekhodyeev's whereabouts, and Yalta had sent a reply saying that he had been there but had left by plane for Moscow. The only trail that was cold was Varanucha's. The illustrious theatre manager, known to all of Moscow, seemed to have dropped into the sea. In the meantime, they had to deal with what had happened in other parts of Moscow beyond the confines of the Variety Theatre. Explanations had to be found for the strange case of the singing office clerks. Incidentally, Professor Stravinsky cured them in 2 hours with the help of subcutaneous injections. For the individuals who had passed off the devil knows what as money to other individuals or institutions, and finally, for the people who had been victimized as a result. Needless to say, the most distasteful, the most scandalous, the most baffling incident of all was the theft in broad daylight of the late writer Berlioz's head, right out of the coffin on display in the Griboyedov Hall. A 12-man team conducted the investigation, trying to pick up, with a knitting needle as it were, all the infernal stitches spread all over Moscow of this complicated case. One of the investigators went to Professor Stravinsky's clinic and asked, first of all, for a list of all those who had been admitted to the clinic in the last 3 days. This led them to Nikanor Ivanovich Basoy and the unfortunate MC whose head had been wrenched off. The two of them, however, took up little of their time, since it had been easy to establish that they had both been victims of the mysterious magician and his gang. Ivan Nikolaevich Bezdomny, on the other hand, was of great interest to the investigators. Early on Friday evening, the door of Ivanushka's room, number 117, opened, and in walked a young man with a round face, who was calm, gentle-mannered, and who looked nothing like an investigator, even though he was one of the best in Moscow. He saw a pale, drawn-looking young man lying on the bed, whose eyes were indifferent to what was going on around him, whose eyes turned outward to some spot far above and beyond the room, or inward into the young man himself. The investigator introduced himself amiably, and said he had come to see Ivan Nikolaevich to discuss the events of 2 days before at Patriarch's Ponds. Oh, how triumphant Ivan would have felt if only the investigator had come to see him a little earlier, say, late Wednesday night, when Ivan had been trying so frantically and passionately to get someone to listen to his story about Patriarch's Ponds. Now his dream of helping catch the foreign consultant had come true, and he did not have to run after anyone any more, since they had come to see him themselves, to hear his tale about what happened Wednesday evening. But, alas, in the time that had elapsed since Berlioz's death, Ivan had undergone a complete change. He was ready and willing to answer all the investigators' questions politely, but his indifference was evident in his eyes, and in the way he spoke. The poet was no longer moved by Berlioz's fate. Ivanushka had been lying in a doze before the investigator's arrival, and a number of visions had passed before him. He had seen a strange, incomprehensible, non-existent city with blocks of marble, worn-down colonnades, and roofs sparkling in the sun, with the sombre and pitiless Black Antonia Tower, the palace on the western hill, sunk almost to the roof in the tropical greenery of a garden, with bronze statues towering above that greenery and burning in the setting sun, and he had seen armor-clad Roman centurions marching beneath the walls of the ancient city. A man had appeared before Ivan in his sleep. A man sitting motionless in a chair, clean-shaven, with a yellow, troubled-looking face, wearing a white mantle with a red lining, and gazing hatefully at the lush and alien garden. Ivan had also seen a yellow, treeless hill with empty cross-beamed posts standing on top of it. And what had happened at Patriarch's Ponds no longer interested the poet Ivan Bezdomny. "Tell me, Ivan Nikolaevich, how far were you from the turnstile when Berlioz fell under the streetcar?" An apathetic, almost imperceptible smile flickered over Ivan's lips, and he replied, "I was far away." "Was the man in checked trousers close to the turnstile?" "No. He was sitting on a bench nearby." "Are you sure he didn't go over to the turnstile just as Berlioz fell?" "Yes, I'm sure. He didn't go anywhere. He was sprawled on the bench." These were the investigator's final questions. When he was finished, he stood up, gave Ivanushka his hand, wished him a speedy recovery, and expressed hope that he would soon be reading more of his poems. "No," replied Ivan quietly. "I won't be writing any more poems." The investigator smiled politely and took the liberty of assuring the poet that although he was in a slight depression at the moment, it would soon pass. "No. countered Ivan, looking not at the investigator but at a point in the distance on the darkening horizon. "It will never pass. The poems I wrote were bad poems, and I realize that now." The investigator left Ivanushka after having received very important information. By tracing the thread of events backwards, from finish to start, he finally succeeded in reaching the source of all the events that followed. The investigator was certain that everything started with the murder at Patriarch's Ponds. Of course, neither Ivanushka nor the fellow in checks had pushed the unfortunate chairman of Masolit under the streetcar. Physically speaking, no one had facilitated his fall under the wheels. But the investigator was convinced that Berlioz had thrown himself under the streetcar, or fallen under it, while in a hypnotic trance. Yes, there was a great deal of information, and they already knew who should be apprehended and where. But the hitch was that it had proved impossible to apprehend him by any means whatsoever. Admittedly, there was no question that someone was indeed living in the thrice-cursed apartment number 50. Phone calls to the apartment would at times be answered by a nasal or by a cracked voice, windows would be opened, and a phonograph would be heard playing. But every time they went over to investigate, they found no one there. And they had been there many times, at all hours of the day and night. Not only that, they had combed the apartment and looked in every corner. The apartment had been under suspicion for a long time. Guards had been posted along the route that led through the gateway into the courtyard, and at the back entrance as well. Not only that, guards had been posted up on the roof, next to the chimney pipes. Yes, apartment number 50 was up to no good, but there was nothing anyone could do about it. Thus the case dragged on until after midnight Friday, when Baron Mikhail, wearing evening dress and patent leather shoes, made his grand entrance into apartment number 50 as a guest. The Baron was heard being admitted to the apartment. Precisely 10 minutes after that, they entered the apartment without any advance warning. But not only did they find no residence, there was not even a trace, which was already utterly bizarre, of Baron Mikhail. And so, as has been said, the case dragged on this way until dawn on Saturday. Some new and very interesting facts then emerged. A 6-seater passenger plane landed at Moscow airfield from the Crimea. One of the passengers who got off was rather strange. He was a young man, his face overgrown with stubble, who had not washed for 3 days, had inflamed and frightened eyes, no luggage, and was rather queerly dressed. He was wearing a Caucasian-style fur cap, a felt cloak over a nightshirt, and brand-new, just-purchased blue leather bedroom slippers. They approached him as he stepped off the gangway. They had been expecting him, and shortly after that, the unforgettable director of the Variety Theatre, Stepan Bogdanovich Lichodyev, appeared before the investigators. He added some new information. It now became clear that Voland had gotten into the Variety disguised as a performer by hypnotizing Stepan Lichodyev, and had then contrived to spirit the aforementioned Stepa out of Moscow, God knows how many kilometers away. This added to the mounting evidence, but things did not become any easier as a result, and may in fact have become even more difficult, since it was becoming obvious that it was not going to be easy to capture someone capable of pulling that kind of stunt on Stepan Bogdanovich. In the meantime, Lichodyev was locked up in a strong room at his own request, and appearing before the investigators was Varanucha, who had just been arrested at his apartment, where he had returned after an unaccountable absence of almost 2 days. Despite the theatre manager's promise to Azazello never to lie again, he began with a lie. Although one should not judge him too harshly for that. After all, Azazello had forbidden him to tell lies and be rude over the telephone. But in the given instance, the manager was speaking without the aid of such an instrument. His eyes wandering, Ivan Savyelyevich declared that on Thursday afternoon he had gotten drunk alone in his office at the Variety, after which he had gone somewhere, but where he couldn't recall, had drunk some more Starkov vodka, flopped down under a fence somewhere, but where, he again couldn't recall. It was only after the manager had been advised that his stupid and ill-considered conduct was impeding the investigation of an important case, and that naturally he would have to take the consequences, that Varanucha broke into sobs and, with a trembling voice, his eyes darting all around, he whispered that he was lying out of fear alone, that he was petrified of the vengeance of Voland's gang, into whose clutches he had already fallen, and that he begged, pleaded, and prayed to be locked up in an armoured room. "What the devil? They've all got armoured rooms on the brain," growled one of the chief investigators. "Those villains scared them out of their wits," said the investigator who had visited Ivanushka. They calmed Varanucha as best they could, said they could ensure his safety without recourse to an armoured room, and at this point it came out that he had not been drinking Starka under any fence, but had been beaten up by two men, one with red hair and a fang, the other fat, who looked like a cat. "Yes, yes, yes," whispered the manager, faint with fear and looking around at every second, and he gave more details of how he had spent 2 days in apartment number 50 serving as a vampire bait, and how he had almost caused the death of financial director Rimsky. At this time they brought in Rimsky, who had been transported from Leningrad by train. However, this terror-stricken, psychologically unbalanced, grey-haired old man, who bore little resemblance to the former financial director, had no desire to tell the truth, and was very stubborn in this regard. Rimsky maintained that he had not seen any Hella in his office window that night, just as he had not seen Varanucha, but that he had simply felt unwell and gone to Leningrad in a daze. It need hardly be said that the ailing financial director concluded his testimony by pleading to be locked up in an armoured room. Anushka was arrested just as she was attempting to hand a $10 bill to a cashier at a department store on the Arbat. They listened attentively to Anushka's story about people flying out the window of the building on Sadovaya Street, and about the horseshoe which, according to her, she picked up in order to take it to the police. "Was the horseshoe really gold with diamonds?" Anushka was asked. "As if I don't know diamonds when I see them," she replied. "But did he give you, as you claim, 10-ruble bills?" "As if I don't know what they are," replied Anushka. "So when did they turn into dollars?" "I don't know anything about any dollars, and I never saw any," Anushka replied shrilly. "I was in my rights. I got the money as a reward and was using it to buy some chintz cloth." She then went off on a tangent about how it wasn't her fault that the house management had let an evil power take over the 5th floor and make life there impossible. Here the investigator waved Anushka away with his pen, since by then they were all heartily sick of her, and wrote her an exit pass on a green chit of paper, following which, to everyone's relief, she disappeared from the building. After this came a whole string of people, including Nikolai Ivanovich, arrested solely because of the stupidity of his jealous wife, who at daybreak had reported him missing to the police. The investigators were not particularly surprised when Nikolai Ivanovich produced the prank certificate stating that he had spent the night at Satan's ball. Nikolai Ivanovich strayed from the truth somewhat in his account of how he had flown through the air with Margarita Nikolaevna's naked maid on his back, transporting her to some devil's den on the river for a swim, and how, prior to that, Margarita Nikolaevna had appeared naked in the window. For example, he did not deem it necessary to mention his appearance in the bedroom holding Margarita's discarded chemise in his hands. Nor did he say he had called Natasha Venus. His version of the story was that Natasha had flown out the window, climbed on his back, and lured him out of Moscow. "I was forced to do it. I had to obey," said Nikolai Ivanovich, and he concluded his tale with a plea that not one word of it be told to his wife. He was promised that it would not. Nikolai Ivanovich's testimony made it possible to establish that Margarita Nikolaevna and her maid Natasha had disappeared without a trace. Measures were taken to try to locate them. Thus, the round-the-clock investigation extended into Saturday morning. Meanwhile, utterly preposterous rumors sprang up which had a tiny grain of truth buried beneath layers of plush fabrication, and they spread around the city. The rumors said that following a performance at the Variety, an audience of 2,000 had rushed out on the street as naked as babes, that a printer's shop which made magic counterfeit bills had been uncovered on Sadovaya Street, that a gang had kidnapped the 5 directors of the entertainment sector, but that they had been found immediately by the police, and much else besides, which I don't wish to repeat. It was getting on toward dinner time when the phone rang in the investigation room. The call came from Sadovaya Street to report that there were again signs of life in the accursed apartment. The windows had been opened, and sounds of a piano playing and voices singing were heard coming from the apartment, and a black cat could be seen sunning himself on the windowsill. Around 4 in the afternoon of that same hot day, a large party of men dressed in civilian clothes emerged from 3 cars that had stopped a short distance from 302B Sadovaya Street. They then broke up into 2 smaller groups, one of which went through the motor entrance and across the courtyard directly to main entrance number 6, the other of which opened a small door that was normally boarded up and led to the back entrance. Using separate stairways, the 2 groups began their ascent to apartment number 50. In the meantime, Azazello and Korovyov, the latter no longer in evening dress but wearing his usual attire, were sitting in the dining room of the apartment finishing breakfast. As was his habit, Volant was in the bedroom, and the cat's whereabouts were unknown. Judging, however, from the crash of pots and pans coming from the kitchen, it could be deduced that Behemoth was there playing the fool, as was his habit.
"What are those footsteps I hear on the stairs?"
asked Korovyov, jiggling the spoon in his cup of black coffee.
"Ah, that's them coming to arrest us,"
replied Azazello as he downed a shot of brandy.
"Ah, yes, well,
was Korovyov's reply. By then, those ascending the front staircase had already reached the 3rd-floor landing. There, what looked like 2 plumbers were fiddling with the radiator. The men on the staircase exchanged meaningful glances with the plumbers.
"They're all at home,"
whispered one of the plumbers, tapping the pipe with his hammer. Then the man in front proceeded to pull a black Mauser from under his coat, and the one beside him produced a skeleton key. All those entering apartment number 50 were suitably armed. 2 of them had easily deployable fine silk nets in their pockets. Another had a lasso, and yet another had gauze masks and ampules of chloroform. In a second, the front door to apartment number 50 was opened, and those who entered found themselves in the hall. The door that banged in the kitchen at that moment signaled the timely arrival of those who had come up the back stairs. This time, at least, they met with some limited success. The men immediately spread out over all the rooms, finding no one anywhere, but they did find the remains of an apparently interrupted breakfast in the dining room, and, in the living room, a huge black cat was sitting on the mantelpiece next to a glass pitcher. He was holding a Primus stove in his paws. The men contemplated the cat for some length of time in total silence.
"Yes, he really is impressive,"
whispered one of them.
"I'm not doing any mischief, I'm not bothering anyone, I'm just fixing the Primus," said the cat with a hostile scowl. "And I consider it my duty to warn you that a cat is an ancient and inviolable creature."
"Exceptionally fine work," whispered one of the men, and another said loudly and distinctly, "Well, then, inviolable ventriloquist cat, come over here." A silk net was unfurled and tossed in the air, but to everyone's utter surprise, the man who threw it missed his target, and ensnared only the pitcher, which crashed into jangling pieces. "Forfeit!" howled the cat. "Hurrah!" Here he put the Primus aside and pulled a Browning from behind his back. In a flash, he had it trained on the man nearest to him, but before the cat could shoot, There was a flash in the man's hand, and when the Mauser went off, the cat fell head first off the mantel onto the floor, dropping his Browning and tossing away his Primus. "It's all over," said the cat in a weak voice as he stretched out languidly in a pool of blood. "Leave me be for a second. Let me bid the earth farewell. Oh, Azazello, my friend," groaned the cat, his blood streaming out. "Where are you?" The cat turned his dimming eyes toward the dining-room door. "I was outmatched, and you did not come to help me. You abandoned poor Behemoth, forsaking him for a glass of admittedly very fine brandy. Ah, well, may my death be on your conscience, but I bequeath you my Browning." "The net, the net, the net," whispered the men anxiously, who were standing around the cat. But the net, the devil knows why, got caught in someone's pocket and would not come out. "The only thing that can save a mortally wounded cat," said the cat, "is a swig of kerosene." And taking advantage of the general confusion, he pressed his lips to the round opening in the Primus and drank his fill of kerosene. The blood streaming out from under his left front paw stopped immediately. The cat jumped up, alive and well, tucked the Primus under his foreleg, and leaped back onto the mantel. Then he began crawling up the wall, ripping the wallpaper with his claws, and in 2 seconds he was high overhead, sitting on the metal curtain rod. In a flash, hands grabbed at the curtain and tore it down together with the rod, letting the sunlight burst into the darkened room. But neither the fraudulently revived cat nor the Primus fell down. The cat, still holding on to his Primus, managed to swing through the air and land on the chandelier that was hanging in the center of the room. "Get a ladder!" voices shouted from below. "I challenge you to a duel!" bellowed the cat, soaring over their heads on the swaying chandelier, the Browning appearing in his paws again, and he set the Primus down between the arms of the chandelier. The cat took aim, and, swinging like a pendulum over the heads of the men, opened fire on them. Thunder shook the apartment. Shards of crystal rained down from the chandelier on the floor, the mirror over the fireplace cracked into stars, clouds of plaster dust billowed, empty cartridges bounced over the floor, window panes broke, the bullet-ridden Primus began to spurt kerosene. Taking the cat alive was now out of the question, and the men shot back at him furiously and accurately, aiming their Mausers at his head, stomach, chest, and back. The shooting caused a panic in the courtyard down below. But it lasted for only a short time, and began to subside of its own accord. The fact was that the shots harmed neither the cat nor the men who had come to catch him. Not only was no one killed, no one was even wounded. Everyone, including the cat, remained completely unhurt. To verify this once and for all, one of the men fired 5 rounds into the accursed head of the beast, whereupon the cat shot back a vigorous reply. And the same thing happened. No one felt the slightest effect. The cat swung back and forth on the chandelier in ever-diminishing arcs, blowing into the muzzle of his Browning for some reason and spitting on his paw. An expression of complete befuddlement spread over the faces of the men standing in silence below. It was the only instance, or one of the only instances, when shooting had no effect whatsoever. It was possible, of course, to conclude that the cat's Browning was a toy of some sort, but that would certainly not have applied to the Mausers. The cat's first wound, and of that there could not be the slightest doubt, had been nothing other than a trick and a swinish bit of play-acting, as was his drinking of the kerosene. One last attempt was made to catch the cat. A lasso was thrown, it caught on one of the candles, and the chandelier fell down. The crash it made seemed to shake the whole building, but again with no effect. Shards of glass hailed down on those present, and the cat sailed through the air and settled high under the ceiling atop the gilded frame of the mirror over the mantel. He showed no signs of wanting to make a getaway. On the contrary, he went so far as to address them once again from the relative safety of his perch. "I simply cannot understand," he said from on high, "why you are treating me so harshly." Just as he began his speech, it was interrupted by a low, heavy voice coming from no one knew where. "What's going on in this apartment? It's disturbing my work." An unpleasant, nasal voice replied, "Naturally, it's Behemoth. The devil take him." A third, quavering voice said,
"Monsieur, it's Saturday. The sun is setting. It's time for us to go."
"Excuse me, but I can't talk any longer," said the cat from atop the mirror. "We have to go." He threw his Browning and shattered both window panes. Then he splashed down the kerosene, which ignited of itself and sent a wave of flame shooting up to the ceiling. The blaze broke out with a speed and intensity unusual even for kerosene fires. The wallpaper began smoking immediately. The curtain heaped up on the floor ignited, and the frames of the broken windows began smoldering. The cat curled himself up to spring, meowed, jumped from the mirror to the windowsill, and then disappeared out the window with his primus. Shots came from outside. The man sitting on the iron fire escape that ran alongside the apartment windows sprayed the cat with bullets as the latter flew from windowsill to windowsill, heading for the drain pipe at the corner of the building, which, as already noted, was built in the shape of the Cyrillic letter P. The cat then climbed up the pipe to the roof. There the men guarding the chimney pipes sprayed him with additional bullets, again with no effect, and the cat disappeared in the setting sun that was flooding the city. Meanwhile, back in the apartment, the parquet floor caught fire under the men's feet. And in the flames, on the spot where the cat had sprawled with his phony wound, there gradually materialized the body of the former Baron Mikhail, with protruding chin and glassy eyes. It was no longer possible to pull him out. Those in the living room jumped over the burning squares of parquet, slapping their smoking chests and shoulders with their palms, and retreated into the study and the front hall. Those in the dining room and the bedroom ran out through the hallway. Those in the kitchen also rushed out into the front hall. The living room was already smoking and in flames. On his way out, someone managed to dial the number of the fire department and shout tersely into the receiver, "Sadovaya Street, 302B." They could not delay any longer. The flames swept out into the hall. It became hard to breathe. As soon as the first streams of smoke sifted through the broken windows of the bewitched apartment, cries were heard out in the courtyard, "Fire! Fire! We're on fire!" People in various apartments of the building began screaming into their phones, "Sadovaya Street! Sadovaya! 302B!" As the sound of blood-curdling sirens filled Sadovaya Street, and long red engines descended upon it from all parts of the city, the people milling about in the courtyard saw smoke coming out of a fifth-floor window, and, flying out with it, 3 dark, apparently male silhouettes, and one of a naked woman. Chapter 28. The Final Adventures of Korolyov and Behemoth. Whether the silhouettes were actually there, or were merely fantasies of the terror-stricken residents of the ill-starred building on Sadovaya Street, is, of course, impossible to say with exactitude. If they were there, then where they were headed is also unknown. Nor can we say at what point they separated, but we do know that approximately 15 minutes before the fire started on Sadovaya Street, a tall man in a checked suit and a huge black cat showed up at the plate-glass doors of the Torgsin store at the Smolensk market. After winding his way deftly through the crowd of passers-by, the man opened the outer door of the store, but here a short, bony, and extremely inhospitable doorman barred his way and said angrily,
"No cats allowed."
"I beg your pardon," crackled the tall man, and put his gnarled hand to his ear as if he were hard of hearing. "Cats, did you say? Where do you see any cat?" The doorman's eyes bulged, and with good reason. There was no longer any cat at the man's feet, but instead, from behind his shoulder, a fat man in a torn cap, whose face did look a bit cat-like, was pushing and shoving his way into the store. In the fat man's hands was a Primus stove. For some reason, the doorman misanthrope took an instant dislike to these two.
"Foreign currency only,"
he rasped, looking out angrily from beneath his shaggy grey eyebrows, which looked moth-eaten. "My dear man," crackled the tall man, his eye sparkling through his cracked pince-nez, "and how do you know I don't have foreign currency? Are you judging by my suit?
Don't ever do that, my precious watchman. You might make a mistake, and a very serious one at that. If you don't believe me, have another look at the story of the famous Caliph Harun al-Rashid. But leaving that aside for the moment, let me say that in the present instance I shall lodge a complaint against you with your superior, and shall tell him some things about you that might force you to give up your post here between these shiny plate-glass doors.
Maybe I have a whole primus full of foreign currency,
joined in the cat-like fat man in a whiny voice as he pushed his way into the store. The people in back of him were angry and already pushing to get in. Looking at the odd pair with hatred and uncertainty, the doorman moved aside, and our friends, Korovyov and Behemoth, found themselves inside the store. Here they first got their bearings, and then Korovyov announced, in a booming voice that could be heard throughout the store, "A splendid store, a very, very fine store." Customers turned away from the counters and for some reason stared at the speaker in astonishment, even though his praise of the store was completely justified. Hundreds of bolts of the most richly colored chintz were on display in floor cases. Behind them towered piles of calico, chiffon, and cloth for uniforms. Stacks of shoeboxes stretched into the distance, and several women were sitting on low stools trying on shoes, their right feet in their old, worn-down shoes, and their left ones in shiny new little boats, which they tapped anxiously on the carpet. Somewhere around the corner, in the bowels of the store, gramophones played and sang. But, shunning all these delights, Korovyov and Behemoth headed straight for the specialty food and confectionery departments. Here there was plenty of room, and women in kerchiefs and berets were not crowding against the counters as they were in the dry goods department. A shortish, completely square little man in horn-rimmed glasses was standing in front of the counter, bellowing something in a commanding voice. His face was shaven to a blue sheen, and he was wearing a crisp new hat with an immaculate headband, a lilac-colored overcoat, and red kid gloves. A clerk in a fresh white coat and dark blue cap was waiting on the lilac customer. With an extremely sharp knife, very similar to the one stolen by Levy Matvey, he was removing the snake-like, silver-flecked skin from a fat, juicy, rose-colored salmon. "This department is magnificent, too," acknowledged Korovyov in solemn tones. "And the foreigner is nice," he said, pointing a well-meaning finger at the lilac back. "No, no," replied Behemoth pensively. "You're wrong, my friend. In my opinion, there's something lacking in the lilac gentleman's face." The lilac back shuddered, but it was probably just a coincidence, since a foreigner could not possibly have understood what Korovyov and his companion were saying in Russian. "Is good?" asked the lilac customer sternly. "The best," replied the clerk, teasing the skin up playfully with his knife. "Good I like, bad no," said the foreigner sharply. "But of course," was the salesman's enthusiastic reply. At this point our friends moved away from the foreigner and his salmon and walked over to the confectionery counter. "It's hot today," said Korovyov to a young red-cheeked salesgirl, and received no response from her. "How much are the tangerines?" he then asked her. 30 kopecks a kilo," replied the salesgirl. "Outrageous," remarked Korovyov with a sigh. "Oh, well, too bad." After some further deliberation, he said to his companion, "Try one, Behemoth." The fat man tucked his primus under his arm, grabbed the tangerine at the top of the pyramid, gobbled it down, skin and all, and then reached for another. The salesgirl was seized with mortal terror. "You've gone out of your mind!" she screamed, the colour draining from her cheeks. "Give me your receipt, she said, dropping the pair of tongs she was holding.
"My dear, my sweet girl, my beauty,"
rasped Korovyov, leaning himself over the counter and winking at the salesgirl.
"We're all out of foreign currency today. What can you do? But I give you my word, we'll settle everything in cash next time, by Monday at the latest. We live close by on Sadovaya, where the fire was."
After gulping down a third tangerine, Behemoth thrust his paw into an ingenious arrangement of chocolate bars, pulled one out from the bottom, causing the whole pyramid to collapse, and swallowed it whole along with its gold wrapper. The clerks at the fish counter stood petrified, their knives in their hands. The lilac foreigner turned to face the thieves, thereby revealing that Behemoth had been mistaken. Rather than lacking something, his face, on the contrary, had rather more than was needed, of hanging jowls and darting eyes. Turning completely yellow, the salesgirl shouted out miserably to the whole store, "Polosich! Polosich!" Customers from the dry goods department came running in response to her screams, while Behemoth, abandoning the seductions of the confectionery counter, thrust his paw into a barrel of choice Kirch herring, pulled out a pair and gulped them down, spitting out the tails. "Polosich!" came another desperate cry from the confectionery counter, and at the fish counter a clerk with a goatee barked out, "What the hell do you think you're doing, scum?" Pavel Yosifovich was already hurrying to the scene. He was an imposing man in a clean white coat like a surgeon, and with a pencil sticking out of his pocket. Pavel Yosifovich was clearly an experienced man when he saw the tail of a third herring sticking out of Behemoth's mouth. He sized up the situation immediately, knew exactly what was going on, and, forswearing any altercation with the brazen creatures, waved into the distance and gave the order, "Blow your whistle!" The doorman flew out of the plate-glass doors to the corner of Smolensk Boulevard and burst out with an ominous whistle. The customers surrounded the scoundrels, and then Korovyov entered the fray. "Citizens!" he shouted in a thin, tremulous voice. "What's this all about, huh? Let me ask you that. This poor man—" Korovyov added a quaver to his voice and pointed to Behemoth, who then put on a pathetic expression. "This poor man's been fixing Primus stoves all day long. He's starved, and where can he get foreign currency?" In response, Pavel Yosifovich, usually calm and restrained, shouted sternly, "Oh, come off it!" and waved furiously to the doorman. The whistles at the entrance trilled more gaily. But Korovyov, unperturbed by Pavel Yosifovich's rebuke, continued. "Where can he get it? I'm asking you that. He's tortured by hunger and thirst. He's hot. So the poor guy goes and samples a tangerine that costs all of 3 kopecks. And already they're whistling like nightingales in spring, disturbing the police, taking them away from their jobs. But that guy over there can have what he wants, right?" And here Korovyov pointed to the lilac fat man, causing the latter's face to register extreme alarm. "Who is he, anyway, huh? Where did he come from, and what for? Were we too bored without him? Did we invite him to come? Of course!" The former choirmaster bellowed at the top of his lungs, twisting his mouth sarcastically. "He, you see, is wearing a fancy lilac suit and is all bloated with salmon, stuffed to the gills with foreign currency. But what about our fellow citizen here, our compatriot? This makes me bitter, bitter, bitter," wailed Korovyov, like the best man at an old-fashioned wedding. This whole extremely foolish, tactless, and, no doubt, politically dangerous speech made Pavel Yosifovich shake with rage. But, strange as it may seem, one could tell from the eyes of many of the other customers that Korovyov's words had aroused their sympathy. And when Behemoth put his torn and dirty sleeve up to his eye and cried out tragically, "Thank you, true friend, for standing up for a victim," a miracle took place. A quiet, very proper little old man, poorly but neatly dressed, who was buying 3 almond pastries at the confectionery counter, was suddenly transfigured. His eyes flashed with martial fire. He turned crimson, threw his package of pastries on the floor, and shouted, "It's the truth!" in a thin, childlike voice. Then he grabbed a tray, threw down what was left of the chocolate Eiffel Tower, destroyed by Behemoth, brandished it, tore the foreigner's hat off with his left hand, and used his right to hit him flat on top of his bald head with the tray. A sound rang out like that of sheet metal being thrown off a truck. The fat man paled, fell backwards, and plopped down in the barrel of Kirch herring, sending up a fountain of brine. Then came a second miracle. The lilac fellow who had fallen into the barrel was screaming in perfect Russian, with no trace of an accent, "They're trying to kill me! Police! Bandits are trying to kill me!" The shock of what had happened had obviously given him instantaneous mastery of a language previously unknown to him. Then the doorman's whistle stopped blowing, and 2 police helmets were seen advancing through the crowds of excited customers. But the perfidious behemoth poured kerosene from the primus over the confectionery counter, just as water is poured from a tub over the bench in a steam bath, and it ignited spontaneously. The flame flared up and began running down the counter, devouring the pretty paper ribbons on the baskets of fruit. The salesgirls rushed out from behind the counter with shrieks, and just as they did, the linen blinds on the windows caught fire, and the kerosene on the floor started burning. The customers let out a desperate shriek, dashed out of the confectionery department, crushing the now unnecessary Pavel Yosifovitch, and the clerks from the fish department trotted single file out the service exit with their sharpened knives. The lilac fellow extricated himself from the barrel and, covered with herring brine, rolled over the salmon on the counter and followed the clerks out. The plate-glass entrance doors tinkled and shattered as they were crushed by the people trying to get out of the store, while both scoundrels, Korovyov and the arsonist behemoth, disappeared somewhere, but where it was impossible to figure out. Later, eyewitnesses who were present when the fire started in the Torgsin at the Smolensk market said that both hooligans seemed to fly up to the ceiling and then burst there like children's balloons. It is, of course, doubtful that that was what happened, but we can't tell what we don't know. We do know, however, that a minute after the incident at the Smolensk market, Behemoth and Korovyov turned up on the sidewalk of the boulevard outside the house of Griboyedov's aunt. Korovyov stopped at the wrought iron fence and said, "Well, so this is the writer's house. You know, Behemoth, I've heard many good and flattering things about this house. Take a look at it, my friend. How nice to think that a veritable multitude of talent is sheltered and ripening under this roof." "Like pineapples in a hothouse," said Behemoth, and in order to get a better view of the cream-colored house and its columns, he crawled up onto the cement base of the iron railing. "Quite true," chimed in Korovyov, agreeing with his inseparable companion. "And a sweet terror clutches your heart when you think that at this very minute the author of a future Don Quixote, or Faust, or, the devil take me, Dead Souls, may be ripening inside that house." "Huh?" "A terrifying thought," confirmed Behemoth. "Yes," continued Korovyov. "One can expect astonishing things from the seed beds of this house, under whose roof have gathered thousands of devotees selflessly resolved to dedicate their lives to serving Melpomene, Polyhymnia, and Thalaia. Just imagine what a sensation it will be when, for starters, one of them presents the reading public with an Inspector General, or, at the very least, a Eugene Onegin." "I can easily imagine that," again confirmed Behemoth. "Yes," continued Korovyov, and raised a cautionary finger. But I say, and I repeat it, but only if some microorganism doesn't attack these tender hothouse plants and eat away at their roots. Only if they don't rot. And that can happen with pineapples. Oh, yes, indeed it can." "By the way," said Behemoth in an inquiring tone, sticking his round head through a hole in the railing, "what are they doing there on the veranda?" "They're dining," explained Korovyov. "I forgot to mention, dear fellow, that there's a rather decent and inexpensive restaurant here, and it just so happens that I, like any tourist about to begin a long journey, would like a bite to eat and a large, frosty mug of beer." "Me too," replied Behemoth, and the 2 scoundrels set off along the asphalt path under the lindens, heading straight for the veranda of the restaurant, which was as yet oblivious of the disaster to come. A pale and bored citizeness in white socks and a white beret with a tassel was sitting on a bentwood chair at the corner entrance to the veranda, where an opening had been created in the greenery of the trellis. In front of her, on a plain kitchen table, lay a thick, office-style register in which, for reasons unknown, she was writing down the names of those entering the restaurant. It was this citizeness who stopped Korolyov and Behemoth. "Your ID cards?" she asked, looking with astonishment at Korolyov's pince-nez and at Behemoth's Primus stove and his torn elbow. "I beg 1,000 pardons, but what ID cards?" asked a surprised Korolyov. "Are you writers?" asked the woman in turn. "Of course we are," replied Korolyov with dignity. "May I see your IDs?" repeated the woman. "My charming creature," began Korolyov tenderly. "I am not a charming creature," interrupted the woman. "Oh, what a pity," said Korolyov with disappointment, and he continued. "Well, then, if you do not care to be a charming creature, which would have been quite nice, you don't have to be. But here's my point. In order to ascertain that Dostoevsky is a writer, do you really need to ask him for an ID? Just look at any 5 pages of any of his novels, and you will surely know, even without any ID, that you're dealing with a writer. And I don't suppose that he ever had any ID. What do you think?" Korolyov turned to Behemoth. "I'll bet he didn't," replied the latter, standing the Primus stove on the table next to the register and wiping the sweat from his sooty brow. "You are not Dostoevsky," said the citizeness, who was becoming addled by Korolyov. "Well, but how do you know? How do you know?" replied the latter. "Dostoevsky is dead," said the citizeness, but not very confidently. "I protest!" exclaimed Behemoth hotly. "Dostoevsky is immortal." "Your IDs, citizens," said the citizeness. "Excuse me, but this is, after all, absurd," said Korolyov, refusing to give in. "It isn't an ID that defines a writer, but what he has written. How can you know what ideas are fermenting in my brain or in his?" And he pointed at Behemoth's head, whereupon the latter immediately removed his cap so that the citizeness could get a better look at it. "Let people in, citizens," she said, already nervous. Korolyov and Behemoth stepped aside and let some writer pass who was wearing a grey suit and a tieless white summer shirt, the collar of which was open and splayed over the collar of his jacket, and who had a newspaper tucked under his arm. The writer gave the woman a friendly nod, scribbled something in the register she held out for him as he passed, and proceeded to the veranda. "Alas, not to us," began Korolyov sadly, "but to him will go that frosty mug of beer that we, poor wanderers, so dreamed of. Our situation is a sad and difficult one, and I do not know what to do." Behemoth merely shrugged bitterly and put his cap back on his round head, which was covered all over with thick hair, very like cat fur. At that moment, a soft but commanding voice sounded above the woman's head. "Let them in, Sophia Pavlovna." The citizeness with the register gave a startled look. In the greenery of the trellis, the white dress shirt and wedge-shaped beard of the pirate had appeared. He gave the 2 dubious ragamuffins a welcoming look, and even gestured for them to come inside. Archibald Archibaldovich made his authority felt in the restaurant he managed, and Sophia Pavlovna asked Korolyov submissively, "What is your name?" "Pinaev," replied the latter politely. The citizeness wrote it down and looked questioningly at Behemoth. "Skabichevsky," squeaked the latter, pointing at his Primus stove for some reason. Sophia Pavlovna wrote that down too and pushed the register over to the guests to get their signatures. Korolyov wrote Skabichevsky opposite Pinaev, and Behemoth wrote Pinaev opposite Skabichevsky. To Sophia Pavlovna's utter amazement, Archibald Archibaldovich smiled seductively and led the guests to the best table at the other end of the veranda, the table where there was the most shade and where the sunlight played merrily through one of the openings in the trellis. Blinking with astonishment, Sophia Pavlovna spent a long time studying the strange inscriptions left in the register by the unexpected visitors. Archibald Archibaldovich astonished the waiters as much as he had Sophia Pavlovna. He personally pulled the chair back from the table when inviting Korolyov to be seated, winked at one waiter, whispered to the other, and both of the waiters then began fussing over the new guests, one of whom had put his primus stove down on the floor beside his rusty brown boot. The old tablecloth with yellow stains immediately disappeared from the table, and another one, as white as a Bedouin's burnous and crackling with starch, billowed in the breeze, while Archibald Archibaldovich leaned over and whispered softly but expressively into Korolyov's ear, "What can I get for you? I have some choice smoked sturgeon fillet. I salvaged it from the architects' convention. You, can just give us some hors d'oeuvres, murmured Korolyov cordially as he made himself comfortable in his chair. "I understand," replied Archibald Archibaldovich significantly, closing his eyes. Seeing the treatment these dubious-looking visitors were getting from the boss, the waiters put all their suspicions aside and got down to serious work. One offered a match to Behemoth, who had pulled a butt out of his pocket and stuck it in his mouth. The other flew up to the table with tinkling green glassware and began setting it with liqueur and wine glasses, and those delicate goblets one so enjoyed sipping Narzan from under the awning of the unforgettable Griboyedov veranda. "May I offer you some fillet of grouse?" purred Archibald Archibaldovich musically. The guest in the cracked pince-nez fully concurred with the frigate commander's suggestion and gazed benignly at him through his useless lens. At a neighboring table, the writer P.2, dining with his wife, who was finishing her escallop of pork, noticed with a writer's keen powers of observation that Archibald Archibaldovich was showering attention on the guests at the next table, and was very surprised indeed. But his wife, a most honorable lady, simply became jealous of the pirate's attention to Korolyov, and even began tapping her spoon on the table as if to say, "What's the delay? It's time for our ice cream. What's the problem?" Archibald Archibaldovich, however, merely gave Madame P.2 a seductive smile, and sent a waiter over to her, choosing himself to stay with his dear guests. Archibald Archibaldovich was smart, all right, and not one whit less observant than the writers themselves. Archibald Archibaldovich knew about the performance at the Variety Theatre, and had heard about many of the events that had occurred recently, but unlike everyone else, he had not let the words checked and cat pass unnoticed. He had guessed immediately who his visitors were, and as a result, he naturally had no desire to quarrel with him. But what a prize that Sophia Pavlovna was! Imagine trying to bar those two from the veranda. But what could you expect from her anyway? Haughtily poking her spoon into the melting ice cream, Madame P.2 looked on disgruntledly as the table in front of the two apparent buffoons piled up as if by magic with delicacies. Shining, wet lettuce leaves, washed to a sheen, protruded from a bowl of fresh caviar. A minute later, a sweating silver bucket appeared on a small separate table that had been moved over especially for this purpose. Only when he was convinced that everything had been done to perfection, only when the waiters had brought in a bubbling, covered skillet, did Archibald Archibaldovich permit himself to leave the two mysterious visitors, but only after whispering to them, "Excuse me, I'll only be a minute. I want to see to the grouse fillets myself." He flew from the table and disappeared into the inner passageway of the restaurant. If anyone had observed Archibald Archibaldovich's subsequent movements, he would certainly have found them rather mystifying. Rather than head for the kitchen to see to the grouse, the boss went directly to the storeroom. He opened it with his key, locked himself inside, and carefully, so as not to soil his cuffs, removed 2 heavy, smoked sturgeon from the ice chest, wrapped them up in newspaper, tied them carefully with a string, and put them aside. After that he checked in the next room to see if his hat and silk-lined summer coat were in their proper place, and only then did he proceed to the kitchen, where the cook was zealously preparing the grouse promised the guests by the pirate. It must be said that there was nothing the least bit strange or mystifying about any of Archibald Archibaldovich's actions, and only a superficial observer could have found them so. Archibald Archibaldovich's actions followed logically from everything that had preceded. His knowledge of recent events, to say nothing of his phenomenal intuition, told the boss of the Griboyedov restaurant that his two visitors' dinner, though lavish and extravagant, would nevertheless be of extremely short duration. And that intuition, which had never deceived the former pirate, did not deceive him now. Just as Korolyov and Behemoth were clinking their second glass of splendid, ice-cold, double-filtered Moscow vodka, the reporter, Boba Kanalupsky, famous in Moscow for his startling omniscience, appeared on the veranda in a state of sweaty excitement and proceeded to join the Pietrakovs at their table. After laying his bulging briefcase on the table, he put his lips to Pietrakov's ear and began whispering some extremely juicy tidbits. Dying of curiosity, Madame Pietrakov also pressed her ear to Boba's puffy, fleshy lips, and he, looking around furtively from time to time, kept on whispering, and occasionally one could catch a separate word or two, such as, "I swear," "On Sadovaya, Sadovaya." Boba lowered his voice even more. "Bullets don't stop them. Bullets. Bullets. Kerosene. Fire. Bullets." "They ought to take those liars who spread filthy rumors," bellowed Madame Pietrakov in a louder contralto than Boba would have wished, "and give them a good talking to. Oh, well, never mind. That will happen in good time. They'll be set straight. What vicious liars!" "What liars are you talking about, Antonina Porfirievna?" exclaimed Boba, distressed by her refusal to believe what he was saying. And he began hissing again, "I'm telling you, bullets don't stop them. And now the fire. They flew through the air. The air!" hissed Boba, having no suspicion that the people he was talking about were sitting at the next table and thoroughly enjoying his hissings. However, their enjoyment was short-lived. 3 men, coming from inside the restaurant, dashed out on the veranda, their waists tightly buckled, wearing leggings and carrying revolvers. The one in front gave a loud, terrifying shout, "Nobody move!" Then all 3 opened fire on the veranda, aiming at Korolyov's and Behemoth's heads. Both targets immediately dissolved into the air, and a column of flame shot up from the primus to the awning. A kind of gaping maw with black edges appeared in the awning and began spreading all over it. Leaping through the awning, the fire rose up to the very roof of Griboyedov House. Some folders with papers that were on the second-floor windowsill of the editorial room suddenly burst into flame, followed by the blind, and then the fire, roaring as if someone were fanning it, swept in columns into the ants' house. Just seconds later, writers who had not finished their dinners, the waiters, Sofia Pavlovna, Boba, and the Pietrakovs were running down the asphalt paths out to the iron railings on the boulevard, from whence Ivanushka, the first harbinger of misfortune, who could not get anyone to understand him, had come on Wednesday evening. Having exited through a side door, without running or hurrying, and with time to spare, like a captain obliged to be the last to leave his burning ship, Archibald Archibaldovich stood calmly in his silk-lined summer coat, 2 logs of smoked balik sturgeon tucked under his arm. Chapter 29. The fate of the Master and Margarita is decided. At sunset, high above the city, on the stone terrace of one of the most beautiful buildings in Moscow, a building built about 150 years ago, were 2 figures, Voland and Azazello. They could not be seen from below, from the street, since they were shielded from unwelcome stares by a balustrade decorated with stucco vases and stucco flowers. They, on the other hand, could see almost to the very edge of the city. Dressed in his black soutane, Voland was seated on a folding taburet. His long broadsword had been rammed vertically into the crack between two flagstones, thus forming a sundial. The sword's shadow lengthened slowly and steadily as it crept up to the black slippers on Satan's feet. With his sharp chin resting on his fist, and one leg folded beneath him, Voland sat hunched on the taburet, staring fixedly at the vast assortment of huge buildings, palaces, and shacks condemned to destruction. Azazello had shed his contemporary attire, that is, his jacket, bowler hat, and patent leather shoes, and like Voland was dressed in black. He stood motionless, not far from his master, and like him, stared at the city. Voland spoke. "What an interesting city, don't you think?" Azazello stirred and replied respectfully, "Monsieur, I prefer Rome." "Yes, it's a matter of taste," answered Voland. A short while later his voice sounded again. "What's that smoke over there on the boulevard?"
"That's Griboyedov, burning," replied Azazello.
"One must assume, then, that the inseparable pair, Korovyov and Behemoth, paid them a visit?"
"No doubt about it, monsieur."
Again there was silence, and the two on the terrace watched as the broken, blinding sun caught fire in the westward-facing upper-story windows of the massive buildings. Voland's eye burned like one of those windows, even though he had his back to the sunset. But something made Voland turn away from the city here and focus his attention on the round tower on the roof behind him. Emerging from the tower wall was a sombre, mud-stained, black-bearded man wearing a torn chiton and homemade sandals. "Ha!" exclaimed Voland, looking mockingly at the man who had entered. "You're the last person one would have expected to see here. What brings you here, uninvited but expected guest?"
"I've come to see you, spirit of evil and sovereign of the shadows," replied the man, looking sullenly at Voland from under his furrowed brows.
"If you've come to see me, then why haven't you greeted me and wished me well, former tax collector?" said Voland in a stern voice.
"Because I don't want you to be well," was the newcomer's impudent reply.
"Nevertheless, you'll have to reconcile yourself to the fact that I am," retorted Voland with a twisted smile. "No sooner do you appear on the roof than you blab nonsense. And I'll tell you what it is. It's in your intonation. You pronounced your words as if you refused to acknowledge the existence of either shadows or evil. But would you kindly ponder this question? What would your good do if evil didn't exist? And what would the earth look like if all the shadows disappeared? After all, shadows are cast by things and people. Here is the shadow of my sword, but shadows also come from trees and from living beings. Do you want to strip the earth of all trees and living things, just because of your fantasy of enjoying naked light? You're stupid."
"I won't argue with you, old sophist," replied Levy Matvey.
"You can't argue with me because of what I just said. You're stupid," replied Voland, and asked, "Well, tell me briefly, without tiring me, why have you appeared?"
"He sent me."
"What did he order you to tell me, slave?"
"I am not a slave," replied Levy Matvey, becoming more enraged. "I am his disciple."
"We are speaking different languages, as always," rejoined Voland. "But that doesn't change the things we talk about. So?"
"He has read the master's work," began Levy Matvey, "and asks that you take the master with you and grant him peace."
"Is that so difficult for you to do, spirit of evil?" "Nothing is difficult for me to do," replied Voland, "as you well know." He was silent for a moment and then added, "But why aren't you taking him with you to the light?" "He has not earned light. He has earned peace," said Levy in a sad voice. "Tell him that it shall be done," replied Voland, and added, his eye suddenly flashing, "And leave me this instant." "He asks that you also take the one who loved him and who suffered because of him," said Levy to Voland, imploring for the first time.
"We would never have thought of that without you. Leave."
Levy Matvey disappeared after this, and Voland called Azazello and commanded him, "Fly to them and arrange everything." Azazello left the terrace, and Voland remained alone. But his solitude was not of long duration. Footsteps and animated voices were heard on the terrace, and Korovyov and Behemoth appeared before Voland. But now the fat man was without his Primus stove, but was loaded down with other things. Under his arm was a small landscape in a gold frame. Over his arm a badly singed cook's smock, and in his other hand a whole salmon, skin on and tail attached. Korovyov and Behemoth both reeked of smoke. Behemoth's mug was covered with soot, and his cap was half singed.
"Salutations, monsieur,"
cried the indefatigable pair, and Behemoth waved his salmon.
"You're a fine sight," said Voland.
"Imagine, monsieur,"
began Behemoth, shouting joyfully and excitedly,
"they thought I was a looter."
"Judging by what you've got with you," replied Voland, looking at the landscape, "you are a looter."
"Can you believe, monsieur,"
began Behemoth in a heartfelt voice. "No, I can't believe," was Voland's curt reply.
"Monsieur, I swear I made heroic efforts to save everything I could, but this was all I could salvage."
"You would do better to tell me how did Griboyedov catch fire?" asked Voland. Korovyov and Behemoth both spread their arms and raised their eyes skyward, and Behemoth cried,
"I have no idea. We were sitting peacefully, perfectly quietly, having a bite to eat, and suddenly, bang, bang," chimed in Korovyov. "They were shooting at us, frightened out of our minds. Behemoth and I ran out into the street. The pursuers ran after us, and we made a dash for Timiryazev." "But a sense of duty," inserted Behemoth, "overcame our shameful fear, and we went back."
"Ah, you went back, did you?" said Voland. "So, of course, then the building burned to the ground."
"To the ground," affirmed Korovyov sorrowfully. "That is, literally to the ground, monsieur, as you so accurately phrased it. Nothing left but smouldering chips. I headed straight," Behemoth recounted, "for the assembly hall, that's the one with the columns, monsieur, expecting to save something valuable. Oh, monsieur, my wife, if only I had one, risked being widowed 20 times over. Fortunately, monsieur, I am not married, and I'll tell you frankly, I'm happy not to be. Oh, monsieur, who would exchange the freedom of bachelorhood for a yoke around the neck?"
"The nonsense has begun again," observed Voland.
"I'm listening and continuing with my story," replied the cat. "Yes, sir, here's a small landscape. It was impossible to remove anything else from the hall. The flames were in my face. I ran to the storeroom and salvaged the salmon, ran to the kitchen and salvaged the smock. I consider, monsieur, that I did everything I could, and I fail to understand the skeptical look on your face."
"And what was Korovyov doing while you were looting?" inquired Voland.
"I was helping the firemen, monsieur," replied Korovyov, pointing to his torn trousers.
"Ah, if that's true, then naturally they'll have to build a new building."
"It will be built, monsieur," answered Korovyov. "I can assure you of that."
"Well then, All that is left is to hope that the new one will be better than the old," remarked Voland.
"And so it shall, monsieur," said Korolyov. "Believe me, it will," added the cat. "I'm a regular prophet." "In any case, we're back, monsieur," reported Korolyov, "and we await your instructions."
Voland got up from his tabouret, went over to the balustrade, and, turning his back on his retinue, gazed silently into the distance for a long time. Then he went back, sat down on his tabouret again, and said, "There will be no instructions. You have done everything you could, and for the time being, I have no further need of your services. You may rest. The thunderstorm is coming, the last thunderstorm, and it will accomplish everything that needs to be accomplished. And then we will be on our way."
"Very well, monsieur,"
replied the two buffoons, and disappeared somewhere behind the central round tower in the middle of the terrace. The thunderstorm that Voland had mentioned was already gathering on the horizon. A black cloud had risen in the west and cut off half the sun. Then it covered it completely. It got cooler on the terrace. Soon thereafter, it got dark. This darkness, which came from the west, enveloped the huge city. Bridges and palaces disappeared. Everything vanished as if it had never existed. A single streak of fire ran across the whole sky. Then a clap of thunder shook the city. It was repeated, and the storm began. Voland ceased to be visible in its darkness. Chapter 30. Time to go. Time to go.
"You know," Margarita was saying, "just as you fell asleep last night, I was reading about the darkness that had come in from the Mediterranean. And those idols, oh, those golden idols. For some reason they give me no peace. I think it's going to rain now, too. Can't you feel it getting cooler?"
"All this is fine and good," replied the master as he smoked and chased the smoke away with his hand. "And as for the idols, forget about them. But what will happen next is quite incomprehensible." This conversation took place at sunset, just as Levy Matvey came to Voland on the terrace. The window of the basement apartment was open, and if anyone had glanced in, he would have been taken aback by the strange appearance of the two speakers. Margarita was wearing a black cape over her naked body, and the master was in hospital underclothes. This was because all Margarita's things were back at her house, and she had absolutely nothing else to wear, and although the house was not far away, there was, naturally, no question of her going back there to get her things. And the master, all of whose suits were still in the closet as if he had never been away, simply did not feel like getting dressed, preoccupied as he was with telling Margarita that he was convinced something quite weird was about to happen. True, he was clean-shaven for the first time since that autumn night. His beard had been trimmed with clippers at the clinic. The room looked strange, too, and it was hard to make anything out in all the chaos. There were manuscripts all over the rug and the sofa. A book was splayed spine upwards in the armchair. The round table was set for dinner, and a few bottles stood among the hors d'oeuvres. Neither Margarita nor the master knew where the food and drink had come from. They had awakened to find it all on the table. Having slept until sunset on Saturday, the master and his beloved both felt completely restored, and the only reminder they both had of the previous night's adventures was a slight ache in the left temple. Psychologically, they had both undergone dramatic changes, as anyone who overheard their conversation in the basement apartment would have realized. But there was absolutely no one to overhear them. The good thing about the yard was that it was always empty. The willow and the lindens outside the window were getting greener every day, and their spring fragrance was blown into the basement by a rising breeze. "Well, what the devil!" exclaimed the master unexpectedly. "When you think of it, this is really—" He put out his cigarette in the ashtray and pressed his hands to his head. "No, listen, you're an intelligent person, and you were never crazy. Do you seriously believe that last night we were the guests of Satan?" "Quite seriously," replied Margarita. Of course," said the master ironically. "That means that now we have two lunatics here instead of just one, the husband and the wife." He raised his hands to heaven and cried, "No, only the devil knows what this is all about. The devil, the devil, the devil!" Instead of answering, Margarita collapsed on the sofa, burst out laughing, waved her bare legs, and cried out, "Oh, I can't stand it, I can't stand it! If you could only see what you look like!" Having laughed her fill while the master sheepishly hitched up his hospital long-johns, Margarita then grew serious. "You just spoke the truth without knowing it," she began. "The devil does know what this is all about. And believe me, the devil will fix everything." Her eyes suddenly caught fire. She jumped up, began dancing up and down and shouting, "How happy I am! How happy I am that I made that deal with him! Oh, devil, devil! And you, my dearest, you'll just have to live with a witch." She then rushed over to the master, threw her arms around his neck, and began kissing him on the lips, nose, and cheeks. Streams of uncombed black hair cascaded onto the master, and his cheeks and forehead were hot from kisses. "You really have become like a witch." "That I don't deny," replied Margarita. "I am a witch, and I'm very pleased to be one." "Well, good," said the master. "So you're a witch. Fine and splendid. So that means I was abducted from the hospital. Also very nice. They've brought us back here. Let's grant that too. Let's even assume we won't be missed. But in the name of all that's holy, tell me how we'll live and on what. In saying that, I'm concerned mainly about you, believe me." Just then, a pair of square-toed boots and trouser legs appeared in the basement window. The trousers then bent at the knee, and an ample rear end blocked out the light of day. "Aloisi, are you home?" asked a voice outside the window from somewhere above the trousers. "See, it's beginning," said the master. "Aloisi?" asked Margarita, going up closer to the window. "He was arrested yesterday, but who's asking for him? What's your name?" The knees and rear end vanished in a second. The gate made a knocking sound, after which everything returned to normal. Margarita collapsed on the sofa and laughed so hard that tears rolled down her cheeks. But when she had calmed down, her face changed completely. She began speaking seriously, and as she did, she slid down off the couch and crawled over to the master's knees, and, looking into his eyes, she began stroking his head. "How you've suffered. How you've suffered, my poor man. I'm the only one who knows how much. Look, you have streaks of grey in your hair and a permanent line by your mouth. My only one, my darling, don't think about anything. You've had to think too much, and now I'll do the thinking for you. And I promise you, I promise, everything will be spectacularly fine." "I'm not afraid of anything, Margot," replied the master suddenly, and he raised his head and looked just as he had when he was writing about what he had never seen but knew for certain had happened. "I'm not afraid because I've already been through everything. They frightened me too much, and they can't frighten me with anything else. But I feel sorry for you, Margot. That's the problem. And that's why I keep coming back to the same thing. Come to your senses. Why ruin your life over a sick man and a beggar? Go back home. I feel pity for you. That's why I'm saying this." "Oh, you, whispered Margarita, shaking her disheveled head. "You unhappy man of little faith. I spent last night naked and shivering because of you. I lost my entire nature and became something different. For months I sat in a dark hole of a room thinking about only one thing, the thunderstorm over Yerushalayim. I cried my eyes out, and now, when happiness has come, you want to chase me away? Well,
Fine, I'll go. But know that you are a cruel man. They ravaged your soul."
Bitter tenderness welled up in the master's heart, and for some unknown reason he began to cry as he buried his head in Margarita's hair. She whispered to him, crying, and her fingers skipped lightly over the master's temples.
"Yes, streaks. Your head is turning snow-white before my very eyes. Oh, my long-suffering head. Just look at your eyes. There's a wasteland in there. And your shoulders, they're weighted down. They've crippled you.
Margarita's speech was disjointed. She was shaking with tears. Then the master wiped his eyes, lifted Margarita off her knees, got up himself, and said in a firm voice, "Enough. You've put me to shame. I won't let myself be faint-hearted any more. And I won't bring up the subject again. Don't worry. I know we're both victims of a mental illness that I may have given you. Well, no matter. We'll go through it together." Margarita pressed her lips to the master's ear and whispered,
"I swear by your life. I swear by the astrologer's son, divined by you, that everything will be all right."
"Well, fine, answered the master, adding with a laugh, "Of course, when people have been stripped of everything, as you and I have been, they look to otherworldly powers for salvation. Well, all right, I'm willing to do that."
"That's it. Now you're your old self again. You're laughing," replied Margarita. "To the devil with your learned words. Otherworldly or not otherworldly, isn't it all the same? I'm hungry."
And she took the master's hand and pulled him over to the table. "I'm not convinced that the food won't fall through the floor or fly out the window," said the master, who was now completely calm.
"It won't fly away."
And at that moment a nasal voice was heard at the window.
"Peace be unto you."
The master shuddered, but Margarita, already accustomed to the unusual, cried out,
"That must be Azazello. Oh, how nice this is, how good!" And she whispered to the master, You see, they haven't forsaken us."
She hurried to open the door. "Pull your cape around you," the master called after her.
"I don't give a damn about that,"
replied Margarita, already out in the little hallway. And then Azazello was bowing and greeting the master, his wall-eye beaming at him, and Margarita exclaimed,
"Oh, how happy I am! I've never been so happy in my life. But please excuse my nakedness, Azazello."
Azazello told her not to worry, assuring her that he had seen not only naked women, but women who had been completely skinned, and he took a seat at the table after first placing a bundle wrapped in dark brocade in the corner by the stove. Margarita poured Azazello some cognac, and he drank it gladly. Not taking his eyes off him, the master would now and then quietly pinch his left wrist under the table. But the pinching did not help. Azazello did not evaporate into thin air, and, to tell the truth, there was no reason for him to do so. There was nothing terrifying about this short, red-haired man, except perhaps for his wall-eye, but such things can occur even without sorcery, or except perhaps for his not quite normal clothes, some kind of cassock or cloak, but then again, if one thinks about it seriously, there are people who dress like that. And he drank his cognac as all good men do, that is, downing each glass in one swallow, without eating anything. That same cognac made the master's head buzz, and he began thinking, "No, Margarita's right. Of course this fellow in front of me is an emissary of the devil. After all, wasn't I just trying to prove to Ivan 2 nights ago that it was Satan whom he had met at Patriarch's Ponds? But now, for some reason, the thought frightens me, and I start babbling about hypnotists and hallucinations. What the devil kind of hypnotists are these?" He began examining Azazello closely, and became convinced that some constraint showed in his eyes, some idea which he had not as yet proposed to them. "He's not here just to pay a visit. He's here on some mission," thought the master. His powers of observation had not betrayed him. After downing a 3rd glass of cognac, which seemed to have no effect on Azazello whatsoever, the visitor began as follows.
A devilishly comfy little basement. I have only one question. What are you going to do in this little basement?
That's precisely what I was saying, replied the master, laughing.
Why are you upsetting me, Azazello? Asked Margarita. We'll manage somehow.
Please, please, cried Azazello. I never meant to upset you. I even agree with you. You'll manage somehow. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Monsieur sent his greetings. He also asked that I invite you to go on a little outing with him, if, of course, you wish to. So, what do you say to that?
Margarita nudged the master with her foot under the table. I accept, with pleasure, replied the master, studying Azazello, while the latter continued,
We hope Margarita Nikolaevna won't refuse our invitation?
Of course I won't, said Margarita, again nudging the master's foot with her own.
That's wonderful, exclaimed Azazello. That's what I like. 1, 2, and we're off. Not like that time in Alexandrovsky Park.
Oh, don't remind me, Azazello. I was stupid then. But I shouldn't be blamed too severely. After all, it's not every day you meet up with an evil power.
That's for sure, confirmed Azazello. How nice it would be if it were every day.
It's the speed I like, said Margarita excitedly. The speed and the nakedness. Like a shot from a Mauser. Bang! Ah, what a shot he is, cried Margarita, turning to the master. He can hit a 7 card underneath a pillow and on any of its markings. Margarita was starting to get drunk, which made her eyes flash.
And again I forgot something, said Azazello loudly, slapping himself on the forehead. I must be overtired. Monsieur sent you a gift.
Here he turned to the master.
A bottle of wine. Please note that it's the same wine the procurator of Judea was drinking. Falernum.
Naturally, such a rarity provoked the master's and Margarita's interest. Azazello took a mouldy jug out of a piece of dark funeral brocade. They sniffed the wine, poured it into glasses, and looked through it at the light in the window, which was fading in the approaching storm. They saw how everything was stained the color of blood.
To Voland's health, exclaimed Margarita, raising her glass.
All three touched their lips to their glasses and took a long drink. The pre-storm light began to fade in the master's eyes. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt the end approaching. He saw Margarita, now mortally pale, helplessly stretch out her hands to him, drop her head on the table, and then slide to the floor. "Poisoner!" the master managed to shout. He wanted to grab a knife from the table to stab Azazello, but his hand slid helplessly off the tablecloth. Everything around him in the basement turned black and then vanished completely. He fell backwards, and as he did, cut his temple on the corner of the desk. When the two who had been poisoned were still, Azazello went into action. The first thing he did was dash to the window, and seconds later he was in the house where Margarita Nikolaevna had lived. Always careful and precise, Azazello wanted to make sure that everything that was necessary had been done. Everything was completely in order. He saw a morose woman who was waiting for her husband to come home walk out of her bedroom, suddenly turn pale, clutch her heart, and cry out helplessly, "Natasha! Someone! Help me!" She fell on the living-room floor without reaching the study.
"Everything's in order," said Azazello.
A minute later he was back with the prostrate lovers. Margarita lay with her face buried in the carpet. With his iron grip, Azazello turned her over like a doll so that she was facing him, and scrutinized her. The face of the poisoned woman changed before his eyes. Even in the dusk of the gathering storm, he could see the temporary witches squint and the cruelty and wildness of her features disappear. The dead woman's face brightened and, finally, softened, and her smile was no longer predatory but more that of a woman who had gone through a lot of suffering. Then Azazello pried open her white teeth and poured a few drops into her mouth of the same wine he had used to poison her. Margarita sighed, started to raise herself without Azazello's help, sat up, and asked in a weak voice, "Why, Azazello, why? What have you done to me?" She saw the master lying there, shuddered, and whispered, "I didn't expect this. Murderer."
No, you've got it all wrong," replied Azazello. "He'll get up in a minute. Why are you so nervous?"
The red-haired demon sounded so convincing that Margarita believed him right away. She jumped up, strong and alive, and helped give the prostrate master a drink of the wine. Opening his eyes, the latter gave a glowering look, and with hatred in his voice repeated his last word, "Poisoner."
Well, insults are the usual reward for good work," replied Azazello. "Are you blind? If so, recover your sight quickly."
The master lifted himself up, looked around with bright, keen eyes, and asked, "What does this new scenario mean?"
"It means," replied Azazello, "that it's time for us to go. Can't you hear the thunder? It's getting dark. The horses are pawing the ground. Your little garden is trembling. Say goodbye to your basement and do it quickly."
"Ah, I see," said the master, looking around. "You killed us. We're dead. How clever of you. How timely. Now I understand everything."
"Oh, please," replied Azazello. "Is that you I'm hearing? After all, your beloved calls you the master. You are thinking at this moment, how can you be dead? Do you have to be sitting in a basement in a Sheraton hospital long johns to think you're alive? That's absurd."
"I understand what you've said," cried the master. "Don't say any more. You're 1,000 times right." "Great Voland," seconded Margarita. "Great Voland. His idea was a lot better than mine. But the novel, she shouted to the master. "Take the novel with you wherever you're flying." "I don't have to," replied the master. "I remember it by heart." "But you won't forget a word of it? Not a single word?" asked Margarita, pressing herself to her lover and wiping the blood away from the cut on his temple. "Don't worry. Now I shall never forget anything," he replied.
"Then it's time for the fire," cried Azazello. "Fire with which everything began and with which we are ending everything."
"Fire!" shouted Margarita in a terrifying voice. The basement window banged, the wind blew the blind aside. A short burst of thunder clapped merrily in the sky. Azazello thrust his clawed hand into the stove, pulled out a smoking log, and set fire to the tablecloth. Then he set fire to a bundle of old newspapers on the couch, and then to the manuscript and the curtain on the window. The master, already intoxicated by the thought of the coming ride, threw a book from the shelf onto the table and ruffled its pages in the burning tablecloth. It went up in merry flames. "Burn! Burn, former life! Burn, suffering!" cried Margarita. The room was already shimmering in crimson columns, and the three of them ran out through the door along with the smoke, up the stone stairs and out into the yard. The first thing they saw was the landlord's cook sitting on the ground. Scattered around her were potatoes and several bunches of onions. The cook's condition was understandable. 3 black horses were snorting by the shed, quivering, and kicking up fountains of dirt. Margarita was the first to mount, then Azazello, and the master last. The cook let out a groan and was about to lift her hand to make the sign of the cross, but Azazello shouted threateningly from the saddle, "I'll cut your hand off!" He whistled, and the horses soared upwards, smashing the linden branches, and dove into a black, low-hanging cloud. Just then, smoke began pouring out of the tiny basement window. From below came the faint, pathetic cry of the cook, "We're on fire!" The horses were already flying over the roofs of Moscow. "I want to say goodbye to the city," shouted the master to Azazello, who was riding in front. Thunder swallowed up the end of the master's sentence. Azazello nodded and urged his horse into a gallop. A cloud was coming straight toward the riders, but still without a sprinkle of rain. They flew over the boulevard, looked down, and saw tiny figures running all over the place, seeking shelter from the rain. The first drops began to fall. They flew over the smoke, which was all that was left of Griboyedov. They flew over the city, being flooded by darkness. Lightning flashed above them. Then the rooftops gave way to greenery. Only then did the rain gush down and transform them into 3 huge bubbles in the deluge. Margarita was already used to the sensation of flight, but the master was not, and he was amazed at how quickly they reached their destination, where the man was whom he wanted to say goodbye to because he had no one else. Through the veil of rain he immediately recognized Stravinsky's clinic, the river, and the wood on the opposite shore that he had come to know so thoroughly. They landed in a grove in the meadow not far from the clinic. "I'll wait for you here," shouted Azazello through cupped hands, now lit up by flashes of lightning, now submerged in a shroud of grey. "Say goodbye, but do it quickly." The master and Margarita jumped down from their saddles and flew across the clinic garden, flickering like watery shadows. A moment later, the master's practised hand was moving aside the balcony grill of room 117. Margarita was right behind him. They entered Ivanushka's room, invisible and unnoticed, while the storm was crashing and howling. The master stopped by the bed. Ivanushka lay motionless, just as he had the first time he watched a thunderstorm from this haven of rest. But he was not crying now as he had been then. After looking carefully at the dark silhouette that had entered his room from the balcony, he raised himself up, stretched his arms out, and said joyfully, "Ah, it's you! I've been waiting and waiting for you, and now here you are, my neighbor." To this the master replied, "I am here, but unfortunately I cannot be your neighbor any more. I am flying away forever, and I have only come to say goodbye." "I knew that. I guessed it," replied Ivan softly, and asked, "Did you meet him?" "Yes," said the master. "I came to say goodbye to you because you are the only person I've talked to recently." Ivanushka brightened and said, "It's good that you stopped by. I'll keep my word, you know. I won't write any more silly poems. Something else interests me now." Ivanushka smiled and stared with crazed eyes into the distance past the master. "I want to write something else. While I've been lying here, you know, I've come to understand a great deal." These words excited the master, and he sat down on the edge of Ivanushka's bed and began speaking. "That's good. That's good. You'll write the sequel about him." Ivanushka's eyes flashed. "But won't you be writing that yourself?" Here he lowered his head and added thoughtfully, "Ah, yes, of course. Why am I asking such things?" Ivanushka gazed down at the floor, looking frightened. "No," said the master, and his voice sounded unfamiliar and hollow. "I won't be writing about him any more. I'll be busy with something else." A distant whistle pierced through the sound of the storm. "Do you hear that?" asked the master. "The noise of the storm?" "No. They're calling me. It's time for me to go," explained the master, and got up from the bed. "Wait, one more word," begged Ivan. "Did you find her? Had she been faithful?" "She's right here," replied the master, and pointed to the wall. A dark Margarita detached herself from the white wall and came over to the bed. She looked at the young man lying there, and sorrow showed in her eyes. "My poor, poor dear," whispered Margarita almost soundlessly, and she bent over the bed. "What a beautiful woman," said Ivan, without envy, but with sadness and a kind of quiet tenderness. "You see, everything worked out well for you. But it didn't for me." Here he thought for a minute and added pensively, "But maybe it has." "Yes, yes," whispered Margarita, bending down to him. "I'm going to kiss you on the forehead, and everything will work out as it should. Take my word for it. I've seen everything already. I know everything." The young man put his arms around her neck, and she kissed him. "Farewell, disciple," said the master, barely audibly, and began melting into the air. He vanished, and Margarita vanished with him. The balcony grill closed. Ivanushka became restless. He sat up in bed, looked around anxiously, even groaned, began talking to himself, and then got up. The thunderstorm was raging with increasing fury, and, apparently, had agitated his soul. It also upset him that his ears, accustomed now to perpetual silence, caught the sounds of anxious footsteps and muffled voices coming from outside his door. In a nervous state, he called out, trembling, "Praskovya Fyodorovna!" As she came into his room, Praskovya Fyodorovna gave Ivanushka an anxious and inquiring glance.
"What is it? What's the matter?" she asked. "Is the storm upsetting you? Well, never you mind. Never you mind. We'll make you feel better right away. I'll call for the doctor."
"No, Praskovya Fyodorovna, you don't have to call for the doctor," said Ivanushka, looking restlessly not at Praskovya Fyodorovna, but at the wall. "There's nothing particularly the matter. I understand everything now. Don't be afraid." "But won't you tell me," asked Ivan with feeling, "what just happened next door, in room 118?
"In 118?
repeated Praskovya Fyodorovna, and her eyes began darting all around.
"Why, nothing happened there."
But her voice sounded fake. Ivanushka noticed that immediately and said, "Oh, Praskovya Fyodorovna, you're such a truthful person. Do you think I'm going to fly into a rage?" "No, Praskovya Fyodorovna, that won't happen. Why don't you just tell me? I can sense what's going on through the wall anyway."
"Your neighbor just died,"
whispered Praskovya Fyodorovna, unable to overcome her innate truthfulness and goodness. And clothed in the brilliance of the lightning, she looked in fear at Ivanushka. But nothing terrible happened to Ivanushka. He simply raised his finger meaningfully and said, "I knew it. I can assure you, Praskovya Fyodorovna, someone else just died in the city. I even know who." Here, Ivanushka smiled mysteriously. It was a woman. Chapter 31. On Sparrow Hills. The thunderstorm had passed without leaving a trace, and a multicolored rainbow had formed an arch over the entire city and was drinking water from the Moscow River. High on a hill between two groves of trees, 3 dark silhouettes could be seen. Volant, Korovyov, and Behemoth sat mounted on black horses, gazing at the city that stretched out on the other side of the river, at the fragmented sun gleaming in the thousands of windows facing westward toward the gingerbread towers of Novodevichy Convent. There was a rustle in the air, and Azazello, along with the master and Margarita, who were flying behind him in the black tail of his cloak, landed next to the waiting group. "We were forced to upset you a little, Margarita Nikolaevna and master," began Volant after a brief pause. "But please don't hold a grudge. I don't think you'll have any cause for regret." "Well, then," he said, addressing the master alone, "say goodbye to the city. It's time for us to go." Volant pointed a black-gloved hand toward the other side of the river, where countless suns were smelting the glass, and where the sky over these suns was thick with mist, smoke, and the steam from the city left incandescent by the day's heat. The master dismounted quickly, detached himself from the group, and ran over to the precipice of the hill. His black cloak trailed behind him on the ground. The master began to look at the city. In the first few seconds, an aching sadness wrenched his heart, but it soon gave way to a feeling of sweet disquiet, the excitement of gypsy wanderlust. Forever. That must be fully comprehended, whispered the master, and he licked his dry, cracked lips. He began to listen carefully and pay close attention to everything that was happening in his soul. His excitement, it seemed to him, had turned into a feeling of deep and deadly resentment. But it was short-lived. It passed, and gave way, for some reason, to a feeling of proud indifference, which, in turn, became a presentiment of permanent peace. The group of riders waited for the master in silence. The group of riders watched the gesticulations of the long black figure at the edge of the precipice, who, at times, raised his head as if trying to encompass the whole city with his gaze and peer beyond its boundaries, and at others dropped his head as if studying the stunted, trampled grass beneath his feet. The silence was broken by Behemoth, who had become bored.
"May I have permission, maître," he said, "to give a whistle of farewell before we ride off?"
"You might frighten the lady," replied Voland. "And, besides, don't forget that today's disgraceful antics are over now."
"Oh, no, monsieur," said Margarita, sitting in the saddle like an Amazon, her hand on her hip, her pointed train reaching down to the ground. "Give him permission to whistle. Thinking about the long road ahead makes me sad. That's natural, isn't it, monsieur? Even when you know that happiness awaits you at the end of the road. Let him make us laugh, or else I'm afraid this will all end in tears, and everything will be spoiled before we set out on the road."
Voland nodded to Behemoth, who got very animated, jumped off his horse, put his fingers in his mouth, puffed out his cheeks, and whistled. Margarita's ears began ringing. Her horse reared up, dry branches broke off in the grove, flocks of ravens and sparrows flew up into the sky. A column of dust spiraled towards the river, and several of the passengers on a riverboat that was going past the landing below had their caps blown off into the water. The whistle made the master shudder. However, he did not turn around, but began gesticulating even more wildly, raising his fist skyward as if he were threatening the city. Behemoth looked around proudly.
"That was a real whistle, I won't argue," remarked Korolyov condescendingly. "A real whistle, but objectively speaking, it was pretty mediocre." "Well, I'm not a choir master," replied Behemoth with dignity, puffing himself up, and unexpectedly giving Margarita a wink. "Let me give it a try, if I can remember how," said Korolyov, rubbing his hands and blowing on his fingers.
"But just be careful," said Voland sternly from astride his horse. "No broken limbs."
"Believe me, monsieur," rejoined Korolyov, his hand pressed to his heart, "it's just for fun, I assure you."
Whereupon he stretched as if he were made of rubber, twirled the fingers of his right hand in an ingenious way, twisted himself up like a corkscrew, and then, after suddenly unwinding, let out a whistle. Margarita did not hear the whistle, but she saw its effects when she and her fiery steed were thrown more than 20 yards to the side. An oak tree next to her was torn up by the roots, and fissures spread over the ground to the river. A huge chunk of riverbank, together with the landing and the restaurant, was uprooted into the river. The water bubbled and heaved, and an entire riverboat was thrown up on the green, low-lying opposite shore, the passengers completely unharmed. A jackdaw killed by Fagot's whistle landed at the feet of Margarita's neighing horse. This whistle scared the master away. He grabbed his head and ran back to join his waiting companions. "Well, then," said Voland, addressing him from atop his horse, "are all your accounts settled? Have you completed your farewell?"
"Yes, I have," replied the master, and having regained his composure, he looked boldly and squarely into Voland's face. And then the terrifying voice of Voland boomed over the hills like a trumpet call. "Time to go!" followed by the sharp whistle and laughter of Behemoth. The horses set off, and the riders soared upwards, breaking into a gallop. Margarita could feel her frenzied horse chomping and straining at the bit. Voland's cloak billowed out over the heads of the entire cavalcade and began filling the vault of the evening sky. When the black covering moved aside for just an instant, Margarita, still galloping, looked back over her shoulder and saw that everything behind them was gone. Not only the multicolored towers with the airplane whirring overhead, but the city itself, which had vanished into the ground and left only mist in its wake. Chapter 32. Absolution and Eternal Refuge. Gods, my gods,
How sad the earth is at eventide. How mysterious are the mists over the swamps. Anyone who has wandered in these mists, who has suffered a great deal before death or flown above the earth bearing a burden beyond his strength, knows this. Someone who is exhausted knows this. And without regret he forsakes the mists of the earth, its swamps and rivers, and sinks into the arms of death with a light heart, knowing that death alone. Even the magical black horses had tired and were carrying their riders slowly, and the inevitable night was beginning to catch up with them. Sensing the night at his back, even the irrepressible behemoth had fallen silent and was flying along, serious and silent, his claws dug into his saddle, his tail fluffed out behind him. Night began covering the forests and meadows with its black kerchief. The night ignited sad little lights somewhere far below, alien lights, that were no longer of any interest or use either to Margarita or the master. Night overtook the cavalcade, spreading over them from above and scattering white specks of stars here and there in the saddened sky. Night was thickening, flying alongside the riders, grabbing at their cloaks and pulling them off, unmasking all illusions. And whenever Margarita, buffeted by the cool breeze, opened her eyes, she saw the changes that were taking place in the appearances of all who were flying to their destination. And when the crimson full moon rose up to meet them from behind the edge of the forest, all illusions vanished, and the magical, mutable clothing fell into the swamp and drowned in the mist. Korolyov, Fagot, the self-titled interpreter for the mysterious consultant who never required any interpretation, was hardly recognizable now in the figure who was flying beside Voland, to the right of the master's beloved. In place of the fellow who had left Sparrow Hills in a torn circus outfit under the name of Korolyov Fagot, there now galloped, his gold reins clinking softly, a dark, violet knight with an extremely somber face that never smiled. He flew along beside Voland, with his chin on his chest, not looking at the moon and taking no interest in the earth below, but rather completely immersed in his own thoughts. "Why is he so changed?" Margarita softly asked Voland, to the whistling of the wind. "That knight once made a joke that fell flat," replied Voland, turning his quietly smouldering eye toward Margarita. "While conversing about darkness and light, he made up a pun that was not entirely satisfactory. And after that he was forced to work a bit longer and harder at making his jokes than he imagined. But tonight is the kind of night when accounts are settled. The knight has paid his bill and closed his account." Night had also torn off Behemoth's fluffy tail, stripped him of his fur, and scattered clumps of it over the swamps. The one who had been the cat who amused the Prince of Darkness turned out to be a lean youth, a demon page, the best jester the world has ever known. Now he too had fallen silent and was flying noiselessly, his young face raised to the light flowing from the moon. Over to the side of the rest, the steel of his armor gleaming, flew Azazello. The moon had transformed his face as well. The absurd ugly fang was gone, and the blind eye turned out to have been fake. Both Azazello's eyes were alike, empty and black, and his face was cold and white. Azazello was now flying in his true aspect, as the demon of the waterless desert, the demon killer. Margarita could not see herself, but she could certainly see how the master had changed. His hair looked white in the moonlight and was gathered behind him in a queue that flew in the wind. Whenever the wind blew the master's cloak away from his legs, Margarita could see the stars flickering on the spurs of his jackboots. Like the demon youth, the master flew with his eyes fixed on the moon, but he was smiling at it as if it were someone he knew and loved. And he was mumbling to himself, a habit acquired in room 118. And finally, Volant too was flying in his true aspect. Margarita could not have said what his horse's reins were made of, and thought they might have been moonbeam chains. And his horse, just a clump of darkness, and the horse's mane a cloud, and the rider's spurs the white specks of stars. They flew in silence like that for a long time, until the landscape below began to change. The mournful forests drowned in the darkness of the earth, taking with them the dull blades of the rivers. Down below, boulders appeared and began giving off reflections, and in between the boulders were gaps of blackness where the moonlight could not penetrate. Volant set his horse down on a stony, joyless, flat summit, and then the riders went forward at a walk, listening to the clop of their horses' hooves on the stones and pieces of flint. The moon flooded the area with a bright green light, and in the deserted expanse Margarita could make out an armchair, and in it the white figure of a seated man. The seated figure appeared to be either deaf or too sunk in thought. He did not hear the ground trembling under the weight of the horses, nor was he disturbed by the approaching riders. The moon was a great help to Margarita. It gave better light than the most powerful electric street lamp, and Margarita saw that the seated figure, whose eyes seemed blind, was spasmodically rubbing his hands and gazing with unseeing eyes at the disk of the moon. Now Margarita could see that next to the heavy stone chair, which seemed to sparkle in the moonlight, there lay a huge, dark dog with pointed ears who, like his master, was gazing anxiously at the moon. At the feet of the seated figure were shards of a broken jug and a blackish-red puddle that would never dry up. The riders stopped their horses. "They have read your novel," began Volant, turning to the master, "and they said only one thing, that, unfortunately, it is not finished. So I wanted to show you your hero. He has been sitting here for about 2,000 years, sleeping, but when the moon is full he is tormented, as you see, by insomnia. And it torments not only him, but his faithful guardian, the dog. If it is true that cowardice is the most grave vice, then the dog at least is not guilty of it. The only thing that brave creature ever feared was thunderstorms. But what can be done? The one who loves must share the fate of the one he loves."
"What is he saying?" asked Margarita, and her utterly tranquil face was covered by a veil of compassion.
"He says," Volant's voice rang out, "the same thing over and over, that the moon gives him no peace, and that he has a bad job. That is what he always says when he cannot sleep. And when he does sleep, he always sees the same thing, a path of moonlight, and he wants to walk on that path and talk with the prisoner Hanotri because, as he keeps maintaining, he did not finish what he wanted to say long ago, on the 14th day of the spring month of Nisan. But alas, for some reason he never does manage to walk on the path, and no one comes to see him. So there is nothing for him to do except talk to himself. Some variety is necessary, however, so when he talks about the moon, he frequently adds that he hates his immortality and unprecedented fame more than anything in the world. He maintains that he would gladly change places with the ragged wanderer, Levi Matvei.
12,000 moons, for that one moon long ago. Isn't that too much?" asked Margarita.
"Is this that story with Frida all over again?" said Volant. "But in this case, Margarita, you need not upset yourself. Everything will be made right. That is what the world is built on."
"Let him go!" suddenly shouted Margarita piercingly, just as she had shouted when she was a witch, and her cry dislodged a boulder on the mountainside and sent it hurtling down the slopes into the abyss with a thunderous crash.
but Margarita could not tell whether it was the crash of the boulder she heard or the thunder of satanic laughter. In any event, Voland was laughing as he looked at Margarita and said, "One must not shout when in the mountains. Anyway, he's used to avalanches, and it won't disturb him. You need not plead for him, Margarita, because the one he wants to talk with already has." Voland again turned to the master and said, "Well, then, now you can finish your novel with a single sentence." The master seemed to have been waiting for this as he stood motionless, looking at the seated procurator. He cupped his hands over his mouth like a megaphone, and shouted so that the echo rebounded over the desolate and treeless mountains, "Free! Free! He is waiting for you!" The mountains transformed the master's voice into thunder, and the thunder destroyed them. The accursed rocky walls caved in. The only thing that remained was the summit with the stone chair. Above the black abyss, where the walls had vanished, blazed a vast city dominated by glittering idols that towered over a garden gone luxuriantly to seed during these thousands of moons. The path of moonlight, long awaited by the procurator, led right up to the garden, and the dog with the pointed ears was the first to rush out on it. The man in the white cloak with the blood-red lining got up from his chair and shouted something in a hoarse, broken voice. It was impossible to make out whether he was laughing or crying, or what he was shouting, but he could be seen running down the path of moonlight after his faithful guardian. "Is that where I'm to go?" asked the master anxiously, touching his reins. "No," replied Voland. "Why pursue that which is already finished?" "Does that mean back there, then?" asked the master, who turned and pointed back to where the city they had just left displayed itself with its gingerbread monastery towers and its sun broken to smithereens in the glass. "Not there either," replied Voland, and his voice thickened and began to flow over the cliffs. "Romantic master, the one whom the hero you created and just released so yearned to see, has read your novel." Here Voland turned to Margarita and said, "Margarita Nikolaevna, it is impossible not to believe that you tried to devise the best possible future for the master. But I assure you that what I am offering you, and what Yeshua has requested for you, is better still." "Let the two of them be alone," said Voland, leaning across his saddle over to the master's saddle and pointing toward the departed procurator. "Let's not disturb them. Maybe they will come to some agreement." Voland then waved his hand toward Yerushalayim, and it was extinguished. "And there, too," said Voland, pointing backward. "What would you do in your little basement?" The fragmented sun dimmed in the glass. "Why go back?" continued Voland in a firm and gentle voice. "Oh, master, thrice a romantic! Wouldn't you like to stroll with your beloved under the blossoming cherry trees by day, and then listen to Schubert by night? Wouldn't it be nice for you to write by candlelight with a quill pen? Wouldn't you like to sit over a retort like Faust in the hope of creating a new homunculus? Go there, there where a house and an old servant already await you, where the candles are already burning, but will soon go out because you are about to meet the dawn. Take that road, master, that one. Farewell. It is time for me to go." "Farewell," shouted Margarita and the master in reply to Voland. Then the black Voland, forswearing all roads, plunged into the gap, and his retinue noisily rushed down after him. Nothing remained around them, not the cliffs, nor the summit, nor the path of moonlight, nor Yerushalayim. The black horses vanished as well. The master and Margarita saw the promised dawn. It began immediately, right after the midnight moon. In the radiance of the first rays of morning, the master and his beloved were walking over a small, moss-covered stone bridge. They crossed the bridge. The stream was left behind by the true lovers, and they walked along a sandy path.
"Listen to the silence,"
Margarita was saying to the master, the sand crunching under her bare feet.
"Listen and take pleasure in what you were not given in life. Quiet. Look, there up ahead is your eternal home, which you've been given as a reward. I can see the Venetian window and the grapevine curling up to the roof. There is your home, your eternal home. I know that in the evenings people you like will come to see you, people who interest you and who will not upset you. They will play for you, sing for you, and you will see how the room looks in candlelight. You will fall asleep with your grimy eternal cap on your head. You will fall asleep with a smile on your lips. Sleep will strengthen you. You will begin to reason wisely, and you will never be able to chase me away. I will guard your sleep."
Thus spoke Margarita, as she walked with the master toward their eternal home. And it seemed to the master that Margarita's words flowed like the stream they had left behind, flowed and whispered, and the master's anxious, needle-pricked memory began to fade. Someone was releasing the master into freedom, as he himself had released the hero he created. That hero, who was absolved on Sunday morning, had departed into the abyss, never to return, the son of an astrologer king, the cruel 5th procurator of Judea, the knight Pontius Pilate. Epilogue. But still, what happened next in Moscow, after that Saturday evening at sunset when Voland and his retinue left the capital and disappeared from Sparrow Hills? It's pointless to speak of the preposterous rumors that buzzed loudly and long throughout the city and spread quickly to the most distant and remote parts of the provinces. It's even sickening to repeat them. The writer of these truthful lines has himself heard, while on a train to Feodosia, a story about how in Moscow 2,000 people walked out of a theater naked in the literal sense of the word, and then went home in taxis in the same state. Whispers of an evil power were heard in lines at dairy shops, in streetcars, stores, apartments, kitchens, suburban and long-distance trains, at stations large and small, in dachas and on beaches. Needless to say, truly mature and cultured people did not tell these stories about an evil power's visit to the capital. In fact, they even made fun of them and tried to talk sense into those who told them. Nevertheless, facts are facts, as they say, and cannot simply be dismissed without explanation. Somebody had visited the capital. The charred cinders of Griboyedov alone, and many other things besides, confirmed that. Cultured people shared the point of view of the investigating team. It was the work of a gang of hypnotists and ventriloquists magnificently skilled in their art. Both inside Moscow and beyond, prompt and energetic steps were of course taken to ensure their capture, but most regrettably produced no results. The man who called himself Voland vanished along with his henchmen, and never again returned to Moscow, nor did he ever show himself or make an appearance anywhere else. Quite naturally, there was speculation that he had escaped abroad, but he never showed up there either. The investigation of his case went on for a long time. Say what you will, it was certainly a hellish one. Apart from the 4 buildings burned to ashes, and the hundreds of people driven insane, there were also fatalities. 2 were known for sure, Berlioz and that unfortunate civil servant in the Moscow Bureau of Sightseeing for Foreigners, the former Baron Mikhail. Those 2 had certainly been killed. The charred bones of the latter had been discovered in apartment number 50 on Sadovaya Street after the fire had been put out. Yes, there had been victims, and that called for an investigation. But there were other victims as well, even after Voland had left the capital, and, sad to say, they were black cats. 100 or so of these peaceful animals, useful and devoted to man, were shot or otherwise destroyed in various parts of the country. More than a dozen of them, some in extremely mangled condition, were delivered to police stations in various cities. For example, a citizen in Armavir brought in one such innocent creature with its front paws tied up. The man had caught the cat just as the animal was looking furtive. So what can be done if that's the way cats look? It's not because they're guilty, but because they fear that creatures stronger than they, dogs or people, will harm them in some way. And that's not hard to do, but it's nothing to be proud of, I assure you. No, not at all. And yes, wearing such a furtive look, the cat was about to bound into a burdock patch for some reason. As the citizen pounced on the cat and tore off his tie in order to tie him up, he venomously and menacingly muttered, "Gotcha! So, Mr. Hypnotist, you've decided to pay us a little visit in Armavir, have you? Well, we're not afraid of you here, and don't pretend to be mute. We already know what a fine fellow you are." The citizen took the cat to the police station, dragging the poor creature by its front paws, which had been tied together with a green necktie, and giving it little kicks so it would walk on its hind legs. "Cut it out!" shouted the citizen as boys followed him, hooting, "Stop playing the fool, it won't work. Walk like everyone else." The black cat merely rolled its martyred eyes. Deprived by nature of the gift of speech, it had no way to defend itself. For its salvation, the poor beast was indebted first of all to the police, and secondly to its mistress, a respected elderly widow. Once the cat was at the station, the policeman could see that the citizen who had brought it in reeked of alcohol, which immediately cast doubt on his testimony. Meanwhile, the widow, after learning from her neighbors that her cat had been hauled off, ran to the police station and managed to get there in time. She gave the cat the most flattering recommendation, explained that she had known it for 5 years, ever since it was a kitten, vouched for it as much as for herself, and proved that it had never been implicated in any misconduct and had never been to Moscow. It had been born and raised in Armavir, and had learned to catch mice there. The cat was untied and returned to its owner. After, it's true, having gotten a taste of trouble firsthand, a practical lesson in the meaning of mistaken identity and slander. Besides the cats, there were a few people who suffered some minor unpleasantness. Several arrests were made. Among those held briefly in custody were citizens Volman and Volpir in Leningrad, 3 Volodins in Saratov, Kiev and Kharkov, a Voloch in Kazan, and in Penza, no one knows why, a doctoral candidate in chemistry named Vyachinkiewicz. True, he was enormously tall, dark-haired and swarthy. In addition to the above, 9 Korovins, 4 Korovkins, and a pair of Karavaevs were caught in various locales. At the station in Byelgorod, a certain citizen was taken off the Sevastopol train in handcuffs. This citizen had taken it into his head to entertain his fellow passengers with card tricks. In Yaroslavl, a man appeared in a restaurant just at dinner time carrying a Primus stove, which he had just retrieved from a repair shop. When the 2 doormen on duty spotted him in the cloakroom, they took off and ran out of the restaurant with all the patrons and staff following at their heels. During this, all the cashier's receipts mysteriously disappeared. A lot of other things happened, but one can't remember everything. There was great intellectual ferment. Again and again one must give the investigators their due. Everything was done not only to catch the criminals, but to explain all their actions as well. And they were all explained, and one can't but concede that the explanations were both reasonable and irrefutable. Investigation spokesmen and experienced psychiatrists established that the criminal gang members, or perhaps one in particular, suspicion fell chiefly on Korovyov, were hypnotists with unprecedented powers, capable of appearing not where they actually were, but in illusory, displaced locations. In addition, they could easily convince whoever came in contact with him that certain objects or people were present in places where really they were not, and conversely, they could remove from sight those objects or people that actually were in sight. In the light of such explanations, everything became absolutely clear, even that which had disturbed the citizens the most, namely, the seemingly inexplicable invulnerability of the cat, who had been riddled with bullets in apartment number 50 during the attempt to take him into custody. There had, of course, been no cat on the chandelier, and no one had even thought of returning his fire. They had been shooting into the air, while Korolyov, who had duped them into thinking that a cat was raising hell on the chandelier, could easily have been positioned behind those who were shooting, showing off and reveling in his own tremendous, if criminally misapplied, powers of suggestion. And it was he, of course, who had poured the kerosene around the apartment and set fire to it. Styopa Lichodeyev had naturally not flown to any Yalta. Even Korolyov couldn't have pulled off a stunt like that. Nor had he sent any telegrams from there. After being tricked by Korolyov into seeing a cat with a pickled mushroom on his fork, and fainting with fright as a result, Styopa had lain unconscious in the jeweler's widow's apartment until Korolyov, making a fool of him once again, had yanked a felt hat over his head and sent him off to the Moscow airport, having previously convinced CID members that Styopa would get off the airplane arriving from Sevastopol. True, the Yalta CID maintained that they had taken the barefoot Styopa into custody and had sent telegrams about him to Moscow, but not one copy of those telegrams were ever found in the files, which led to the sad but utterly unshakable conclusion that the band of hypnotists was able to practice long-distance hypnosis, and not just on individuals, but on whole groups of people at one time. This being the case, the criminals were able to drive the most mentally stable people out of their minds. Why bother mentioning, therefore, such things as the deck of cards that turned up in the pocket of some stranger in the audience, the lady's clothing that vanished, or the meowing beret, and other such things? Any professional hypnotist of average ability can perform tricks like that on any stage, and that includes the simple trick of tearing off the MC's head. The talking cat was also downright nonsense. All you need to get such a cat to perform is an elementary knowledge of ventriloquism, and no one could seriously doubt that Korolyov's skills went far beyond the basics. No, the decks of cards or the forged letters in Nikanor Ivanovitch's briefcase were not the issue. Those were mere trifles. And it was he, Korolyov, who had pushed Berlioz to certain death under the streetcar. It was he who had driven the poor poet, Ivan Bezdomny, out of his mind, he who had made him imagine things and have tormenting dreams about ancient Yerushalayim and about sun-scorched, arid, bald mountain with its 3 men hanged on posts. It was he and his gang who had made Margarita Nikolaevna and her maid, the beautiful Natasha, disappear from Moscow. Incidentally, the investigators had given this matter special attention. They had to determine whether the women had been abducted by the gang of murderers and arsonists, or whether they had run off with a criminal band of their own free will. Based on the absurd and muddled testimony of Nikolai Ivanovitch, and taking into account the bizarre and insane note Margarita Nikolaevna had left her husband, in which she said she had gone off to be a witch, and considering the fact that Natasha had disappeared without taking any of her things, the investigators concluded that mistress and maid had both been hypnotized, along with so many others, and abducted by the gang while in that state. The quite likely possibility also arose that the criminals had been attracted by the women's beauty. However, the motive behind the gang's abduction of a mental patient calling himself the master from a psychiatric clinic still remained a mystery for the investigators. They could not find an explanation for that, nor could they learn the name of the abducted patient. Thus he vanished into the files under the lifeless tag number 118 from Block 1. And so, almost everything was explained, and the investigation came to an end, just as, in general, all things do. Several years passed, and the citizens began to forget about Voland, Korovyov, and the others. Many changes took place in the lives of the victims of Voland and his associates, and however petty and insignificant those changes may have been, they still deserve mention. Georgy Biangolsky, for example, recovered and went home after a 3-month stay in the hospital, but he was forced to give up his job at the Variety Theatre, and at a most hectic time, when the public rushed the theatre for tickets. Memories of black magic and its exposés were still too fresh in his mind. Biangolsky gave up the Variety because he realized that to appear every evening before 2,000 people, to be inevitably recognized and endlessly subjected to snide questions about whether he preferred having his head on or off, was too painful for him. Yes, and besides that, the MC had lost a sizable portion of the cheerfulness necessary for his line of work. He was left with the unpleasant and burdensome habit of falling into a state of anxiety every spring during the full moon, when he would suddenly grab at his neck, look around fearfully, and weep. Although these attacks passed quickly, they made it impossible for him to work at his former job, so he went into retirement and began living on his savings, which, according to his modest calculations, would last him for 15 years. He left, and never again saw Varanucha, who had won universal popularity and affection for his incredibly polite and considerate attitude toward others, rare even among theatre managers. Recipients of complimentary passes, for example, regarded him as a father benefactor. Whoever called the Variety Theatre at whatever time of day or night was always greeted by a soft but sad voice that said, "How can I help you?" And when Varanucha was called to the phone, that same voice would readily reply, "I'm at your service." But Ivan Savelyevich's courteousness had brought him suffering. Styopa Likhodeyev no longer has to talk on the phone at the Variety. After being discharged from the clinic where he spent 8 days, Styopa was transferred to Rostov, where he was appointed manager of a large specialty food store. Rumor has it that he has sworn off port completely, and drinks only vodka steeped in black currants, which has greatly improved his health. They say that he has become taciturn and avoids women. Stepan Bogdanovich's removal from the Variety did not give Rimsky the joy he so fervently dreamed of for so long. After a spell in the clinic and a rest cure at Kislovodsk, the aged and decrepit financial director with the shaking head put in for retirement from the Variety. Interestingly, it was his wife who turned in his retirement application to the theatre. Even in daylight, Grigory Danilovich did not have the strength to be in the same building where he had seen the cracked window pane flooded with moonlight and the long arm feeling its way along the lower latch. After retiring from the Variety, the financial director joined the Children's Puppet Theatre in Zamoskvorechye. There he was no longer forced to deal with the esteemed Arkady Apollonovich Sempleyarov in regard to acoustical matters. The latter had been speedily transferred to Bryansk and made the head of a mushroom processing plant. Now Muscovites eat his salted saffron milk caps and marinated white mushrooms, praise them to the skies, and could not be more delighted about his transfer. What's past is past, and it can now be said that Arkady Apollonovich's performance in acoustics was never really a success, and no matter how hard he tried to make improvements in acoustics, they still remained the same. Besides Arkady Apollonovich, Nikanor Ivanovich Bosoy should be included among those who severed their ties with the theatre, although the only connection between Nikanor Ivanovich and the theatre was his fondness for free passes. Not only does Nikanor Ivanovich not attend the theatre, either with a paid ticket or a free pass, his face actually changes whenever the theatre is even mentioned. Besides the theatre, his hatred for the poet Pushkin and for the gifted actor Sava Potapovich Korolyesov has increased rather than diminished. He hates the latter so much that last year, when he saw a black-bordered announcement in the paper to the effect that Sava Potapovich had died of a stroke at the height of his career, Nikanor Ivanovich got so red in the face that he almost followed in Sava Potapovich's footsteps. And then he let out a roar, "Serves him right!" That same evening, moreover, Nikanor Ivanovich, for whom the popular actor's death brought such a flood of painful memories, went all by himself, with only the full moon over Sadovaya Street for company, and got roaring drunk. With each glass he drank, the accursed list of people he detested grew longer and longer, and on it were Sergei Gerardovich Dunchil, the beautiful Ida Gyerkulanovna, the red-haired owner of the Fighting Geese, and the outspoken Nikolai Kanavkin. Well, so what happened to all of them? Mercy me, absolutely nothing happened to them, nor could it have, since they never existed in reality, just as the likable MC never existed, nor the theatre itself, nor the old skinflint aunt Porokhovnikova, who let foreign currency rot in her cellar, nor, of course, did the gold trumpets and the insolent cooks. Nikanor Ivanovich had just dreamed it all under the influence of that rogue Korovyov. The only living person in the dream had been Sava Potapovich, the actor, and he had gotten into the dream just because he had been on the radio so much that he stuck in Nikanor Ivanovich's memory. He did exist, but the others did not. So maybe Aloisi Mogarich did not exist either? Oh, no, not only did he exist, he does still, and in the very job that Rimsky left, that of financial director of the Variety Theatre. About 24 hours after his visit to Voland, Aloisi came to his senses in a train somewhere near Vyatka, and decided that he had left Moscow in a daze for some reason, and thus had forgotten to put on his trousers. But what he couldn't understand was why he had stolen the private home builder's tenant's book, which was of absolutely no use to him. He paid the conductor a colossal sum of money for a greasy old pair of trousers, and turned back at Vyatka. But alas, he could not find the private home builder's house. The dilapidated old wreck had been burned to the ground. Aloisi, however, was an extremely enterprising man. 2 weeks later, he was settled in a splendid room on Bryusov Lane, and a few months after that, he was sitting in Rimsky's office. And just as Rimsky was once tormented by Styopa, so Varanucha is now harassed by Aloisi. Ivan Savyelyevich has only one dream, namely that Aloisi be removed to someplace far from the Variety and out of sight, because, as Varanucha sometimes whispers to close friends, he has never in his life met such a bastard as that Aloisi, who is capable of absolutely anything. But the manager may be prejudiced. Aloisi doesn't seem to be involved in any shady business, or in any business at all for that matter, not counting, of course, his appointing a new bartender to replace Sokov. Andrei Fokich died of cancer of the liver in the first clinic of Moscow University Hospital about 9 months after Voland's appearance in Moscow. Yes, several years have passed, and the events truthfully described in this book dragged on for a while and were then forgotten. But not by everyone. Not by everyone. Every year, as the spring holiday moon turns full, a man appears toward evening beneath the lindens at Patriarch's Ponds. He is a man of about 30 or so, reddish-haired, green-eyed, modestly dressed. He is a fellow of the Institute of History and Philosophy, Professor Ivan Nikolaevich Poniryov. When he gets to the lindens, he always sits down on the same bench he was sitting on that evening when Berlioz, long forgotten by everyone, saw the moon, shattering into pieces, for the last time in his life. The now whole moon, white at the beginning of the evening and then golden, with a dark dragon horse imprinted on its face, floats above the former poet Ivan Nikolaevich, while at the same time staying in one place overhead. Everything is clear to Ivan Nikolaevich. He knows and understands everything. He knows that in his youth he was the victim of hypnotist criminals, and that he had to go in for treatment and was cured. But he also knows that there are things he cannot cope with. For example, he cannot cope with the spring full moon. As soon as it draws near, as soon as the heavenly body begins to expand and to fill with gold, just as it did long ago when it towered over the 2 5-branched candelabra, Ivan Nikolaevich becomes restless, anxious, loses his appetite, has trouble sleeping, and waits for the moon to ripen. And when the full moon comes, nothing can keep Ivan Nikolaevich at home. Towards evening, he goes out and walks to Patriarch's Ponds. Sitting on his bench, Ivan Nikolaevich openly talks to himself, smokes, and squints alternately at the moon and at the turnstile he remembers so well. Ivan Nikolaevich spends an hour or two like that. Then he gets up, and walking with vacant, unseeing eyes, always taking the same route via Spiridonovka, heads for the side streets around the Arbat. He walks past the oil shop, turns at the corner with the rickety old gas lamp, and creeps over to the fence beyond which he sees a luxuriant garden not yet in bloom and a Gothic-style house, colored by the moonlight on one side, with the bay window with the triple casements juts out, and dark on the other. The professor does not know what draws him to the fence or who lives in the house, but he does know that he cannot resist his impulses during the full moon. He also knows that in the garden beyond the fence he will invariably see the same thing. He sees a respectable-looking, middle-aged man with a beard and a pince-nez and slightly piggish features sitting on a bench. He is a resident of the Gothic house, and Ivan Nikolaevich always finds him in the same dreamy pose, his gaze directed at the moon. Ivan Nikolaevich knows that after admiring the moon, the man on the bench will turn his gaze to the bay window and stare at it as if he expects it to burst open any minute and have something unusual appear on the windowsill. Ivan Nikolaevich knows what will happen next, by heart. Here he has to crouch down lower behind the fence, because the man on the bench will start whirling his head, trying to catch something in the air with his wandering eyes, will smile ecstatically, and then, in a kind of sweet anguish, will suddenly clasp his hands and murmur plainly and rather loudly, "Venus, Venus, oh, what a fool I was!" Gods! Gods! Ivan Nikolaevich will start whispering from his hiding place behind the fence, his inflamed eyes still fastened on the mysterious stranger. There's another victim of the moon. Yes, another one like me. And the man on the bench will continue murmuring, "Oh, what a fool I was! Why didn't I fly away with her? What was I afraid of, old ass that I am? I got a certificate, so you can suffer now, you old idiot." And so it will continue until a window bangs open in the dark part of the house, something whitish appears, and an unpleasant female voice calls out, "Nikolai Ivanovich, where are you? What kind of craziness is this? Do you want to catch malaria? Come, have your tea." The man on the bench will, of course, then come to his senses and reply in a false tone, "Air, my darling, I just wanted a breath of air. The air is very pleasant out here." Then he gets up from the bench, shakes his fist furtively at the downstairs window as it closes, and drags himself into the house. He's lying. He's lying. Oh, gods, how he's lying, mumbles Ivan Nikolaevich as he moves away from the fence. It's not the air that lures him into the garden at all. It's something he sees on the moon and in the garden when the spring moon is full, high up above. Oh, what I'd give to learn his secret, to find out who the Venus is that he lost and now tries to catch by waving his arms pointlessly in the air. And the professor returns home, utterly ill. His wife pretends not to notice his condition and hurries him off to bed. But she herself stays up and sits by the lamp with a book, gazing at him with bitter eyes as he sleeps. She knows that at dawn, Ivan Nikolaevich will wake up with a tortured scream, and that he will start crying and toss about. That is why she keeps a hypodermic syringe soaking in alcohol on a cloth beneath the lamp in front of her, and an ampule filled with something the color of strong tea. Tied to a gravely ill man, the poor woman will then be free and can go to sleep without any misgivings. After his injection, Ivan Nikolaevich will sleep until morning, and he will look happy as he dreams rapturous and happy dreams she knows nothing about. It is always the same thing that causes the scholar to wake up on the night of the full moon and to let out a pitiful scream. He sees an unnatural, noseless executioner leap up with a hoot and put a spear into the heart of Gestas, who is tied to a post and has lost his reason. But the most terrifying thing in the dream is not so much the executioner as the unnatural light coming from the storm cloud that is seething and pressing down on the earth, such as only happens during world catastrophes. After the injection, everything the sleeper sees changes. A broad path of moonlight stretches from his bed to the window, and heading up this path is a man in a white cloak with a blood-red lining who is walking toward the moon. Walking beside him is a young man in a torn chiton with a disfigured face. The two of them are engaged in heated conversation, arguing about something and trying to reach some kind of agreement. "Gods, gods," says the man in the cloak as he turns his haughty face to his companion. "What a vulgar and banal execution. But please," here his face turns from being haughty to imploring, "tell me it didn't really happen. I beg you, tell me it didn't happen, did it?" "Of course it didn't happen," answers his companion in a hoarse voice. "You only imagined it." "And you can swear to that?" asks the man in the cloak in an ingratiating way. "I can," replies his companion, his eyes smiling for some reason. "I don't need anything else," cries out the man in the cloak in a broken voice as he ascends higher and higher toward the moon, taking his companion with him. Walking behind them, calm and majestic, is a huge dog with pointed ears. Then the path of moonlight starts frothing, and a river of moonlight gushes forth and spreads out in all directions. The moon rules and plays, the moon dances and romps. Then a woman of matchless beauty emerges from the stream and walks toward Ivan, leading a man by the hand who has an overgrown beard and is looking about fearfully. Ivan Nikolaevich recognizes him immediately. He is number 118, his night visitor. In his sleep, Ivan stretches his arms out to him and asks avidly, "So that was how it ended?" "Yes, it was, my disciple," replies number 118. And the woman comes over to Ivan and says, "Of course, everything ended, and everything ends. And I'm going to kiss you on the forehead, and everything will work out as it should." She leans over Ivan and kisses him on the forehead, and Ivan stretches toward her and stares into her eyes. But she draws back and walks off with her companion toward the moon. Then the moon goes on a rampage. It hurls streams of light directly at Ivan, sprays light in all directions. A moonlight flood begins to inundate the room. The light sways, rises higher, and drowns the bed. Only then does Ivan Nikolaevich sleep with a look of happiness on his face. The next morning, he wakes up silent, but completely calm and well. His ravaged memory quiets down, and no one will trouble the professor until the next full moon. Neither the noseless murderer of Gestas, nor the cruel fifth procurator of Judea, the knight Pontius Pilate.
The End.